Warden Michael Kettinger's log. Date August 23rd, 2150. Location Subterranean Prison AV-31, aka The Hive. I have no idea how to do this. I've never been one to keep a journal, but the people who built the Hive want me to do it, so I'm gonna give it a shot. The fact is, I was brought in on this project as a consultant, and then the people who had the bright idea to build this thing sprung it on me that I was to become the warden. They laid this on me halfway through the project. I was stunned. Of course, I shouldn't complain. I was born into a mining family and spent many days as a teen working underground. Then I got into law enforcement and worked as a prison guard. So a guy with experience mining and living underground, as well as experience in a prison, and I guess I sold it as the perfect match. What the hell? The pay is good. So anyway, since I'm supposed to be writing this down for posterity, this is the situation. If you're listening to this years later and the Hive no longer exists, you may wonder what the hell I'm talking about. Well, be patient and let me tell you. The Hive is technically called the Subterranean Maximum Security Prison and Work Camp, with the random number designation AV-31. However, anyone who takes a look at the twisting spiral of prison cells and the way they're laid out, set into the rock itself, says the place looks like a beehive. Thus, a nickname is born, and be damned anyone who wants to call it AV-31 in private conversation. The place was conceived decades ago. You see, there was a problem with prisons in general. What do we do in an overcrowded world when we have so many prisoners? Well, you can keep building prisons above ground, but space is limited. And then there's the problem of what to do with the worst of the worst. You can't put them in with the standard prisoners who haven't been butchering people, blowing people up, or any of the other horrendous things these people have done. What to do? Well, some genius theorized you could bury them. That's how this all started. So the Hive was carved out of solid rock beneath a mountain. That's right, we are about as buried as people can be. We are beneath a mountain, and by beneath, I mean way, way beneath. We are miles underground, and you have to go through depressurization to get back to the surface, like you do when you dive beneath the ocean. We hover just above the parts of the earth where it starts to get really hot. We use that heat, of course, to do all sorts of things. Anyway, it's about as deep as you can get without dying. It is here that society sends the worst of the worst. There are a few who bargain to come here because the conditions are so rough and the work we have them do so hard. Some criminals can barter a deal by coming here to get an earlier release date. However, there are many of them that will never again see the light of day, and even those that have bartered away to get out will likely not do so for a very long time. We are completely self-sustained down here. We have places that can actually grow food using artificial sunlight. We have water and a way to purify even wastewater. We have full medical facilities that can even perform heart surgery if needed. We have prison cells, kitchens, and everything a person would need to live underground. We can even purify the air so that it almost feels and smells fresh. Lots of new technology was created to build this place. Amazing how humans make the biggest advances to kill each other in wars or find ways to lock people away forever. We also have apartments, stores, a movie theater, bowling alley, and an entire underground town for the 200-plus guards, medical personnel, and administrators who help keep this place running. We even have a city to house the guards and personnel as well as their families. There are even kids down here. In a way, all of us have been sentenced, even if all of us were volunteers. Don't get me wrong, they pay us well. Really well, and the housing is free and the prices at the stores are reasonable. However, you have to request to be here and go through rigorous testing to get the gig or live here. Some families can't handle it, and a few of my personnel have their kids and spouses back on the surface. You have to be a special kind of crazy to end up down here, whether you're a prisoner or a worker. Oh yeah, and we have about 800 prisoners. All of them are monitored 24 hours a day by cameras and computers. They all wear equipment that can shock them into submission remotely if their biosignatures say that they might want to start a riot. Many of the men are chemically castrated, so their interest in sex is almost nil, so we have a lot fewer sexual assaults here than other prisons. Some are medicated for other reasons, and we make sure they stay monitored for everything that might indicate trouble. We also produce things. Yes, the prisoners here work in the mines. They help mine the rock here to produce gas and other minerals for use above ground. The selling of the gas, oil, and minerals we find from the pulverized rock helps fund this operation. As I said, we're almost entirely self-sustained. It all sounds great, right? Yeah, except that despite all of the precautions and medicine and computers and monitors, there's still the fact that your life and your family and your home are feet away from the most dangerous people in the world. These are people who have mostly dedicated their lives to getting around the rules and finding ways to do outright evil. So the tension is always there, always just around the corner. And now Dalton King is coming here, and I think things might just blow. If you're reading this years in the future, then you may or may not know Dalton King. Given the fact that he has been accused of murdering over 3,000 people during his lifetime, there's a good possibility you have heard of him. Yes, he's the one who set off the nuclear device in downtown Chicago. Yes, he poisoned that town in West Virginia. Yes, he's the one who blew up the subway train in Manhattan. Those are just the three that come to my mind first. Those are the three I know he was behind right here in the United States of America. The man has been a criminal for most of his life, and when law enforcement made him public enemy number 1, he made all of humanity his target. It took them 5 years to track him down, and it amazed everyone that he surrendered quietly and let himself go on trial. I watched the trial from down here as the first batch of prisoners came into my care, and hoped that they would send him somewhere else. They didn't. He'll be here tomorrow. We even have a special cell for him. A special cell at the lowest level of the lowest level. He won't be mining. He will barely get out of his cell for exercise. Not that there's much to do for exercise here, seeing as how we are, far underground. In short, the man is about as buried as one person can be and still be alive. The most dangerous man in the world is coming here. I get to take care of him until he dies. In case you're not able to tell from the writing, I am not thrilled about this. But it's my job. I never let anyone down when I take a job. So I'm going to do my best to keep the Hive safe, keep the men working, keep my staff happy, and keep Dalton King alive. Lord help me. Mike Kettinger sat back and looked at what he had written. He sighed. It was as good as he was going to get. He was, as usual, filled with only doubt about what he had written and whether or not anyone would give a shit down the road about any of it. Is this what they wanted? He thought. Would anyone care? Was this going to make any difference? He let out another sigh and stepped away from his desk. He looked around the home the company had built for him right out of solid rock with an indifferent attitude. Unlike many of the men that worked for him, Kettinger had no wife and kids. There was really nothing waiting for him at the surface or living with him down in the depths. He had thought about getting a cat and bringing that down here, but decided that doing that to an animal was just cruel. Some of his men had pets, but the men were allowed to do whatever they wanted so they stayed sane. Instead, Mike Kettinger kept saltwater fish in a tank in the living room downstairs. Not as cuddly, but at least amusing to watch most nights. It was early morning, but looking out the window showed the same light from the bright lamp set high into the ceiling that it always showed. There had been attempts to adjust the light to give people a kind of internal clock that matched what was going on outside, but they never really caught on. It turned out that their bodies just naturally adjusted to what was happening on the surface. It would just be before dawn up there, with the sun just coming over the trees and trying to crawl its way up the mountains. It would be beautiful. Outside, he saw Hive City, as it was known among those who lived here, and it was the same brightness that it was when he went to sleep. It was amazing how fast the body adapted to things like this. The kids would be up and playing and running around, and then heading off to school soon. His men and the administrative personnel would be heading off to the main prison complex soon. The night shift would come crawling back home to the modest houses to sleep the day away. Mike stood at the window of his little house, coffee in hand, studying what he could see of Hive City. High up above were the bright lamps. Painted on the rock walls were blue skies and clouds, but the paint had faded a bit. The houses looked like the homes you might find in any suburban area, but most of them were built with a hefty amount of stonework instead of wood and siding. It just made sense to use the materials that you had at hand, and when you were digging out one of the world's biggest prisons underground, you just used the rock that you blasted away. Still, the colors of the homes were yellow and blue and red and other colors associated with suburbia. There were green areas that were artificial grass so that people could play football, have cookouts, and children could run around and play their games. The streets were a bit of a maze, all of the roads and sidewalks turning back on themselves since there was really nowhere to go. There were no gasoline-powered cars. There were electric carts that the men used to get around, sort of like golf carts. That really cut down on the morning and evening rush hours and kept the air breathable. Not far away, just down the road and around a bend, was the giant cavern that scientists had used to create a massive indoor garden. The plant life pumped fresh oxygen into the hive and Hive City. It was also big enough that people could go there to get their vitamin D and have picnics on real grass. It was all pretty amazing, Kettinger thought. It was amazing until you stopped and realized why they were all here and what this was all really about. The most dangerous men in the world were just a few hundred yards away, in tiny cells, serving out their long sentences while being shut away from the rest of the world. Most of the time, especially on weekends when most of the crew got time off, you could forget that you were underground. They got special feeds for their televisions down here, and the men had cookouts and football Sundays and barbecues. If you didn't look up at the rock walls and the rock ceiling that towered above you, you might be able to convince yourself that you were outside in a suburban backyard, enjoying a hamburger, instead of miles below ground. Kettinger had originally fought for the idea that the men who worked for him should be single. He wanted bachelors and something more like an army instead of families, but that proved to be a losing argument. The men who were most qualified for this work had families, were older, and had experience dealing with the kind of people that would be sent here. And when you had people like that down here, you could not expect them to live for a long time without their families. The logistics of constantly having the workforce going up and down the shaft, decompressing and recompressing, or trying to bring those families down the shaft was just too much. It was decided it was actually cheaper to create a community underground. "So, hello, Hive City," Kettinger muttered as he sipped from his coffee mug and turned away from the window. He moved around his bed and made his way to the shower. The water down here was monitored, but the location to build had been picked because of the large underground river and water system. They had enough water for a much larger community. All of that played across Kettinger's mind as he took a long hot shower, then used more water to shave and brush his teeth. He smiled at himself in the mirror, thinking that he looked pretty good for a man in his mid-40s who lived his life underground. By the time he was done, the coffee was kicking in. He looked at the clock and saw that it was now past dawn. Time to get moving. Down the stairs into the kitchen to devour a bowl of cereal topped with real pasteurized milk from animals raised here in the hive, and then out the door. He had coffee to go in a tin mug and was in his cart and on the road in under 20 minutes. It was all like clockwork, he mused. You really could get used to anything if you tried hard enough. The cart moved relatively slowly as he wound his way from his modest 2-story home through the false suburbia. Some of his men were also leaving their homes, and they raised their hands in a wave. Kettinger raised his hand back, smiling, feeling good about his job, his life, but with that gnawing fear inside his gut. It could be easy to believe you were really in the suburbs in some big city somewhere, but you could never forget that you were underground, that it took a long, long time to get back above ground, and that there were dangerous prisoners just beyond the large wall separating the prison and the houses. Up ahead was the gate, a massive iron structure that separated the world of peace that was supposed to be Hive City and the prison world beyond. It was supposedly impenetrable, controlled by computers, and virtually indestructible. Yet all of those words applied to anything man-made. It made Kettinger shudder. Men loved to tell the world that the thing they had built was better, indestructible, immovable, and a number of other things that were supposed to show his dominance. It rarely turned out to be the case. Approaching the gate was intimidating. It towered over everything, reaching high above their heads. Down below, at the human level, were smaller doors set into it. This allowed people walking and in their carts to get through without the laborious process of opening the massive door. That massive section, the one that opened the widest, was for huge construction projects and for moving massive mining equipment. Most of those projects were all planned for the future. The one thing about the Hive was that it intended to be added onto as the population grew. As the mining operations got deeper, grew more expansive, bigger equipment would be needed. The gate also had a psychological effect. For the prisoners, it was intimidating and dispiriting to see. For the residents, it represented safety from those on the other side. Carl was at the gate controls in a little white booth set off to the side. He held up his hand and then stifled a yawn. Kettinger pulled over to the side and climbed out of his cart to talk to him. "What's up, boss?" Carl asked. "Nothing much. How's things? Easy night?" "Like always. No commotion at the gate. The nighttime mining went well from what I hear. Good output. Looks like we'll meet or exceed quota this month." "Great," Mike replied with a smile. That was good. The more productive they were, the more they sent down to keep things running. The more that happened, the better life was. "You ready for our new guest tomorrow?" Carl shook his head, his eyebrow raised in that way he had whenever you said something he thought was stupid. Who can ever be ready for Dalton King? Jesus, he turned that one city in Ohio into a radioactive wasteland. Bad news, boss. Very bad news. I wish they'd send him somewhere else. "You and me both, but they're pleased with things down here so far, so they think we can handle him. I aim to prove them right." "Okay, your relief should be here soon, Carl. Good job, and thanks for the good news about the quota." "Take care, sir." Kettinger gave another wave and got back to his cart. Carl pushed a button, a light emitted from the top of the booth, and scanned the cart and Kettinger in the blink of an eye.
Access granted.
Then the smaller, cart-sized gate opened with a loud groan that echoed through the cavern. Kettinger drove through. Up ahead was the wall. This was the outer edge of the prison. It was made of solid rock, over 100 feet thick. Another gate, this one made of rock, slowly rumbled sideways on rollers, and Kettinger drove through, noticing and admiring, like he always did, the smooth rock walls on all sides. Minerals twinkled in the lights set into the walls. Once through, he was now in the garage. He found his spot near the door and plugged the cable from the engine into the charger. He grabbed his briefcase from the back of the cart and walked through the metal door using his key card. Now, the prison looked like any other office. Just beyond this door was the administrative portion of the prison. Cubicles that looked like cubicles from anywhere else were all over. All of them were decorated to the personal tastes of the workers. Just past this section were the guard areas, which included lockers and showers and training areas. Beyond that were equipment rooms, but there were also equipment rooms at each floor level for use in emergencies. There were people everywhere, and he waved and nodded as he went. Most of them were in charge of things like paperwork, filing, IT, electricity, and monitoring the mining operations, taking care of the inventory and finances. Basically, it was a bunch of number pushers, administrative assistants, and people with basic office functions. It was the stuff that got ignored, but would have been impossible to operate the Hive without. Kettinger found his way to the elevator. He headed up. His office was near the top of the administrative area. He had a few hours to look over reports from the night shift and then get ready to talk to the day crew. Tonight, he was to talk to all of his men about the Dalton King transfer. He finally reached his office after what felt like a marathon of a journey through the offices. His administrative assistant, Jennifer, was not there yet. However, there were notes and messages written on pink slips stuck to his door. He groaned. That meant the head office was already calling him before he had even gotten up. They were as worried about the King transfer as he was. Of course they were, but still, it was exhausting to have the confirmation. He grabbed the notes and unlocked his office. Once inside, he flicked a switch on the wall and the lights came on. Extra bright and supposedly capable of stimulating vitamin D production in his body. He flicked a second switch, and the 50 monitors that made up one entire wall flickered into life. He could now monitor virtually any corner of the Hive from his chair. Along another wall was a set of more monitors, but these flashed numbers and names. He could tell where every guard was, every prisoner, which mining teams were where, how much fuel was in each mining machine. Basically everything that the Hive was, he could read, monitor, study, and understand. If the Hive had a brain, this was it, and he had a seat right in the center of it all. He tossed the briefcase on his desk and flipped through his notes. There were 20 messages, and 15 of them were from the PR department of the Gemini Corporation, the company that really owned and funded this place. "Hello, Mr. Kettinger," a voice called from behind. "Hello, Jennifer," he replied, still reading the messages. "We have got to tell Norma to write these messages a little neater. I can't read some of these." Jennifer came into the office. She was maybe 5'5" in high heels and pretty as a spring day. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes, but her hair was done up this morning. She grabbed the messages. "Most of these are from the PR people," she said. "This one's from Donaldson, though. You may want to call him back." Mike groaned. Rick Donaldson was the CEO of Gemini Incorporated. It was always a stressful time when you had to talk to the guy all the way at the top of the ladder, especially when you were literally miles beneath the very bottom of the ladder. "I need coffee first," Kettinger said. "I'll get it. I was going to get my own cup," Jennifer said, handing the stack back to him and then vanishing down the hall. Kettinger smiled and then headed over to the large curtain that stretched behind his desk. With the flick of a button, the curtain groaned and slid aside. From here, he could see the prison. There it was, the Hive in all of its glory. Kettinger gave himself a half smile at that thought. Could one really call a prison glorious? Yes, he thought. His entire life was now becoming an oxymoron. The cavern was huge. As high as the ceiling was, the bowl of the prison as it spiraled down was even bigger. It was as if a giant hand had scooped a humongous ball of stone and earth out of the middle of this cave. The prison cells lined the walkway that wound down slowly, heading to the lower levels. At various intervals, there were corridors that branched off to other areas. The medical facility branched off down near the lower levels, closer to the mining facility. There were other wings and areas, but they all followed the same general pattern. Once you came through a short corridor, you emerged into another bowl that spiraled down and down. The cell doors were another marvel. Each one was half metal and then thick smoked glass. When a guard approached the cell, they flicked a switch and the smoked glass suddenly became crystal clear. The glass was also unbreakable through some new process that Kenninger did not even try to understand. Guards patrolled these walkways and halls steadily and at regular intervals. At the same time, monitors watched each room, showed what each prisoner was doing, recording it somewhere. More monitors monitored the guards. Everyone wore electronic devices that monitored their health and various biological elements of each body. There was virtually no way, once you were inside the hive itself, to have a moment to yourself. This was the life that we chose, Kenninger thought. At times, it really did look like a beehive. When there were people going down to the mines or coming back, standing here and looking down it looked like insects moving about. Right now, he could see the night shift from the mines heading back to the locker rooms to change and shower, before heading back to their cells. Guards were also coming back to the main administration building. Kenninger looked at a monitor and saw that Carl was busy dealing with the steady stream of people coming and going back at the gate. Kenninger sat down at his desk and then looked at the stack of messages. He hated phone calls so much. He was an action guy who preferred to just do things, work on things, make plans, and then execute them, and not spend time in meetings and conference calls. All meetings and conference calls did was take him away from the work that had to be done. He reached over and found the message from Donaldson. Just as he picked up the phone, Jenny arrived with a mug of coffee, which he set down on the desk. She had another one in her hand, from which she sipped eagerly. Kenninger knew that her coffee was likely heavy with cream and sugar to the point of almost being a cappuccino. He smiled and then dialed Donaldson's number. He rolled his eyes at Jenny. "Good luck," she whispered. "Yes, hello, Mr. Donaldson," Kenninger said. "I just got in. It's early morning here. Yes, I know, it's hard for me to keep track of the hours, too." "Uh-huh. Yes. Yes, we are fully prepared, and I plan on briefing the men tonight. We will be absolutely ready for Dalton King's arrival." Kenninger felt a small headache begin to pulse behind his eyes as the CEO droned on and on about the importance of this thing going off without a hitch. It was as if he did not realize that this transfer had been the most important thing on Kenninger's mind for weeks now. It was going to be a long day. It was 10 o'clock, time for the staff meeting. Kenninger put the phone down and rubbed his head. He took a huge gulp from his coffee and then grabbed his briefcase and headed for the door. He had been on the phone the entire morning. He hated a morning that started that way. He preferred a slower start where he could check emails and read some overnight staff reports. "They're already waiting," Jenny said as he dashed past. "They'd better be," Kenninger muttered in reply. He grabbed his briefcase and moved fast, acknowledging the good mornings and hello sirs that he got from the staff. He wound his way back down to the lower level of the administration building and down another corridor before hooking right and emerging into a room that looked like a large classroom. Long tables took up most of the space, and sitting behind them were the beefy men he knew and trusted with his life. These were his men. "Good morning," he said in a voice that was loud enough to cut through the chatter, but not loud enough to sound like he was angry. "I won't keep you long, gentlemen. The big meeting is really tonight." That sent another murmur and some groans through the crowd. Kenninger moved to the front of the room and stood behind a small podium. He set up his briefcase on a nearby table and opened it. He removed some papers and set them out. "Thanks for being on time, everyone," he began. I've got good news from the night shift. Unfortunately, I've been on the phone with the Gemini brass most of the morning. More groans. Yes, you know how much I love spending my mornings on the phone. But the initial reports are great. Looks like we had a big strike overnight in the mines, and we might reach our quota and exceed it. And we're going to do it ahead of schedule. There was some whooping and hollering. While these men were guards and not the mine managers, they knew how important the mining was to the existence of this place. Yes, that's very good news. Now, overnight there were 5 injuries. Just the usual stuff. 1 broken ankle, a broken wrist, and a concussion among the injuries. Davis, make sure you stop by the infirmary. Kettinger scanned his reports rapidly, moving his finger down the page. Watterson is acting up again, Bradley. He keeps trying to say he's sick. He's logged a lot of time with the doctor, but they can't find anything wrong with him. He's trying to slack off. If it happens again, we're gonna have to put him in isolation. You have my permission that if he gives you any guff today, you can move him. No need to call, just do it. Bradley nodded. Of course, we all know what tomorrow is. I'm not looking forward to it any more than you are, gentlemen. I know that you will do your jobs and take care of things in the highest form of professionalism. I have no need to tell you how important it is that things go smoothly. Our meeting is tonight with the entire staff, save for the skeleton crew who will still be patrolling and monitoring. The meeting starts at 7. Please be on time. He looked up at the men, all of them staring at him with a mixture of eagerness and boredom. It was a quiet night from what I can tell. Let's have more of them, and these meetings can be even shorter. I'll see you all tonight. Have a good day, gentlemen. Reg, please be at my office in 10. Reg Alipson, a man with short blonde hair and a stocky body, nodded and raised his hand. Kettinger closed his folder. That's it, gentlemen. Get to work. Back in his office, Kettinger allowed himself a moment to feel a bit of relief. Now it would be like a normal day, he told himself. Now things would shift back into the daily routine. Behind him, Reg settled into one of the chairs. How are the men doing, Reg? Kettinger asked as he sat in the swivel chair behind his desk. Reg was a big man who had been with Kettinger from the start of the adventure with the Hive. He was the head bull, to use the prison parlance. In other words, he was at the top of the ladder among the guards. He looked tough, could throw down a beating, was unafraid to use deadly force, but also had a heart of gold and would help anyone from prisoner to fellow Hive City resident with everything he had. There were always a few prisoners who were tempted to take advantage of his good nature, but they never took advantage for very long. "They're nervous, Mike," Reg replied. The only person in the entire prison allowed to talk to Kettinger and use his first name when they were in private. Kettinger preferred a formal atmosphere at all times. "They want to do this right tomorrow. At the same time, King has a reputation for raising hell wherever he goes. Never been in a place like this one before," Kettinger said. "The plans they have for him coming here are unlike anything I've ever seen. I don't think he'll be any trouble, but the fact remains he really is as dangerous as they claim. He has quite a following up there on the surface and can get people to do his bidding for him. That's why he's going to be locked down once he gets here. Man, there has never been a person as buried alive as this guy's going to be." Reg nodded, but said nothing. His face did not change. "I have every confidence in the men, Reg," Kettinger continued. "Please, feel free to spread that around. Part of the reason we are achieving some success already is because of all of their hard work. I know that they won't let someone like King disrupt that. Is there anything else? Any other buzz going around?" Reg gave a very short and curt shake of his head. "Nothing. The men are pretty happy, really, all things considered. Takes some getting used to, but once that happens, you just do your job like anywhere else." "Good to know. Okay, well, please make sure that you and the rest of the men are assembled by 7. I'll go over the plans for tomorrow, and maybe that will reassure some people." Reg stood up and gave a brief nod that was his way of acknowledging he had received the message and was now leaving. Kettinger raised a hand in reply, and then Reg turned and walked out of the office to start his rounds. Kettinger rubbed his eyes, sighed, and then permitted himself a really good yawn. He studied the monitors across the wall, holding the remote that let him change the various monitors to show other parts of the prison. All seemed to be in order. The prisoners were getting ready to do their work in the mines. The guards were patrolling those who had worked the night shift and were settling into their cells. In the administration building, people were working at computer terminals and other office duties. Farmers were farming, scientists were doing things that scientists did, and the medical facility was tending to the wounded from overnight. Kettinger let himself marvel at the idea of using prisoners as miners. It seemed counterintuitive. Sure, give prisoners a method of digging through the rock. Brilliant. However, they were all so far down that someone trying to tunnel up was impossible. You had to worry about decompression to get out of here. It would take someone weeks to reach the surface, even with the laser cutters that some of them used. Plus, most of the actual mining was currently being done by professional miners and not prisoners. Since these guys were criminals, they did not generally come in with a knowledge of how to mine. The Hive had professionals and staff who handled the actual digging, while the prisoners hauled rock and broke up rock just like the days of old. It was thought that some of the longer-term prisoners would learn the trade and become trustees who could take over some of the foreman work. That was down the road. Right now, most of the prisoners were laborers who helped the actual miners. It turned out that the rock here was rich in all kinds of things. They had found diamond dust, gold dust, and other precious metals and gems. That was nice, but it was the minerals and natural gas held within the rock that was the real prize. All of that got sent to the surface and used to power buildings, cars, and entire cities. Amazing. So much of it was science that Kettinger just did not understand. Kettinger swung around in his chair and stared out over the huge pit that was also a prison. It was a marvel of modern technology. Yet when you threw in a wild card like Dalton King, all of that technology meant nothing. The man was dangerous. Kettinger rubbed his eyes, took a swig of the last dregs of the coffee in his mug, and swallowed the cold fluid. Then he went back to work. A normal day, he told himself. That was what he wanted until 7. Dalton King was 33 years old, born in Great Britain, and still spoke with a British accent. He was skinny, with dark hair that tended to fly away from his head in a strong breeze, a long, thin nose, and a small but sharp chin. He had dark coal eyes that were notorious for their cold stare. He was also about as charming as a man could be, as known for his ability to sweet-talk himself out of things as he was for his cold-hearted nature. He was also a killer. A mass murderer hundreds of times over. Exactly what happened to Dalton King to turn him into a monster was not entirely known. It was known that his parents died in a car accident when he was very young. He was raised by his grandmother until she too died. Then he became part of the system, shuffled off to homes and foster families, his records long since lost to history. At the age of 16, he shows up attending a high school outside of London. His grades are good, but his history teachers left a note in his file that Dalton seems to bear a lot of grudges against other people and often disputes the textbook versions of history. In particular, he protests the idea that the Allied powers were correct during World War II and that Great Britain had any justification for the Falklands War in the 80s of the 20th century. While disputes are fine, the teacher notes, Dalton often gets loud and hurls insults at those who oppose his view. Dalton King is expelled later that year. He then vanishes again. At the age of 25, a man calling himself Dalton King begins a website railing against much of the modern world. He hates, it seems, everyone and everything. He declares in videos and long rants on the site that humanity has destroyed the planet, and he worries about man's continued exploration of space for fear that humanity would contaminate more planets. He espouses a theory that much of the population should be destroyed and those left knocked back to the Stone Age. At first, this garners little attention, but then Dalton's message starts to find an audience. He begins recording more and more videos, and over the course of the next 5 years, his message becomes more and more radicalized. He calls for outright armed insurrection and terrorist tactics. Abruptly, the site vanishes in the course of 24 hours, and many wonder if Dalton King had gone underground or been killed. Many police agencies around the world, concerned with his rhetoric, search for him. He vanishes for 2 years. Then, one April day, Dalton King made his first strike. Using one of his devoted followers, a group of mostly young and disenfranchised zealots, he straps a bomb to a young woman. The bomb is of an explosive type not before seen, and it is undetected as the woman goes to the top of the St. Louis Gateway Arch. Once there, she detonates the bomb. A terrific explosion blows out the center section at the top of the arch, knocking out the keystone sections. A second bomber, located beneath the arch, sets off another bomb, and one of the leg sections falls completely, killing more people inside of it. In all, 150 people are killed and over 1,000 wounded. That night, a new video appears and quickly goes viral. Dalton King claims that he is everywhere and that he and his followers have declared a war on all of humankind. He states that no one is safe and that he is targeting the United States first because the US is still the biggest dog on the block. He also states he intends to sow fear from the inside out. In 6 months, that cryptic message is explained. On a cloudy day in August, a nuclear device goes off in downtown Chicago. 800 people die instantly, and thousands more die over the course of weeks, with more dying from radiation poisoning over the course of years. There is no video message, but the name of Dalton King is mentioned. 2 weeks later, an enclave of his followers is found in Kansas City planning an attack with sarin gas. Dalton King releases a video vowing revenge. That night, all 10 of his arrested followers commit suicide in their cells. The next day, an apartment building explodes in Lincoln, Nebraska. It turns out that Dalton used his resources to rent out an apartment and then pack it with boxes filled with explosives. Another 200 are killed as the bomb goes off in the evening when more people are home. Another message from King states that he will continue to sow fear in the heart of the country to prove that no one is safe. The next day, a hijacked tanker truck filled with a biological weapon and high explosives detonates in Missoula, Montana. The virus unleashed essentially shuts off the entire state. The government controls the entire state as the military moves in and enacts a quarantine. Death tolls are in the thousands, but the exact number is not known to this day. The US is now in a panic. The stock market crashes, neighbor shoots neighbor over disputes big and small. Entire cities burn as police crack down on suspected neighborhoods and King sympathizers, and the neighborhoods fight back. Both sides of the political aisle say that the rights of people are being trampled. The country is in chaos. The chaos, rioting, and sheer panic continue for 6 months. Then, a series of bombs explode all over London. 2 hours later, a bomb goes off at the top of the Eiffel Tower. Another bomb goes off in the Vatican, and the Sydney Opera House is turned to rubble in another suicide bomb. The coordination of the attack stuns the world. King releases a new message, but he hardly needs to say anything. He is everywhere. His followers are legion. No country is safe. No person can hide. To accentuate his point, as soon as the message ends, a series of explosions rock the Middle East, with bombs killing thousands in Saudi Arabia, Libya, Jordan, Turkey, and Dubai. Then, there is silence. There is silence for more than 2 years. The world waits as economies crumble and law enforcement agencies attempt to track down the madman. Sightings are common, but nothing pans out. Groupings of his supporters are arrested and dozens thrown into prison. In the Middle East, hundreds of King followers are tracked down and executed on live television. But there is nothing from King. Until about 1 year ago, when a small sheriff station not far from Death Valley receives an unlikely visitor. Dalton King, wearing a simple gray sweatshirt, jeans, tennis shoes, and a smile, walks into the small station and surrenders. To say that the local sheriff is stunned would be a vast understatement. What happened next was electrifying television. Dalton represented himself and actually pleaded not guilty. However, it soon became obvious that he was not really going to put on much of a defense. Instead, he was going to use the international coverage to espouse his theories about how mankind needs to go backwards instead of forwards. He advocated for the elimination of all but a third of the existing population through some kind of global catastrophe. The judge eventually court-ordered lawyers to defend him and had Dalton chained and gagged in the courtroom. The day that happened, it was shown that Dalton King had become more than just one man. A group of 100 of his followers spread out all over Manhattan and detonate their now familiar suicide bombs. Hundreds are killed and thousands maimed, and the message is sent that Dalton King is not to be silenced. A video posted on a website says that hundreds will die every day that King was bound and gagged in the courtroom. To prove it, when the judge refuses to budge, another 100 people are killed with more explosives in Miami. Then, that afternoon, another 100 are killed in Los Angeles when more bombs were detonated. King is allowed to be unchained and not gagged, but he is instructed that his attorneys will launch his defense from that point forward. He is beseeched by the judge to remain quiet. Dalton King turns and faces the television cameras that he knew were recording his every move, and smiles a smile that becomes infamous around the world. He agrees. From that point forward, there is little doubt that he is guilty. His defense attempts to mount a defense, but they soon find that they will get no help from Dalton himself. They bring in psychologists and psychiatrists and doctors who try to explain that he is irreversibly damaged because of his childhood and that essentially Dalton King is insane. The entire time, King sits there with a smile on his face. The question soon arose about what the government wanted to do with this monster. There had been an international agreement that King would face trial for his crimes in the United States, and that would be the end of his trials. The fear was that trying to transport him around the world will afford his followers too many opportunities to try and break him free or cause more mayhem at his behest. But the question remains, was he to be executed or imprisoned for life? And if he is to be imprisoned, where is he to be imprisoned? It is soon decided that killing him would be the surest way to spark his followers to more violence. King himself seems to advocate to anyone that will listen that he deserves to die for his crimes. He gives interviews to the press around the world, giving more of his theories and giving more and more reasons why he should be executed. Not wanting to martyr him, the option is soon taken off the table, and the option of sending him to the deepest, darkest corner of the Hive is presented to the international community. It is agreed that this will be where he will spend the rest of his life, provided it can be shown that there was no way for him to escape. Several dignitaries took a tour of the hive and became convinced. King is found guilty. Up until the time his sentence is read, he is convinced that he was going to die by the hands of the government. The look of outrage on his face when his sentence was read is something to behold. His face red, the veins in his neck and forehead standing out, Dalton King screams obscenities at the judge, the jury, and the people gathered. He has to be tased and then dragged out of the courtroom. His followers react with more violence. There are suicide bomb attacks in Madrid, Beijing, Tokyo, Melbourne, Berlin, and Dallas. There are threats of more, but this time, the response from the law enforcement world is swift and devastating. It turns out that the world was close to finding many of the largest strongholds of his followers for some time, and they were just waiting for a signal to make their raids. It is a slaughter as police squads and military units around the world move in on enclaves of his followers. There is very little attempt to arrest anyone, and hundreds of his people are gunned down. King is sent to a supermax prison and kept constantly tied down until his cell at the Hive was ready. Now, with the highest levels of security the world had ever seen, he is to be transported to the Hive and, hopefully, buried for the rest of his life below ground. That means that the most dangerous man the world had ever known, a man with the capability of building bombs out of almost anything and motivating other people to do his bidding, is going to be Mike Kettinger's problem for the rest of King's life. Despite his initial protests that such a thing would disrupt the commercial operations, not to mention jeopardize the underground city just a short distance from the prison, Kettinger is told that it is going to happen. This is the kind of thing for which the Hive was built. Kettinger has to agree. But the idea fills him with nervousness and outright fear. He has never met the man, but the thought of soon seeing one of the most famous men in the history of crime face to face causes him to feel nauseous. The Hive is his home, his life, and he did not want a disease, a living tumor like Dalton King here, to sow discord or cause any disruption. Everything has to go right tomorrow. Everything. 7 o'clock arrived, and the men who were not still on guard duty all filed into the conference room. When Kettinger arrived, he felt a moment of stage fright seeing the amount of people who had shown up. More than just the guards were here, confirming that the transfer of Dalton King was a concern for more than just guards and prison staff. He saw that some of the residents of Hive City had shown up to hear this. There was none of the joking and chatter that usually went with these kinds of meetings. His men were generally a good-humored sort who would toss insults around and joke all the time. Now, each of the guards sat stoic and still. Everyone was deadly serious. Kettinger strode into the room, trying his best to look completely calm and in charge. He cleared his throat, and it seemed, at least to him, to echo around the hall. Certainly, he mused to himself, that was some acoustic illusion. The room wasn't that big. His mind was wandering, something that it did when he was nervous, and he gave out a small cough and shook his head a bit to clear it. He had to focus. He reached the podium at the front of the room. Reg was right in the front row, and he and Kettinger exchanged their customary nods to each other. Behind Kettinger was a large white screen with the name Dalton King in large black letters across it. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," Kettinger began after taking a sip of water from a bottle that Jenny had placed beneath the top of the podium. "I didn't quite expect so many of you, but I certainly understand why all of you are here. I guess you all know that Dalton King arrives here tomorrow to begin the rest of his life essentially buried and forgotten. We have a special cell waiting for him on the lowest levels. He will not be a part of our mining operations and will have very, very limited access to anything outside of that cell. For most of you, that's a punishment that you can not only understand, but support. However, many of you also have families here and are wondering what is going to happen to prevent any kind of catastrophe tomorrow. That is what I'm here to go over. He picked up a small remote and hit a button, and the slide behind him on the screen changed. Now the screen showed schematics of the hive, the shaft, and had colors highlighting various routes around the hive. Now this is the plan. Dalton King will be heavily sedated with a steady IV before he even leaves his current prison location. He will be strapped to a gurney after being strapped into a straitjacket, complete with a mask, just like that movie from the 20th century. His legs will be shackled, his hands bound, and he will then be loaded into a heavily armored truck that will contain 10 heavily armed guards. There are 6 identical trucks that will leave the prison and head in different directions. Each truck is accompanied by a convoy of 20 trucks, including armed personnel carriers. These carriers have the latest in sonic technology that will seek out and detonate any improvised explosive devices that might be planted along the route. The task is to keep Dalton King sedated until he arrives in his cell. There will be a doctor and a nurse with him to make sure he stays alive. The government wants to be sure that their prize trophy gets where they say he will be alive. Once he gets here, he will be met by another contingent of 50 armed guards and will be offloaded from the truck still strapped to his gurney and still sedated. Kettinger clicked through one slide after another. He paused to look out over his audience. They were all in rapt attention. The armed guards will strap a belt to him at that point that, should he become aware and awake and cause trouble, that will send an electrical charge through his body that should render him completely useless. Hopefully, however, the sedation medication will still be in full effect and he will be unconscious. He will then be brought down the shaft and go through the various stages we all go through when we come down to this depth. Once he reaches the bottom, a large contingent of our own guards, all of them armored and carrying weapons, will meet the party from the surface. All of them will then lead him, completely surrounded, down the various levels to his cell. It is at this point that the most critical part of the operation will happen. We have to remove King from the gurney and unshackle him and get him onto the bed inside his cell. As I've mentioned several times, he's supposed to be sedated, so he won't be able to walk into the cell like most prisoners. Our guards will have to carry him, set him on the bed, and then back out of the cell. This should all be quick, and there should be no incident because of the medication. However, he will either be shocked or shot if anything does happen. Surrounded by so many guards and buried as far below the surface as he will be, there will be very little Dalton King can do to try and escape. A hand shot up from somewhere in the middle of the room. Yes? What if he has no desire to escape? He just wants to kill people. Kettinger cleared his throat again. We all know what Dalton King is about. There's no denying that there is risk with him being here. We're not allowed to keep him sedated the entire time. However, this cell has extra security. The entire floor, walls, even the ceiling, sink, and toilet are ready to send volts through him if he should get rowdy. There are anesthetic gas tubes that will fill his cell with knockout gas if need be. He will be allowed only 1 hour outside of his cell a day, and that will be to a small yard located just behind his cell. He will be fed in his cell. He will have no visitors. He is allowed to shower just 1 day a week, and that has also been built adjacent to his cell. His entire life, after tomorrow, will be hundreds of feet beneath the surface, inside a space that is less than most city apartments. Kettinger scanned the crowd, allowing that to sink in. Their faces showed the respect he was hoping for. Tomorrow, we will transfer him to the cell, get him onto that bed, and then get him unshackled. Our men have been training, getting that done in seconds rather than minutes, and then they will back out of the cell, and Dalton King will be locked down. He will then become, for all intents and purposes, a non-entity. He will be alive, but buried. Kettinger paused again to take another sip of water. I know that many of you are nervous. I understand. I am too. However, everything that we can think of to make this uneventful has been thought of and enacted. We all want our families protected, our loved ones protected, and to get back to our normal daily activities as soon as possible. Kettinger let his eyes wander, meeting the gazes of several of the audience. They still looked scared, but not quite as scared as they looked when he first arrived in the room. If you have questions, I'm available. Reg is also available, and he's been briefed on everything that I just said. In fact, all of our guards have been. I had called this meeting originally more as a way to reinforce what they already knew and answer any questions they might have had. But now that so many of you from Hive City are here, we can help answer any questions you might have too. Thank you for your time. Kettinger closed his notebook, and the screen went dark. Kettinger shifted from one foot to the next, his heart pounding and his palms sweating. What was taking so long? Yes, it took time to get down the shaft, but it was taking much too long. When he arrived in his designated spot, he thought he was projecting the right amount of cool and expertise about the situation. With each passing moment, that cool was breaking. Just to accentuate that point, he raised his arm and wiped it across his forehead, and then sighed at the amount of sweat that came away. This is taking a lot longer than it should, Reg muttered to Kettinger's right. Reg always had a knack for saying out loud the things that Kettinger was thinking. You read my mind, Kettinger replied out of the side of his mouth. The day had started normally, if a bit tense. There was tension in the air. The normally relaxed attitude that Kettinger had when driving his cart into the prison had been replaced with a strange formality and awkwardness. Despite being so far beneath the ground, it felt like the eyes of the entire world were peering down on all of them. Not only was King coming, but the world wanted to be sure he got here and got locked up without incident. It was exactly the wrong kind of atmosphere for something this potentially dangerous. All of his men had been at their assigned posts. Most of the administrative staff was also at work, despite the fact that there wasn't much need for them to be at their desks any earlier than normal. Everyone wanted to see what was going to happen. Even the prisoners inside the hive were at their cell doors, pressing their ears up against them and sending signals through the walls through their complicated Morse code to try and get news to each other about what was happening. The guards lined the walkway leading from the massive elevator that led up the shaft. They were all dressed in their cleanest uniforms. Although Kettinger had been assured that the media would not be allowed to tape the transfer, most of the staff down here thought that video or photographs would end up being taken and shown around the world. No one wanted to look shabby. Right now, however, Kettinger saw that his men were all sweating, all nervous, and all shifting from one foot to the other. This is not good, he thought. The more we have to wait, the more keyed up they get, and the more likely a mistake could be made. Kettinger had been told that he would be getting regular information via an earpiece from the surface. He had heard word hours ago that the convoy and its cargo had arrived. Kettinger held off telling the men, knowing that the shaft moved slowly to allow the bodies of those inside of it to accept the change in atmosphere and atmospheric pressure down here. However, when they gave the word, and these men had responded, it shouldn't have been more than a half hour before the elevator opened. There had been no further word from the surface since. Kettinger was just about to give up and head back to his office to use the phone when the shaft suddenly emitted a loud hum. All of the guards knew that noise. The elevator was moving, and it was getting close. Kettinger nodded, and all of his men armed themselves. The moment seemed to stretch for hours. The sound became like a drill, slowly boring into Kettinger's brain. More sweat ran in rivulets down his face, down his back, and even down his legs. His heart pounded like a jackhammer in his chest. Kettinger looked down just for a moment to confirm that his heart was still inside his chest. Yes, good, there it was. The sound grew louder and louder. Dust blew out from the crack in the elevator door as it grew closer to the bottom. Light emitted from the crack shortly thereafter. There was a loud sound like something landing. And then the door slid open. Kettinger tensed further. His guards did as well. The military guard emerged from the elevator. One after another, men dressed in full armor and carrying some of the biggest guns Kettinger had ever seen marched out in steady order. They marched past the guards, not wavering in their gaze, giving no sign that anything was wrong. They all waited, as if watching a parade. Then suddenly, the medical staff and the man in charge of the transfer emerged. Kettinger had spoken to the man 4 times since this whole move had been decided upon. He was a weasel of a man named Dix. He stepped forward, looking ill, his thinning hair plastered to his shiny dome with sweat. His eyes darted left and right. Kettinger knew right away what was happening. Dix freaked out, Kettinger thought. He's still freaking out. The depth and the pressure is too much for him, and he's cracking. Shit, we have to get him out of here fast. Kettinger stepped forward and strode up to Dix. The man nearly jumped out of his suit when Kettinger approached. Kettinger reached out his hand, and Dix shook it weakly. The man's hands were slippery. "Welcome to the Hive," Kettinger said. "I'm Kettinger. We've spoken on the phone. I trust that everything is in order?" Dix nodded and then seemed to remember where he was and what his responsibilities were. He stood up straighter and fixed his tie. "Yes, everything went well," Dix said. "We had quite a crowd in the elevator." Ah, Kettinger thought. Dix is a bit claustrophobic. "I'm glad you made it," Kettinger said. "Shall we complete this so everyone can get back to their regular lives?" "Of course," Dix said, running his hand through what hair he had. Dix stepped aside. Kettinger looked back over his shoulder and saw 2 doctors dressed in white coats and 3 nurses. Between them all was a man strapped to a basic hospital gurney. Kettinger gasped despite himself. This was his first look at Dalton King in person. What amazed him at first was that the man was so much shorter than he thought. It was a bit tough to judge his actual height given that he was laying down, but it looked more like a teenager strapped to the gurney than the terror of the modern world. King's eyes were closed, and there was a metallic mask strapped to his face, covering his mouth and nose. 2 holes over the nostrils allowed for air. It looked anything but comfortable. Kettinger turned to the doctor. He was a man about the same size as Kettinger, with brown hair. He had seen photos that King usually wore wire-framed glasses. He also had a long nose that curved downward, and one of those faces that made him look like he was constantly sucking on a lemon. Kettinger could see none of that with the mask on. He wondered what his bedside manner was like. The man looked like he thought all of this was nonsense and that it was far, far beneath him to be involved. "Thank you for your help, Doctor," Kettinger said. "Lewiston," the man said, as if Kettinger had been asking what his last name was. "Dr. Lewiston, thank you," Kettinger said. "You are most welcome," Lewiston said. "He is fully sedated and should be out for another several hours. It took quite a bit to get him to go down. The man has a remarkable constitution." Kettinger nodded, then turned back to Dix. Dix looked like he was about to have a full freakout. The man kept staring up at the ceiling, as if he was feeling the full weight of the earth that was piled above them. Kettinger let his eyes slide sideways and catch Reg's gaze. There was an almost psychic exchange between them, and Reg stepped forward. In an instant, he had fastened the electricity belt to Dalton King's waist. King looked as limp as a rag doll. Then Reg stepped back and looked at his men. "All right, men, let's get this prisoner to his cell," Reg announced, and the guards immediately turned as one to face either right or left, depending on which side of the walkway they were standing. Kettinger took a spot near the foot of the gurney. The soldiers had already taken up spots ahead of the troop of guards and were waiting. The nurses and orderlies began to push the gurney. They walked at a steady pace, not rushing, but not dawdling either. The gurney had a squeaky wheel that started to get on Kettinger's nerves. "How deep are we?" Dix asked. "Very deep," Kettinger said, his eyes scanning left and right, confirming that his men were in step and moving the right way. They were getting near the spiraling walkway that would take them past the cells. That day, it had been decided that the Hive would shut down all mining operations until King was safely tucked away. That was to limit the number of people who would be walking through the halls and reduce the risk that King and his entourage might run into someone. The civilian mining operators were encouraged to stay home with their families. The prisoners were all locked down in their cells. "Is there a risk of a cave-in?" Dix persisted, wiping his forehead. "No," Kettinger said. "They used lasers to cut out this section of the Earth. They used other technology to offer support, but there are already caves down here that have stood up to earthquakes and the movement of the planet without a cave-in." Kettinger let his gaze meet Dix. The man was getting closer to panic. "We're as safe as we can be," Kettinger reassured. "Mr. Dix, perhaps you'd like to go and wait for me in my office? I can probably spare one of my men who can show you the way if you like. You can have a drink, maybe lay down. You look exhausted." Despite his attempt to be as tactful as possible, it was obvious from his reaction that Kettinger had just insulted Dix. The man flustered and stammered for a moment. Kettinger thought the man might burst a vessel. "I am perfectly capable of performing my duties, Mr. Kettinger," Dix finally said. "You need not worry about me. I've been instructed to see Dalton King to his cell and report back, and that is what I intend to do." "I didn't mean any insult," Kettinger said, keeping his voice even and his face calm. "I just wanted to extend the courtesy." Dix cleared his throat and looked straight ahead. Kettinger quickly tried to change the subject and maybe put the man at ease. "We have an entire community just outside the prison walls," he said. "We have houses, stores, a movie theater. We even have a bowling alley and a miniature golf course. I hear they plan on putting in a go-kart track next year. We have about 100 families, give or take." Dick straightened his tie. "That's amazing. I can't believe that you have all of this here, a whole city beneath the ground." Kettinger nodded and resumed his scanning from left to right. He thought he saw movement out of the corner of his eye and turned his head to the left, studying King's prone body. No, it was just a trick of the light. "We even grow our own food using hydroponic technology and some other things with names and words that are twice as long," Kettinger said. "We have corn, soybeans, and more. The nature of the crops changes all the time, and the technology improves and allows us to grow new things. I told them I'd love for them to figure out a way to grow apples down here, and I'm told they're working on it." Dick smiled and looked back at Kettinger. Whatever it was about the things Kettinger was saying, it appeared to be reassuring Dix. The man had stopped sweating. "Do you get first-run movies?" Dix asked. Kettinger smiled. "Thanks to the digital delivery systems, we do." They had reached the end of the guards and were now walking past the soldiers. Both the guards and soldiers now began moving in columns on either side of the walkway. Kettinger watched them. Both the guards and the soldiers had looks that could have melted ice. They were all keyed up and ready for anything. Kettinger looked at Dalton King. The man's eyes were closed, and a small monitor hooked up beneath the gurney showed his heartbeat as steady, but slow. The chains that held him down looked thick and sturdy. They finally entered the walkway, where there were cells along one side. Although all of the glass had been obscured so that no one inside could look out, Kettinger could sense that there were men on the other side of the doors with their ears pressed up against them. He could almost hear the tapping on the walls and pipes that would signal things to other prisoners in other cells. Every prison had a way to communicate, a secret code, and methods of getting word from one prisoner to the next. Even the supermax prisons on the surface had developed signs, signals, and ways to communicate. Despite the precautions in the hive to keep the prisoners isolated when they were not working, Kettinger and the guards knew that true isolation could drive a man insane. They had long ago broken the codes and could understand what they were saying to each other easily. As soon as they crossed over the threshold into the prisoner area, the tension ratcheted up another notch. Kettinger sensed that even his guards were more tense. Kettinger looked behind and saw that the doctor was looking down at the monitors that were relaying King's vital signs. The female nurse to the doctor's left stared ahead of herself impassively. The orderlies also looked like they were actually quite bored with this whole scenario. From what Kettinger had been told, the events leading up to this had been uneventful. It was a long trip from the prison that had been holding King to the hive. These soldiers and orderlies and doctors were all tired. Kettinger kept his face stoic, but inside he was frowning and worried. The doctor, the nurse, the orderlies were not made for this kind of thing. They would be tired, and when you were this tired, mistakes could be made. Why hadn't he thought about that before? He could have insisted that those from the surface head to the administration building and rest rather than make this journey. Kettinger had medical staff of his own who could have been monitoring the vitals. Hell, he had a fully functioning hospital in the hive. Kettinger gave Reg a signal to indicate that things needed to move just a little bit faster. Reg waved a finger at Kettinger, acknowledging that he had received the message. Reg then gave another hand signal to his men. "Let's see what we can do about getting this over with faster, shall we?" Kettinger said. Dix nodded and looked relieved. The doctor, however, looked surprised, but also gave his consent. The orderlies began pushing the gurney much faster. Dick seemed to have calmed down, which was good, since Kettinger wanted to concentrate on what was going on around him. They all began walking much faster, at a decent clip, and were suddenly descending the long spiral much faster. The cell doors along the left side drifted past much faster. The eyes on the other side of those doors bore through the metal and glass, and Kettinger felt like they were boring right into the back of his neck. Kettinger had made it a point to greet and speak to every single prisoner inside the hive. All of them arrived nervous or outright terrified, which was fully understandable. Kettinger reassured them, told them that they would be taken care of, and then gave them a kind of brief orientation. While most of them were still terrified when they got to their cells, there had been very few incidents of prisoners reacting badly once they were processed. Kettinger tried to keep a good relationship with the people incarcerated here. They had to live together, perhaps for the rest of their lives, and there was no good way to get help. Kettinger felt that he had earned a bit of respect among the inmates here. He was fair, meted out punishment carefully, and was not considered a tyrant. If he had to enact something like this lockdown, he conveyed his reasons for it before doing it. And yet, when the man himself was here, when Dalton King was being pushed past your cell just a few feet beyond thick, reinforced glass, it was hard not to be tense. Kettinger had been in prisons before, and there was always a tension, like electricity in the air just before a thunderstorm broke, in the air before a riot, fight, or some kind of prison break attempt happened. You learn to sense it, feel it, and react to it. Kettinger could tell that Reg was feeling that right now as well. The minutes once again were stretching into hours. Normally, Kettinger enjoyed walking the hallways in the hive. He got a chance to chat with prisoners, see how things were developing, and how the hive itself was changing and adapting to life in general. He felt pride in the effectiveness of the prison. Now, he just wanted this to be over. "Is he still out cold?" Kettinger asked the doctor. "Yes," Lewiston replied. "He's out cold. Vital signs are good." Kettinger did not react to that. He sighed, breathing deep, trying to calm himself. He looked over at Dix, and the man was starting to sweat with each level they went down further. It took only about 10 minutes for them to make it halfway down. It felt like hours. That feeling of being watched was worse.
"Hey, King, get up!"
Kettinger jumped. It had come from one of the cells. It was followed by a flurry of pounding fists on the cell door. The beat of that pounding was taken up by the other prisoners on the level. Soon, it sounded like a number of tribal drums all pounding at once. More shouting, more pleas for King to awaken, were taken up. These were then matched by other shouts from other levels, from prisoners telling the ones who started it to shut up. Kettinger did not hesitate. He reached down to his belt and grabbed his communicator. "Bring down level 5. Seconds later, there was the sound of a soft hissing that managed to drown out the shouting. This was followed by more yelling, and then the sound of coughing. Moments later, all was quiet. "That was efficient," Dick said, wiping more sweat from his eyes. "I wish we had that at my prison." "When you're this far underground, you have to restore order fast," Kettinger said. "You can't call in the National Guard or anything. I can also administer medication to them remotely, if need be. This was just the fastest way." Dick smiled. Kettinger was beginning to dislike this man. Finally, after what seemed like a trek to match the Israelites wandering in the desert, they reached the bottom level. They were now far, far, far below the surface of the earth. Kettinger looked up and saw the hive stretching far above him. The only thing deeper than this were the mines. They reached King's cell. It was just like all of the others, but there was reinforcement to the glass. The cell had extra nozzles to spray the gas and more monitors hidden throughout the walls and ceiling to monitor his every move. The bed was made out of stone, attached to the wall and covered with a foam mattress. Everything else was bolted or welded down to prevent him from removing anything and turning it into a weapon. The entire column stopped moving. Kettinger could hear the breathing of all of the men and soldiers. Kettinger turned and faced the gurney, looking down again at the body of Dalton King. The man appeared to still be sleeping contentedly. "Are we ready?" Kettinger asked. Reg gave a nod. "Let's do it," Kettinger said. Reg and 4 of his hand-picked men stepped forward. One of the biggest, Kettinger was having trouble remembering his name right now, Stephen? Lord, he was so nervous. Stepped up and lifted Dalton King off the gurney like he was a rag doll. The other men took up positions around him, and then all of them moved steadily and slowly into the cell. Dr. Lewiston trailed after, along with his 2 nurses, making sure that the wires from the monitor and the sedative feed did not get tangled. The group managed to finagle their way into the cell. The burly man holding King settled the man on the foam mattress. Then he stepped away. Dr. Lewiston then stepped forward and checked the various vital signs on the terrorist, and then removed the tube feeding the sedative, and then all of the monitors. He stepped away from King and handed the tubes and other equipment to one of his nurses. Lewiston stepped up and leaned against the wall on the far side of the cell from King, his hands in his pockets, fidgeting. Reg stepped up next. He had keys and began removing the shackles, the straitjacket, and then the metal mask over the man's face. Now, Dalton King's face was visible to Kettinger for the first time. He looked normal. There was nothing evil in the man's countenance. There was nothing in the way the nose was shaped or the way the eyes looked that indicated to Kettinger that this was a man who had killed or ordered killed millions of people. His face was slack while sleeping, his cheeks white, his eyes shut tight. He looked like a kid, someone you could live next door to and say hello to every morning on your way to work and not think twice about it. Kettinger supposed it was this that made him so dangerous. You never thought about him, and he used that to his advantage to sneak into places and plant explosives, or get away from scenes where hundreds lay dead without anyone noticing. If any witness had actually seen him, he would have been hard to describe since he looked like everyone else. All that remained now was the electricity belt. That would stay on for a while until everyone was sure that Dalton King did not want to start trouble and fully understood the situation he was in. Reg stepped back and then out of the cell, holding all of the various instruments of imprisonment that had restrained Dalton King. He handed them off to one of his men. There were 3 guards inside the cell, plus Dr. Lewiston and his 2 nurses. The large man, Don, Kettinger thought. That man's name is Don something, who had carried King into the cell, leaned down to check something on King's body. The other 2 were looking back at Reg for the signal to get out of the cell. Kettinger turned to face Dix. A smile was spreading across the man's face. All of the tension and all of the worry, and it had been a non-event. A couple of prisoners got a little rowdy, but had been taken care of fast. Kettinger was about to open his mouth to speak to Dix and tell the man that all was well, when something out of the corner of his right eye caught his attention. Kettinger turned his head, but already felt like he was moving in slow motion. To his surprise, it was Lewiston that was moving. Kettinger was baffled by this, and then thought maybe King was having a heart attack or something. But no, Lewiston was removing his hand from his coat pocket. It took Kettinger just a moment to realize that Dr. Lewiston held a syringe. In an instant, the needle was plunged into the large guard's neck. "What the fuck?" Dix said. The big man reacted fast, swinging his arm around and catching Dr. Lewiston in the chest, sending him flying across the cell to collide with the wall he had previously been leaning against. Then the big man held his hand up to his neck and removed the syringe. He held it for a moment, looked up at Kettinger, and then fell face first on the floor. That was when Dalton King sat up on his bed. His eyes were open wide, the dark pupils also wide, giving him an odd look like he had doll's eyes. He also had a smirk on his face. Then he was up, on his feet, faster than the eye could follow. The other 2 guards reacted, and they reacted fast, bringing up their guns, but Dalton King was faster. He held a small blade, so tiny, just a minuscule flash in the dim light, and he sliced across the throat of the first guard. Arterial blood arced across the cell, spattering against the wall. The guard gurgled and spun on his heel, clutching at his throat. He immediately got in the way of the other guard. "Hit the button!" Reg screamed into Kettinger's ear. Kettinger was baffled for a moment, stunned, unable to move. Then he realized he had the electricity belt remote in his hand. He hit the button, and the sound of electricity filled the air. King let out a scream and fell to his knees in the cell. His lips were pulled back from his teeth, and his hair stood on end. Despite this, he did not fall unconscious, and his eyes remained frustratingly aware. The sound of electricity continued on as Kettinger held the button. King finally relaxed, slumping to the floor. Kettinger released the button. King leaped to his feet immediately. Reg ran into the cell and took the man at the chest, hoisting him into the air like he was nothing and tossing him into the corner of the cell. King collided with the stone wall, the air rushing out of his lungs in a rush, and then collapsed onto the bed. Reg stepped forward and clubbed King across the head with his gun, and King fell sideways at the head of the bed. Dr. Lewiston was now on his feet. Blood ran from his nose, and in his hand was a scalpel. He swung his arm and stabbed the nurse nearest to him. The blade sank into her chest, and blood flowed down her white uniform. With a soft sucking sound, Lewiston removed the blade and swung at the other guard, slicing open the man's arm. "All hail Dalton King!" Lewiston screamed. Reg turned in one fluid motion, reaching out with the hand that held the gun, and sent a single shot into Dr. Lewiston's head. The man's head vanished in a red spray, and bone, brains, and everything else splattered against the wall behind him. Dalton King rocketed off the bed and took Reg in the back, right at kidney level. King's head was bloody, and it ran in rivers down his face, but his eyes still held that wild look, still looked far too alert for a man who was supposed to be drugged, thrown around his cell, and who had taken a blow to the head. Reg and King tumbled to the ground. Reg's gun went clattering across the cell floor. King rained down a flurry of blows to the back of Reg's head. Kettinger finally moved and ran into the cell. King looked up and smiled, dodging out of the way of Kettinger's attempt to grab him. The man rolled across the floor and then grabbed the gun that Reg had been holding. In one motion, he raised it and fired twice into Dix. Dix hadn't moved an instant since this had all started. 2 fountains of blood erupted from Dix's chest, and the man's eyes went wide. Then he fell straight down. King whirled, aiming the gun at Kettinger. Kettinger froze, feeling that his life was over in a matter of seconds. He opened his mouth to say something, but his mouth was dry, and he couldn't find the words. King smiled. Then 2 more guards descended from outside the cell. One of them had a taser and blasted both of the darts into King's chest. The other one had a baton out and clubbed the terrorist on the back of the head. Then the taser went off, sending out large clicks and filling the air with the smell of ozone. King collapsed to the floor, letting out strangled cries as the voltage clamped his jaws shut. He spasmed over and over again on the floor, his back arching, and then he curled into a fetal position, just to jackknife back into an arch-backed position. When the taser finally went off, smoke rose from King's shirt. 2 more guards came into the cell. The 4 guards now in the cell grabbed King and got him onto the bed. They then strapped his straitjacket back on and added shackles to his feet that clamped to metal rings set in the wall behind the bed. Hands grabbed Kettinger by the arms, and for a moment he tried to fight. Then he realized it was Reg, and he let the man haul him to his feet. "That was brave, boss," Reg said into his ear. "It was also pretty stupid. You could have got yourself killed." "I know," Kettinger replied. "I'm not too bright." Kettinger pushed past Reg and walked over to the bed. To his surprise, King was awake and smiling at Kettinger. Blood ran across the man's face, soaked his pillow from the blow to the back of the head. "There's nowhere for you to go," Kettinger said. "You're hundreds of feet underground, and there are hundreds of armed men in that hallway. What did you think you were going to accomplish?" King's smile got wider, blood running over his teeth and gums. "Gotta put on a show, mate. What would the world say if they knew I came into the cell like a lamb? I'd take as many of you with me as what I do. All part of the show." King laughed. If this had been any other place but where they were, and had they been under any circumstances than what they were, his laugh might have been pleasant. Again, like so much else of this man, his laugh was normal. "No one's ever going to hear about this," Kettinger said. "The show is over." King's smile faded. A look of comprehension crossed his face. "You can't," he said. "You have to. Down here, I make the rules, King," Kettinger said. "Nothing gets out of here without me saying what the real story is. Nothing happened here today except for an orderly transfer of a prisoner." Kettinger smiled, and then he leaned forward and punched King in the nose, sending a fountain of blood across the man's face and shirt. King sputtered and spat blood. Then he began straining against his restraints. "You can't do that!" he screamed. "People have to know! They have to know!" Kettinger turned and left the cell. More guards entered after him to remove the bodies. Kettinger did not look at his men as he walked past. The investigation happened fast. The soldiers and remaining medical personnel were shown out of the hive as fast as possible. Kettinger soon had a report out to the press that everything had gone as planned. He told the real story to the top brass at Gemini, and they agreed to go along with the officially published story. Dix's funeral would be covered by Gemini, as would the funeral of the guard killed in the hive. Of course, it was all back to Lewiston. He was one of King's disciples. How he had managed to get himself onto this medical team for the transfer was not known and may have never been discovered. It might have just been blind luck. Lewiston had been treating King before the transfer, giving him a medical examination and medication for King's reported headaches, and maybe King had just converted him then. King had not been under heavy sedation. He had been out, but pretending most of the time. Exactly what the point was, of course, was really not something that could be understood. King sowed terror everywhere he went, and to prove that the most secure prison in the world was not as secure as people thought might have been his goal. Getting the other prisoners riled up to riot might have been another goal. The full scope of his situation might have been unknown even to King. 4 wounded, 1 nurse dead, Dick's dead, a guard dead. It was not a good day, but it could have been worse. Had King gotten out of that cell with his gun, who knew how many more he might have been able to take out? Kettinger had funerals to plan, but one thing was for sure. King was to remain locked down for the foreseeable future. He would remain chained to the wall, in his straitjacket, until Kettinger determined that he was no longer a threat. He would not be allowed out of his cell and allowed no contact with anyone. Food would be passed through the food slot, but no guard was to talk to him. 1 guard was to be stationed outside the cell door, and there would be 1 guard to watch him electronically 24 hours a day. If he did anything that looked suspicious, the guards had authority to fill the cell with gas. It was the first fatality since the prison had opened. Kettinger gave a eulogy to the grieving family and the guards. All of the guards were dressed in their best. Kettinger got choked up halfway through. They were all so close down here beneath the surface. This was family. The body was cremated, the ashes given to the family to do with as they wanted. Burials were limited to a very small section outside of Hive City, but only of ashes. There just wasn't room to bury coffins and whole bodies. It took weeks, then months, but things eventually got back to normal. King became something that was forgotten, lost in his cell, far below. 5 years later. Tristan Bell awoke and stretched. It was early, or so the clock told him, but it was almost time for his shift. He looked around his pristine cell and then stretched again before getting up and splashing water on his face, then running it through his hair. He stared at himself in the metal mirror bolted to the wall above the stone sink, which was carved right out of the wall itself. He was 35, but he looked at least 50 to his own eyes. On the surface, he had a full head of blonde hair that the women had just loved. Now, he could see so much gray throughout, and much of it was gone. The receding hairline was as good as notches in the wall to determine how long he had been here. He was one of the first to be moved here, one of the first to start work in the mines. The things he had done still made him shudder. He had been brash and violent and addicted to more drugs than anyone his age should have been. He had started a gang, dealt more drugs, dealt weapons, and then got into printing money, kidnapping, murder for hire. He had made money hand over fist, and then got sloppy. He trusted too much, got cocky, and was busted at the age of 19. He had been moved from one prison to the next, always creating problems inside, always looking for the next deal, the next murder, the next whatever. Then, at the age of 30, after helping orchestrate a prison riot in California, he was shipped here. Life for him had changed fast once he was underground. There was no way to organize things here. You were watched all the time. The guards were just a few hundred yards outside the wall. They were part of the community. In fact, a weird thing had happened inside the Hive. The prisoners and guards and the people who lived in Hive City had become a strange kind of community. Oh, sure, there were guys here who would have gladly gone on a killing spree in Hive City if they could, but many more of the prisoners had just adapted to their life here. There was structure, discipline, things that had always been missing elsewhere. They even got paid well here. The work down in the mines was dangerous, and they made a lot more than other prisoners in other parts of the world. And that could all be used in ways that earned them movie nights, decent food at meals, monitored computer access, mail from the outside, heavily edited, and candy. Candy was the money between prisoners here, since smoking was not allowed. Tristan had found that he rather enjoyed this life in a weird way. He had never thought working in a mine miles below the Earth's surface would be something that fulfilled him, but he had been a good worker and was now a trustee. He handled some of the drills, got to manage crews, and had men who worked under him. And the thing was, they really worked for him. They did not commit murder for him, or rape, or any of the myriad of crimes he had ordered and orchestrated on the surface. Still, the work was hard, and despite the vitamins that they got and the time spent beneath UV lights, the lack of sunlight took its toll. He ran his hand through his thinning hair again. Today, they were heading into a new part of the mine. Tristan was in charge of taking 10 men into a new vein, piling up the rocks to be crushed and broken down into whatever bits of value that the men who ran the machines found in the pebbles and gravel. He would be manning one of the jackhammers, all of them would be, digging through brand new rock and carving out a new tunnel. Tristan took off his clothes, used the sink to give himself a bit of a sponge bath, then got dressed in the gray uniforms they all wore when they headed to the mines. Then he waited. Half an hour later, the slot at the bottom of the door opened and a tray slid in. It promptly slammed shut and Tristan grabbed his breakfast. It was delicious. Again, one of the benefits of having a self-sustaining community was that you got fresh food down here instead of the powdered and processed shit you got on the surface. Fresh eggs, scrambled, with real bacon and sausage. Today they also had 2 biscuits and a small scoop of potatoes. It was topped off with the best coffee you could find in a prison. Tristan ate hungrily. He knew that he would need the energy for the day. The rest of his crew, all of them trustees, would be devouring their breakfast in their cells as well. Only people who wanted to get really hurt did not eat their breakfast. There had been a few attempts at hunger strikes here, but they did not last long. You couldn't call your lawyer and get him down here to protest when they stuck the needle in your arm to feed you that it was your right to starve yourself. When breakfast was done, Tristan rinsed off the tray in the sink and placed the tray near the door. 5 minutes later, the cell door became transparent. He waved at the guard standing there. He knew this man well. His name was Bill. Bill did not wave back, but his face creased in a slight smile. Then the door opened, and Tristan stepped out. "Arms out," the guard said. Tristan turned and held his arms out. Bill's hands wandered and felt and poked all of the places that Tristan might have used to hide a weapon. "Okay. How are you today, Tristan?" "Not bad, Bill. Had a good night's sleep, and it's a big day down in the tunnels," Tristan replied. "I heard. New tunnel. The last one you managed turned quite a profit, so we're all just a little bit intrigued to see what you find." "I have the nose, apparently." It was funny to hear guards actually showing a vested interest in what the prisoners were doing as their job. Most other prisons made license plates and other things, and the guards could care less. Down here, of course, it was different. Down here, the mines supplied profits to the prison, and if the prisoners and miners did well, they all made more money. There was always talk between the guards and the trustees about how the mine was doing and how things were going. "Okay, let's head on down," Bill said. Tristan started his morning walk. Soon he was joined by others as they emerged from their cells. Guards joined the column as they went down the spiraling hallway. On their left, the night shift was returning, also under heavy guard. No one spoke. There would be time for exchanging messages and words later. The columns of workers made their way down, 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 past the cells, and then hooked a right and went down a long corridor. The corridor had rock walls, ceiling, and floor, worn smooth. Water trickled down the stone in a few places, but lights hung from the ceilings and made the way bright. They emerged minutes later inside a larger, hollowed-out room filled with lockers, benches, and clothing. Tristan and the rest immediately went to lockers with their names on them. Tristan pressed his thumb into the lock and the door snapped open. He removed his gray uniform and put on the pressurized suit that reminded him of a spacesuit. He slid on the pants, the boots, the blouse, and sleeves. Then he removed the plastic helmet and affixed that. He twisted the helmet into place and did a quick check to make sure it was all secure. They had all gotten used to the pressure difference being this far underground. However, they were going even further below ground in the mines, plus there were gases, dust, and other particles down there that were not good to inhale. At times, the air was filled with tiny bits of rock and some that resembled glass. A person could tear up their lungs, their esophagus, the lining of the nose. The suits helped them keep working, stay pressurized to the pressure in the hive, and keep them from dying young from lung diseases. Tristan turned a valve and oxygen flowed. They did not carry a separate oxygen tank. Instead, the entire suit was lined with heavy-duty filters that removed the harmful elements from the air while also maintaining the pressure. Tristan had no idea how it all worked, but he knew he could breathe even when the air turned foul. In the time that the mine had been active, there had only been 3 accidents. Only one of those had turned out to be fatal. None of the men suffered from mine-related health problems. Although the job was still dangerous, steps had been taken to make it as safe as possible. Tristan helped some of the rest of his crew get their suits on. Then he gathered up the rest of the trustees that were about to head into the new section of the mine. When all 9 were there, he switched on his microphone.
"Okay, everyone here knows the drill,"
he said, ignoring the pun.
"If anything goes wrong, just head back here. If you smell anything weird, see anything odd, or something doesn't look right, don't hesitate. Just send out an alert. Everyone set?"
They had all heard these speeches before, so they all nodded. The 9 of them turned and headed for the cars that would take them into the mine. Once they arrived there, the civilian mine workers were waiting, wearing similar suits. The civilians still really controlled most of the mines. Most of the prisoners were guys who had spent their lives committing crimes, while the civilian miners had spent their lives mining. They were there to watch over everything and make sure it was all safe. Although Tristan and his crew would be off on their own, opening up a new section of the mine, they would be overseen by Ted Hallister, the civilian miner who had been mining since he was 13 and had it in his family for generations. Ted was waiting for them at the car. Tristan held up his hand. Ted returned the gesture. Then all of them got into the car. Ted pushed a button at the front and the car took off, heading for a very low-hanging opening carved into the rock. All of them ducked instinctively as they went through, and the sensation of being entombed followed. The path for the car was very narrow, just big enough for them to move forward and then back up. Tristan closed his eyes and envisioned the day. He did this most mornings when they traveled this part of the tunnel. He knew others who sang to themselves, others who played mental games, and still others who just sat nervously and clutched the seat in front of them. It was definitely nerve-wracking. They emerged 15 minutes later. The equipment waited for them. Most of the group headed for their designated areas, parts of the mine that they had been excavating for weeks now. Some of them headed for conveyor belts and other machines that broke down the rock, separated the good from the bad, and sent the good down further to be processed. There were more prisoners at other locations to load the good stuff into chutes that were transported to the surface, where they were then sent to various locations. The natural gas and other elements were also extracted and contained and sent to the surface using tubes. All of which shot the stuff to the surface at such a speed that if a human being attempted to hitch a ride, the pressure difference would likely kill them. Tristan and his crew headed off to the left. In front of them was an intimidating-looking wall of solid rock. Tristan conferred with the men over the microphone again, including Ted. They all agreed on a plan of action, and then Tristan lifted his jackhammer. He pressed the pointed end at the rock and waited for Ted to give the signal. The rest of his crew did the same. Ted gave the signal. They started digging. Mike Hettinger lay down in his bed and pulled the covers up. There had been a problem at the administrative building with the internal computer system keeping track of the prisoners' hours and pay. It was the kind of thing that, if word had gotten around to the general population, might have led to resentment, which could have led to problems in the mine and among the crews. So Kettinger had supervised the recovery process, and it had taken all night. Kettinger came in bone-tired, stripped off his clothing as he walked, and collapsed into bed. It was cold inside his house, and he pulled the covers up to his chin, turned on to his right side, and closed his eyes. His second-in-command, Quentin Slade, or Q as he was known, was more than capable of handling the morning routine. Q had come on board just 3 years ago when it had become obvious to everyone that a second-in-command was needed. He had been part of the ranks of guards, recommended personally by Reg, and had been a lifesaver. Up until that point, Kettinger had put in weeks where he had worked for days straight without sleep. It was easy to do when you were down here, far from the sun. Kettinger's health had suffered as a result, however, and there was a point where the Gemini folks were ready to haul him back to the surface. 5 years since the day Dalton King arrived. Kettinger smiled to himself just thinking about that. That day seemed so clear, yet like 1,000 years ago at the same time. So much had happened to the Hive City, and the people inside the prison in that time. What had not happened, however, was that Dalton King had gained new converts or caused any more problems. In fact, King had almost become a kind of friend to Kettinger. It had taken 2 years, but Kettinger had finally struck up a conversation with the most feared man in the world one afternoon. Soon they were playing chess matches in front of King's cell door. Now it was almost a daily occurrence. King had surprisingly settled into his life. He was never going to spend much time out of that cell and would never work in the mines, but he also seemed sort of relieved. Kettinger had tried to get him to talk about his life once before he had arrived at the Hive. King had simply smiled, moved his chess piece, and sighed. "Trying to change the world can be exhausting, Michael," he said in his British accent. "Completely exhausting." King was almost a monk. He had been allowed books and spent most of his time reading. Just a year ago, Hive City had created its first community radio station, pumped into the homes via a direct link rather than over-the-air transmission, and King now loved listening to the classical music program in the evenings. Hive City had grown, and more than ever, was a world entirely unto itself. A very strange world, and so artificial in some important ways, but still livable. Few of the men actually went back to the surface. Those who had left had been the ones never truly suited to this life, and once they had been weeded out, the ones that took to this rather strange way of living had stayed behind and turned Hive City and the Hive into a thriving place. They had had no riots in the 5 years they had been open. There had been only one prisoner-on-prisoner murder the entire time. There was little drug problem or alcohol problem. In fact, because the Hive was so self-sustained, most of the prisoners enjoyed partaking in the fruits and vegetables grown down here. They all earned money with the work that they did, and so many of the hardened criminals had become proud of the work they did. Kettinger was proud too. The world knew about the Hive, but the world rarely tried to intrude upon the lives lived down here. Above them, nations went to war, people died, natural disasters happened, but down here, they were safe from all of that. Of course, you had to adapt being this far away from the sun. The entire population was pale, and their senses had adapted to the lower light levels. It was even more evident in the children that had been born down here and were seemingly evolving right before their eyes. Some kids down here could see in almost pitch blackness and had hearing that rivaled the animal kingdom. They had thriving schools. Their hospital was as well equipped as any on the surface and had performed surgeries from the simple to the elaborate. The doctors had even used the various gardens to create new medicines, and there was talk of allowing people seeking treatment for some medical conditions to visit the Hive for that treatment. You adapted. You took your vitamins. You spent time beneath the artificial sun lamps. Despite all of the good things, it was still a prison. It was easy to want to let your guard down, but you never could. Most of the prisoners fell in line, even Dalton King, but there were still troublemakers. You had to keep your wits about you. That was where Reg came into play. The man demanded discipline and was named the official head of security 6 months after Dalton King's episode in the cell. He made sure that this place was secure, and he was more fanatical about it than Mike. Mike's phone rang. He moaned and then picked up the phone.
"You okay, boss?"
Reg said. "Fine, but I've been up all night," Mike said. "I'll try to be in this afternoon. Q should be able to handle things this morning."
"No problem,"
Reg said.
"They're opening up the new section of the mine today."
"I know," Kettinger said. "I'll get a status update later."
"Get some sleep."
"Will do." Kettinger set the phone down and pulled the blankets up over his head. He heard the sound of children running and laughing outside the window of his home. Just past that was the sound of the golf carts running from one place to the next. Just a bit fainter was the sound of people talking, laughing, of life. This is what I helped build, he thought. This was what I helped get started. To many in Hive City, Kettinger was the de facto mayor. Technically, they had no mayor, settled things by popular vote in town meetings, but so many times the residents and people turned to him for decisions. It was not something he had anticipated, but he sort of understood it. He was the warden. The prison was the biggest thing about this town, almost the sole employer, and he was in charge of it. When you lived and worked with the guy you considered your boss, it was hard to turn that off. Kettinger had nothing on the surface. He had hardly any family, and the family that was left had no desire to see him. He had not had children or a wife or anything that he felt needed his attention in the bright sunlight. Home was in the Hive. It took him some time to relax. The tension from the previous night still soaked his bones and tensed his muscles. His thoughts turned over and over on the problem that he had worked so hard to solve, how the IT department and the accounting department had teamed up to resolve the issue. Slowly, eventually, the tension eased out of his muscles. The sounds of Hive City faded into the background. His brain settled down, and he fell asleep. At first, the sleep was fitful, and then, in an hour, he was deeply asleep. Tristan wiped the dust away from the visor of his helmet. The tunnel was coming along fine, and he was pleased. Around him, the rest of his crew was still cutting. Behind them, men came around to provide supports and make sure that the ceiling did not cave in on top of them or behind them. More men came down with carts to carry away the rock to the machines that would grind them up and then send them to the surface. From what Tristan could tell, this was a rich vein of minerals, and he was looking forward to hearing the reports from the managers about what they had dug out. Tristan moved his lips and drank from the tube that sat just beneath the window of his visor. His suit was straight out of the novel Dune. Sweat and other fluids were drained off of him by the suit and then passed through dozens of high-density filters spread throughout the suit. It was then collected in a small pouch near the small of his back and recycled as drinkable water. It saved the need for having to take bathroom breaks and kept them all hydrated. He was sweating profusely from hefting the hammer, but the suit was wicking that out of his eyes and away from him. Tristan shifted the hammer and then himself. He had been digging in a straight line for a couple of hours now, but Lewis, one of the other trustees, was drifting just a little bit close. He didn't want to collide with Lewis and damage the hammer. He found a spot that looked about right and hit the trigger. Rock blew apart into bits and crumbled to the floor of the mine. The air filled with dust until the filters could kick in, sucking the dust up to remove the particles from the air, but also to capture the bits of rock and minerals that had been reduced to particle form. Nothing got away from the miners in the hive. He continued for about another hour with no breaks. He was now in a small Tristan-sized cavern that extended about 10 feet from the main tunnel they had dug. Tristan shifted the hammer again and triggered the machine. There was a sudden vibration in his hands that caused him to stop. Odd. It was as if he had hit something metal, or something that was different from the rock itself. Tristan frowned and stared at the rock face in front of him. Nothing was different. He shook his head, figuring he might have to replace the bit at the end of the hammer soon. Then he fitted the bit into the groove he had started and triggered the hammer. The bit began digging into the rock. Then there was a strange noise that filled Tristan's ears over the sound of the hammers and through the visor and helmet. It was like a cracking sound, as if a giant egg had just been slammed against the ground. Tristan frowned again, was about to stop the hammer, when the entire rock wall in front of him collapsed forward in a rush. Tristan had been leaning into the hammer with all of his weight, as he usually did, and when the rock wall suddenly vanished, he fell forward. His hand came off the hammer trigger, and the noise vanished, but Tristan went over the hammer and ended up in darkness. Tristan coughed. He looked up through his visor. No one else had noticed what had just happened. He was relieved. Had any one of the other trustees or managers seen him going ass over ankles into an empty space, they would never have let him hear the end of it. Nothing appeared to be broken, save for his ego. Tristan did a quick check of his visor and equipment to be sure. If anything had been broken, it was a long slog back to the lock room for a replacement. Tristan stood up and turned on the light located on top of his helmet. He gasped at what he saw. It was like he had fallen into a cavern filled with already cut diamonds. White jewels lined the walls and ceiling on all sides. He had never seen anything like this. Sure, he had seen diamonds before, but the uncut kind just really looked like dirty rocks instead of the shiny things you saw in rings and earrings. He looked down and found the jackhammer and hefted it. What should he do? This was the kind of thing that should be seen instead of just reduced to powder. What if this was some new discovery? Perhaps this was some rare mineral or something even more valuable. Hell, he thought, it might even be dangerous. But the jewels set in the wall glittered in the light like nothing else he had seen before. He leaned in closer to the wall. They were faceted, clear, white, and reflected and refracted the light as it shone across them, creating tiny rainbows like little prisms. Tristan found himself smiling. What were these things? He had to go tell one of the managers. However, they sparkled so much, looked so beautiful, he just had to. Tristan reached out a gloved hand, and his fingertips barely brushed one of the bright gems that glittered like a star in the light. When the fabric touched the glistening surface, the gem itself exploded into a puff of white dust. Tristan gasped and moved backwards. Then a gem next to the one he had touched burst apart. Then another. Then in an instant, every gem he could see, floor, ceiling, and walls exploded. The entire chasm was filled with the white powder. Tristan's visor was covered. His suit was covered. Then, he tasted it. Tristan coughed. There was a moment of pure panic. The filter should have been removing the particles from the air inside his helmet. They had stopped working. The inside of Tristan's helmet filled with white particles. They ran up his nose, down his throat. Tristan coughed, then gasped, then coughed. He turned and ran blindly, colliding with the wall instead of heading out the corridor. Then he heard it. More and more of those tiny explosions. There must have been millions, perhaps billions of the tiny gems lining the rest of the empty chamber. All of them were exploding. Tristan turned and saw a wall of white particles rushing up out of the darkness, heading right for him. Tristan tried to scream, but could only cough. He was choking, couldn't catch a breath. Tristan turned and ran for the opening. Just as he was about to reach the doorway, towards the artificial lights and the rest of his crew, he tripped over the hose that fed power to his jackhammer. He fell forward, The hose detached. There was a spark. The world exploded. An alarm. Kettinger shifted in his sleep and threw his arm across his eyes. Somewhere, an alarm sounded. Who could that be? Everyone else should either be at work or asleep. It wasn't time for a shift change. No, wait. That isn't an alarm. That's a siren. Kettinger sat up in bed, his eyes wide, his hair standing up all over. He looked to his right. Of course, it was impossible to tell the time from the artificial light of Hive City. He turned to look at the clock. He had been asleep for about 3 hours. Deep in sleep and deep inside a dream when the sound had come. Kettinger felt his blood turn to ice. The alarm. What? Kettinger asked the moment he leaned over to pick it up.
Explosion,
Was the reply. Kettinger felt his guts churn at the word. I'll be right there. Kettinger flung the sheets aside and got to his feet. He was dressed seconds later and jammed a baseball cap on his head as he raced out the front door. He got into his cart and sped off towards the gate. Others were emerging from their homes, the rest of the night shifters. All of them were running for their carts, some of them just outright running, figuring they could make it faster on foot than they could the golf carts, Kettinger figured. No one spoke, and all of them had a look of fear and panic on their faces. Bad day at the office, Kettinger thought. Kettinger reached the administrative building 15 minutes later. He had been hoping to get there faster, but there had been a logjam of people at the gate, and Kettinger had to calm so many of them down while, at the same time, pulling rank to get him into the place first. The place was in chaos. People ran everywhere, all of them talking at once. Others were shouting. The alarm went on and on. God damn it! Kettinger screamed once he got inside and started making his way toward his office. Turn off that fucking alarm. We all know something's wrong. By the time he reached his office, the alarm had stopped. Jennifer was at his office door in minutes. She was calm, but there was worry hidden behind her eyes. What have we got? Kettinger asked as he entered his office. Where's Q? He's at the mine, Jennifer said. It was in the new tunnel. 10 trustees were starting the new tunnel. One of them broke through into an empty space. Something happened, and there was an explosion. What happened? What did he hit? We're not sure from what I can gather. Q went down there to see what he could find out. Casualties? Not sure yet on that either, Jennifer said, studying her handwritten notes. The emergency medical team is headed for the scene. Are there people trapped? We are assuming that there are. Kettinger rubbed his eyes and sighed. There had been one of these a few years back that had turned out pretty well. His team knew how to deal with this stuff. Still, he was worried. I'm headed down there. Jennifer looked seriously worried now. That's not protocol, Mike. You need to be here. I need to be down there. Q is down there, Jennifer replied, standing in the doorway and trying to block his exit. Let him handle this and report back. It could be dangerous. There could be more explosions. Kettinger cursed under his breath and began to pace in his office. She was right, of course. He was the man in charge, and being right down next to the place that had just exploded was stupid. He had people who knew how to handle this sort of thing, and, truth be told, he would just get in the way of things. Still, Kettinger was a man of action. He did the administrative work because it had to be done, but he hated doing it. He wanted to be out there and see what his people were doing, how his prison was doing. Kettinger walked over to the window and opened the curtain. From this vantage point, at this time, it looked almost normal. All of the emergency crews were already down in the mines. The medical crews were all down there as well. Right now, there were just prison cells, probably lined with sleepy prisoners who were awake and wondering if their friends and coworkers were dead. They were all in the same boat. Okay, Kettinger said. Get me reports as fast as you can. When they come in, I don't care if I'm on the phone with the Pope. You come in with them. Got it?" Jennifer nodded and walked back to her desk. Kettinger sat down with his remote and started turning on the monitors. Most of his monitors were from within the prison, but he had a few that showed him the mines. He turned those on first. People were running everywhere. There was no sound, but Kettinger could tell that people were shouting. Huge boulders and pieces of rock were being shoved aside, broken up, and removed. He could see no bodies, nothing that showed that anyone was hurt, but he could see that there had been at least a partial cave-in. That meant that there were likely people trapped behind that wall of rock. "Damn it," Kettinger murmured and tried to will his phone to ring. "Come on, Q." It was a risk, of course. Everyone knew that cave-ins were part of the game when you started mining. You could hit pockets of gas and other nasty things, and the slightest spark could turn the air into fire. Still, the Hive had such a stellar safety record, and they had tried too hard to make those things less of a risk. It had worked so well. Just from the look of the collapsed rock, Kettinger could tell that this one was much worse than the cave-in a few years ago. He expected fatalities. "Yes?"
"It's pretty bad, boss,"
Q said from the other end. Kettinger could hear noise in the background, like people yelling and the sound of drills and jackhammers.
"We still don't know what they hit, but at least 12 people are trapped behind that wall. Almost all of the trustees on the day shift were working on the new section, and all of them are stuck. We think it was Tristan who hit the empty pocket, but we have no idea what he hit or what happened."
Tristan, damn it. Kettinger thought. He was one of the best, and despite being a criminal and a murderer in his surface life, a good guy in the Hive world. Any other injuries?
"There are about 20 others who managed to get out before things collapsed,"
Q reported.
"They're all in the hospital area right now with burns and other injuries. It looks like we got lucky there, though, as the medical team thinks that all of them will recover. However, some of them are bad enough that they'll have to spend time in the prison hospital."
It was good news. Not great, but when things like this happened, it was the best he could hope for. "Okay, Q," Kettinger said. "Keep me updated every 15 minutes if you can."
"I'll do my best."
The phone went dead. Kettinger spent the rest of the day sitting at his desk and answering the phone. Q did his best to call him back every 15 minutes. It just about drove him crazy. He wanted, more than anything, to run down the hall and down the spiraling walkway to the mines. He wanted to stand with his people and pull the rocks away. Instead, he settled for the reports.
"We're almost through,"
Q said at last. The man sounded exhausted. Kettinger was already planning on giving him 2 days off after this.
"We should be able to see who's alive and who isn't in just a few minutes. We've got more than 20 injured, though, and in the hospital."
Kettinger acknowledged the report and then dialed up the hospital. Dr. Bellinger picked up the phone on the second ring. "How are they?"
"Some of them are pretty bad, Mike,"
he said, the sound of nurses and medical staff running around and barking out orders behind him.
"Some of them may not make it. They got blown to hell, and most of them have burns, and some of those are the worst. Those that survive may not be able to work in the mines again. We'll be able to handle it, but it's going to tax us to the limit."
"Thanks, Rick," Kettinger said and put down the phone. Then he cursed and was very tempted to throw the phone across the room. Instead, he forced himself to take deep breaths and sat down behind his desk and put his head in his hands. "Mike." Kettinger raised his eyes and saw Jennifer in the doorway. She had a bottle of water and a handful of aspirin in her hands. Kettinger gave a weak smile and gratefully took both. "You know that the corporation needs to know about this," she said quietly once he had taken the aspirin. "I know, but I want to give them the totals." Kettinger lied. In truth, he was afraid of making that call. He was miles below the people he was supposed to talk to, and he was admittedly afraid to speak to them. He did not want them to call him back to the surface for a meeting. The last time that had happened, just over 6 months ago, Kettinger had gotten ill. He was meant to live beneath the ground. His immunity had changed. "You're full of shit, Mike," Jennifer said, but she put a reassuring hand on Mike's. "Just call them." Kettinger said nothing, and Jennifer took the hint and walked out of the office. Kettinger sat there for another moment, watching the monitors. He could see that the rock wall that had fallen was almost gone. He could see the dark tunnel beyond, and people were reaching inside. Bodies would be coming out soon. Kettinger picked up the phone and dialed the home office. It took another 3 hours, but the bodies did come out. Finally, Kettinger felt it was time to head down. Despite Jennifer running after him and shouting the company regulations, Kettinger got his suit on and headed downstairs and out into the hive. Kettinger managed not to run, but he moved fast. He got down in minutes, then got his helmet on, and was headed for the mine moments after that. The sounds of his bosses were still ringing in his head, blaming him, arguing with him, trying to make him feel guilty about something that quite obviously was not his fault. He had saved them just the night before, and now they wanted to dump this shit on his head? He needed to get away. He arrived at the accident site and found the men who had pulled the bodies out still standing around the area on the floor where the men had been laid. All 10 of the trustees were there, not moving, covered in white dust. Their eyes were closed, and the pallor indicated that they were long gone. Strangely, they did not look burned. "Rick, what can you tell me?" Kettinger asked the doctor, who immediately looked surprised to see Mike there. "Mike, you shouldn't be—" "Spare me. I've heard enough from Jennifer," Kettinger said with a wave of his hand. "I had to get out of that fucking office. What can you tell me about these men?" "Not much, Mike." The doctor sighed. "I have no idea what killed them. I mean, yes, there was an explosion, but my initial check of the bodies doesn't indicate the blunt force trauma you'd expect. They aren't burned either, even though the men that were all around them were burned. I'm going to have to do an autopsy." Kettinger nodded to all of this, but his insides felt like they were burning. He wanted to hit something. God damn it, he wanted answers. "What about the mining operations?" "We have to shut down this tunnel, Mike," Rick replied. "We have no idea what's in there, and until I know more, this tunnel is unsafe. Any of the other tunnels can be mined, but not this one." Kettinger cursed for the umpteenth time in the last half an hour. This mine was supposed to be the one that paid off. He was not happy thinking about the report he would have to make back to the corporation. "Okay," Kettinger said at last. "We'll move over to F-Tunnel. I'm giving everyone the rest of the day and tomorrow off. God damn it, this is not a good timing for this shit." Kettinger realized he sounded like a cold-blooded asshole by putting numbers and business behind this, but he had just had his ass chewed out, and fuck anyone who wanted to call him out. He had families to call, funerals to plan, and possibly more dead people in the next few hours. This was the worst disaster in the history of the Hive, and dealing with that was more than he could handle right now. So, he reduced it to numbers. "I'll take them to the morgue and start on the autopsies tomorrow," Rick said quietly. He knew Kettinger and knew that the man was not really a numbers guy. Kettinger was hurting about the men that he had lost. "I need to see to the wounded tonight." Kettinger agreed and then headed back towards his office. He was exhausted and wanted to go back to bed. He wanted to start this day over again. Now he'd have a hospital full of wounded people, and just next door to where the men would be recovering, he would have a morgue full of dead people. A bad day at the office, he thought. A really, really bad day. The cleanup efforts took the rest of the day. Kettinger spent the rest of it on the phone going over the details with the Gemini Corporation. Now the big brass were a little more calm and understanding that accidents do happen and that there was little that Kettinger could have done to prevent things. That relieved Kettinger, but there was talk that he might have to come to the surface and to the corporate headquarters in Chicago to make a report in person. Kettinger agreed, but was hoping that maybe they would decide against it. There were a total of 35 injured people who were injured seriously enough that they required extended stays in the prison hospital. 10 men were dead. There had been at least 15 more injured, but would be sent back out into the general population, and after days of recovery, back to work. None of the civilian managers had been killed, but 2 were among the injured. No guards had been hurt in the explosion or the recovery operation. Reg reported that the rest of the prisoners were worried about their friends and coworkers in the mines, but that there were no rumblings of rioting, and everyone seemed well behaved. The loss of the trustees is bad, Kettinger reflected. These were the guys he had come to rely on the most. They were the ones who had worked the hardest, learned the most about the operation, and seemed on a path to becoming key parts of the mining operations. Now they were gone, and all of that training would have to start over. The night shift had another 10 trustees, but the day shift was now wiped out. Plus, Kettinger thought, he knew those guys and had spoken to them. He was far from calling them friends, but they were about as close as he ever got to the prison population. It was late when Kettinger finally got back to his house. He could barely see by that point. His body and head ached. He lost all sense of time. He climbed up the stairs and into his bedroom, managed to get his shirt and shoes off, but then fell into his bed and was asleep in minutes. Dr. Bellinger was tired as well, but he looked out at his rows of hospital beds and sighed, then wiped a hand across his forehead. Most of the injured were now out through heavy doses of sedatives, but there were few in such pain from the burns that they just kept tossing and turning instead of dozing. It was going to be a rough ride for most of these guys. Those that were not burned had broken limbs and massive internal injuries. Of the 35 people now in his care, he felt fairly certain that at least 6 more would die in his care. That was a tough pill to swallow, but when he worked underground like this, you had to learn to accept certain realities. There was no help to get here fast, and that meant Rick Bellinger was on his own. He was good, but he was far from a god and could only do so much. Bellinger made another pass through the room where 15 of the men lay. There were more in another large room right next door. Then 5 of the worst were in a separate room next to that. They had hundreds of rooms in this part of the hospital, and then there was the civilian hospital in Hive City, which had enough rooms to provide beds for the entire town if need be. The medical facilities here were unlike anything Dr. Bellinger had worked with at any other prison, and he had worked at 4 before coming down here. He had been given carte blanche to order whatever equipment he felt was necessary to have a fully staffed and equipped hospital down here, and they had all been granted. Amazing. And yet, when things like this happened, it reminded him of how helpless he really was. There was just only so much you could do, he reflected. Nature had to take its course. They had numerous individual rooms in both the prison and civilian hospital. Rick figured he would head down to one of those and catch some sleep before starting on the autopsies in the morning. Wait, was it morning already? Bellinger looked at his watch. Yes, it was just after 5 a.m. Bellinger left the room with the men. He stopped to talk to some of the nurses, telling them that they should get some sleep as well. They all nodded and said that they would. Then he moved down and checked on the other 2 rooms. More men, more of them sleeping or in pain. Dr. Bellinger walked out of the final room with the most injured and headed to his left. He had in mind one particular room. This one was closest to the morgue and was rarely used out of superstition about being close to the dead. He figured that closeness would allow him to get some sleep and then get to the autopsies first thing. He walked slowly down the hall, stretching his neck and then his arms. Already he could feel sleep overtaking him. He would be in a deep sleep soon and was looking forward to it. He hoped he would not remember his dreams. Dr. Bellinger found the room, pushed through the door, and began stripping off the scrubs he was wearing. He turned on the light in the room and went into the bathroom to splash water on his face and wipe some of the dust off of his skin and hair. He turned on the water and then cupped it in his hands and splashed it across his cheeks. Dr. Bellinger froze. What the hell? Something had fallen, that was certain, but he was sure that his keen ears were now playing tricks on him. It sounded like something had fallen over in the morgue. Had one of the nurses gone in there? If so, why? There was no reason for them to be in there, and he didn't want anyone messing with the bodies before he did his examination in the morning. Damn it, he whispered. Dr. Bellinger stepped back out into the room and listened. He heard nothing else save for the distant beeping of the machines that were tracking the vital signs of the men under his care. He couldn't hear any footsteps inside the morgue, nor in the hallway leading away from the morgue. He looked longingly at the bed to his right. So inviting. Sleep was so close. It might have been nothing. He was exhausted, and maybe he just imagined the noise. But no. He had always trusted his hearing. Hell, he had been tested and shown to have excellent hearing. Something had fallen in the morgue. As the head of the hospital, the buck stopped with him, and he should check that out. Groaning at the injustice of it all, Dr. Bellinger picked up his shirt and put it back on and stepped back out into the hallway. He looked to his left and saw that some of the hall lights had been turned out. He couldn't see any nurses, although he knew at least a few of them would still be around. The hospital was now on a skeletal staff while people got sleep. Dr. Bellinger turned to the right and pushed open the 2 swinging doors that led into the morgue. He was immediately assaulted by the smell of death. That sickly sweet smell that came from freshly dead bodies was everywhere. The men were already crossing over from resembling human beings to being plain old corpses. Behind that smell were the smells of the chemicals that were used in embalming, since that was eventually what would be done here once the autopsies were over. Then the bodies would either be wrapped up and sent back to the surface, or cremated and taken care of down here. Dr. Bellinger walked in, looking around, trying to see if he could figure out what had caused the noise. It didn't take long, and it didn't take much detective work. Next to the one trustee, Tristan. Bellinger thought. I think his name was Tristan. A good guy. A tray full of autopsy tools had clattered to the floor. The autopsy tools looked nasty in the dim light, super sharp and shining from the overheads. Hello? Bellinger called. He got no response. There weren't many places for a person to hide in here anyway, but there were some closets and a few nooks and crannies. He thought maybe a nurse had come in here for some reason and knocked down the tray. Then maybe gone around the corner into the small utility closet for something to clean things up. Of course, as he studied the mess, there were just tools on the floor and nothing wet. Anyone in here? Nothing but silence. Dr. Bellinger frowned and then walked over to the table where Tristan lay, face up, eyes fixed and staring at the ceiling. He leaned down and righted the metal tray table and then went back down to start picking up the tools. He didn't bother putting them back in the right order in which he would use them in the morning. He just put them back on the tray in a pile. He was setting down the tool he used to slice open the chest cavity when he heard a very soft sound to his right. He jumped. It had sounded like Tristan had shifted on the table, the fabric of the suit he still wore making noise. Dr. Bellinger looked at Tristan. The man lay the way he had always laid. He laughed at himself. He was getting jumpy, and he needed sleep. He should have known better, because of course humans made noises when they were dead. The body was filled with fluids, and then filled with gases and other things that escaped until embalming had been accomplished. Dr. Bellinger leaned over Tristan's body. The dead eyes stared back at him. The lips had been pulled back from the man's teeth, another thing common among dead bodies. The guys who ran the funeral parlors and made the bodies look palatable for the humans attending the wakes and funerals did things to the mouth to prevent the pullback from happening, but nothing had been done to these bodies. Rick was about to turn back around and leave when he paused in mid-turn. What? He turned back around and looked down into Tristan's mouth. What the hell? The man's teeth. They had all formed into points. Every last one. Dr. Bellinger leaned down and then used his fingers to pry open the lips from the back teeth. It was as if Tristan had somehow grown an entirely new set of teeth, or somehow transformed his teeth into these things. Was this a joke? The doctor had studied these men when they lay down in the mines, and he was certain that Tristan had not filed his teeth down to points at some point in his life. Well, he was almost certain. Maybe. Bellinger studied the skin around the mouth. The lips were purplish, the skin was gray and definitely looked dead. The eyes had a weird whitish look to them, as if he were wearing contact lenses for some kind of costume. There were even cuts from the explosion across the man's forehead that were still open and ragged. This was a very dead man. So, if Tristan had not done that in life, had someone come in here and done it? How would that have been possible? People had been in and out of this room all afternoon, and from what Dr. Bellinger could tell, they had all been people he trusted. There was that soft sound of movement again. This time, from behind him. Dr. Bellinger turned to see what that was, and saw the trustee lying on the table behind's arm had fallen away from his side. Bellinger moved over to that table and leaned across the body. Once again, the lips had been pulled away from the teeth. The skin was gray here too. Bellinger gasped. The teeth on this one had been filed down to points as well. One row on the top and one on the bottom. It was like staring down into a shark's face. I'm too tired, Dr. Bellinger thought. I've been up too long and I am hallucinating. He had never wanted his bed as much as he did right then and there. The thought of it was an aching need, like when you were starving or in desperate need of a drink. He decided that he would just head back to that room and get some sleep. Once rested, he would take a fresh look at this weirdness. He was certain that it would look normal in the morning. He almost succeeded in completely convincing himself. When Dr. Bellinger turned back around, he froze. Tristan was sitting up on the table. Bellinger backed up, his mouth open. Saliva dripped from his bottom lip, his eyes wide. He wanted to scream, but all that came out was a soft hissing sound. Tristan's white and milky eyes stared at him from beneath his heavy brow. Bellinger backed into the table holding the body of the other trustee. A hand clamped down on his arm. Bellinger looked down and saw that the trustee behind him now held him in a vice-like grip, and this one was sitting up too. Then came other soft sounds as, one by one, the other trustees sat up on their tables. No, Bellinger managed to squeak. Tristan was trying to stand, unsteady, wobbling as he got to his feet. Then he took a step, then another. Shambling forward, arms outstretched, he looked like an old-time movie monster. Dr. Bellinger discovered that, had he not been held tightly by the body of the supposedly dead trustee, he still would not have been able to move. He was frozen to that spot. All around him were grins filled with sharp, pointed teeth. Now all of the trustees were getting to their feet. They all shambled. Tristan, meanwhile, seemed to have figured out how to walk. He moved fast, in a blink of an eye, was right in front of Dr. Bellinger. Tristan raised his hand and grabbed Dr. Bellinger around the throat. No, Bellinger repeated. Tristan grinned a toothy smile, and his head shot forward. The last thing Dr. Bellinger truly saw was a section of his own throat vanish down the ghoul's throat, and then a jet of his blood erupt from the wound and spatter across Tristan's chest. Kettinger awoke with a start, something he had been doing a lot of lately, unsure of where he was, but certain that he was suffocating. He had been having a nightmare, and the first claustrophobic nightmare he had had since coming to the Hive. He was beneath the ground, in the mines, and the walls were inexorably closing in on him, pulling at him, tearing at him, ripping him apart, and trying to absorb him into the stone walls themselves. No matter how hard he thrashed and fought, more arms emerged from the stone, like tentacles from some mythical beast, and pulled at him, the tentacles forming teeth and tearing his flesh away from his bones. Kettinger wiped sweat from his forehead and threw the covers aside. The sheets and blankets were tangled with his legs, and he had to kick at them repeatedly to get free. He was in his underwear and had no memory of undressing. The last memory he had was barely getting his shoes off before collapsing into bed. He got to his feet and shuffled over to the window. He had no idea what time it was, and there was no sun to tell him anything. But by the general lack of activity, he could tell that it was likely mid-afternoon. He was going to have to shift back to his normal sleeping patterns pretty soon, or he'd be turning into a night owl. It was easy to do that when you didn't have the sun and moon cycles to guide you. Kettinger preferred the day shift, but lately he had been burning the midnight oil. He staggered down the stairs into the kitchen, where he made some strong coffee. Then, feeling he owed it to himself, he also decided to make eggs, hash browns, and bacon. While the eggs were cooking, he picked up his phone and texted Q, feeling the need for an update. As soon as he hit send, the phone vibrated in his hand. "What time is it, Q?" he asked.
It's about 10 in the morning.
Jesus, I'm so off. I was sure it was afternoon. Where the hell is everyone?
They've been at the Hive.
Q said.
We've been doing cleanup and making arrangements for the bodies. Even the guards are down here helping us notify families.
Where's Bellinger? I wanted to get an update about the bodies first thing, and I'd like a report on the injured.
I've been busy, boss. I haven't heard from the man. Let me call down to the hospital and see what I can find out.
Kettinger sighed. I'm gonna eat breakfast and then get my ass into work. I'll be there in an hour at most.
I'll try to have a report in 15.
With that, Q was gone. Kettinger served up his breakfast and sat down at the table to spoon it into his gullet with swigs of coffee in between. He was starting to feel human again. He ran his hands over his cheeks and felt the stubble there. He needed a shave. He finished his breakfast in minutes, having been trained over the years to eat fast to get on to the next thing and be prepared for any emergencies. He was making his way back into the kitchen to get more coffee when his phone rang. Yep.
I can't get the medical wing on the phone,
Q said. They might be busy. Check out the monitors and see what's up.
That's the other thing,
Q said with a strange tone in his voice.
The cameras in the medical wing appear to have been disabled.
Kettinger was in the office 20 minutes later. His stubble was still firmly attached to his face, his razor forgotten back at home. He was trying to maintain his calm and composure, but something like this had never happened down here before. Q stood there in his office, shuffling his weight from one foot to the other. The man was shorter than Kettinger, but had sharp blue eyes and dark hair. He also had a dark complexion that had more to do with his genetic makeup than sunlight, and he was the only truly tan person in the Hive. This made him very popular among the ladies, and Kettinger always felt bad that most of the women in the place were already married. Q had a knack for making understatements in his attempt to stay calm in every scenario. He was almost unflappable. Inside, Kettinger guessed, he got as worried and nervous as anyone else, but outside he was always as cool as a cucumber. Something's wrong, Q said in his usual understated manner as soon as Kettinger sat down. No shit, Q. Kettinger fiddled with the controls on the monitors, and sure enough, he got nothing but blackness from the cameras that should have shown him the prison hospital. Kettinger had tried calling Bellinger on the way over, and gotten nothing. He also could get no response at the nurse's station. Kettinger looked at Q. Q stared back calmly. What's the protocol here? Q asked. There isn't any, because this has never happened before, Kettinger replied. I guess we need to get a team together and head down there. Jesus, I hope that something hasn't leaked out of the mines or something and seeped into the hospital. I think the hospital's too far away from the accident site, Q said. Thanks, Q, but that doesn't explain what happened here. I also guessed that a gas leak would not knock out the cameras. That leaves people tampering with shit, and if that is going on, we have something happening here that has never happened. Q and Kettinger stared at each other for what seemed like a long time. It was almost telepathic. If the cameras were down and someone had sabotaged them, then prisoners or the medical staff or someone was doing it, and that could only mean trouble. I'll get a team of guards, Q said. We'll head down there armed to the teeth and fully armored. Thanks, Kettinger said quietly. He did not want to think about what all of this meant. I want normalcy here again, Q. I want things to be quiet again. I gotcha, boss, Q said, and then left the room. Kettinger fiddled with the controls on the monitors. Nothing. Jen, he called. Get me the video from the medical labs from last night. I want to see what happened up until the point that the monitors went out. I'll have it for you in about 5 minutes, Jennifer replied. Kettinger sat down at his desk and then spun around to take in the view. It all looked quiet and normal from up here. Jennifer had it in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Kettinger called up the middle monitor and then shut down the others so that the images would take up most of the wall. Jennifer stood beside him, and Kettinger was not above feeling like he wanted to have another set of eyes look at this. They started from the beginning. Then Kettinger fast-forwarded to the point where he knew he had last spoken to Bellinger. On the screen, he could see nurses and orderlies running around. He could also see Bellinger in the middle of the room on the phone, probably talking to Kettinger. Then Bellinger hung up the phone and stopped to talk to the nurses, and then turned and headed back to a room near where Kettinger knew the morgue was. It all seemed very normal. The nurses all vanished at some point, and Kettinger gathered that Bellinger had told everyone to find a bed and get some rest. That all made sense, as this was likely to be a busy day. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Then, suddenly, Bellinger emerged from the room he had obviously chosen as his place to sleep. Kettinger shifted to another shot, this one showing the doors leading into the morgue. Now, Bellinger was facing him, heading towards the doors and then through. Was there someone in there? Kettinger asked out loud. I didn't see anyone go in, Jenny replied, her voice nearly a whisper. Do we have images from inside the morgue? Kettinger asked. Those cameras have been due for repairs for a long time now, Jennifer said. For some reason, the rather intense cold that we have in that room causes the cameras to freak out. Since we don't use the morgue much, those cameras were put on the back burner. Son of a bitch, Kettinger muttered. Now, he was just looking at the doors leading to the morgue. He was dying to know what was happening behind them. He fast-forwarded the image. Nothing happened for a very long time, the time signature and the lower right zipping up and up and up. Then that changed. At about 3 a.m, the doors suddenly moved. Kettinger slowed down the image. The doors opened a bit and then closed. Then the door swung open again, then closed. Then finally someone emerged. What the fuck? Kettinger said in a breathless rush. It was obvious from the uniform that the figure was wearing that it was one of the trustees. However, if you were to judge by the face, you would not be able to recognize the person. The face was looking right into the camera. The eyes looked white and wide and dead. The face was covered in what must have been blood, and the dead lips were pulled back, showing 2 rows of sharp, nasty teeth. Blood coated those as well, and the uniform was also covered in it down to the waist. The skin looked like it was already decaying, and whoever it was moved with a kind of shamble that seemed to get a bit more steady with each step. The figure looked up. Now, the eyes caught an overhead light, and a weird glow emerged from the pupils. The head cocked to the right, and then the left, as if analyzing this strange thing. Then, whoever it was, began to move towards the camera. Behind him, the door opened again, and another person, also covered in blood, emerged from the morgue. Then another, then another. Eventually, what appeared to be all 10 trustees were standing in the hallway, while the one that had emerged first approached the camera. As the face got closer, Kettinger realized with dawning terror in his gut that he knew who this was. It was Tristan. But he knew for certain that Tristan had died. He had seen the body. He had touched the cold skin. Tristan walked up to the camera and reached up a hand. Just an instant before the camera went to static, Kettinger saw the morgue doors open again, and another figure became visible for a fraction of a second. "What was that?" he asked. He rewound the footage. He held his finger over the pause button. When the image appeared blurry, grainy, he paused. "Is that Dr. Bellinger?" he asked. He looked to his right, and Jennifer had gone ghostly white. She looked like she might pass out. "Yes," she said in a voice so tiny that Kettinger could barely hear her, despite the fact she was only inches from his ear. "What is going on?" The guards at the Hive were not guards like anywhere else. Sure, prison guards were trained to handle everything from prison riots to unruly prisoners, but on the surface, if you had to, you could still call in the National Guard. There wasn't much chance of that happening down below the ground, so the men here went through extensive combat training. You just never knew when you might have to raise an army. Q set about raising that army, with help from Reg. "We have no idea what's going on down there," Q told the 50 men who had assembled to enter the hospital area. They were all armored and armed to the teeth. "Kettinger right now is looking over the camera footage to try and give us some idea." Just then, the earpiece Q was wearing crackled. "Yes, boss?" he said.
"Q, be very careful. Something really weird is going on down there,"
Kettinger said.
"It looks like the trustees that we thought were dead, well, they aren't. I don't know what this is, but they were definitely up, and it looks like Dr. Bellinger might be working with them. He looked a bit messed up, though, so maybe he's being forced. They might have hostages with the nursing staff and orderlies. In short, this is worst-case scenario stuff here."
Q felt a shiver that was a mixture of fear and excitement rush through him. "We might have hostages, guys," he said to the men. "It may be that the trustees we thought had died in the explosion yesterday are still alive and staging some kind of escape attempt. We don't know what the deal is, but no one can get through to anyone in the hospital wing. The cameras have all been disabled. We have to be careful about this one." The men all nodded or remained silent, but he could feel their intensity. All of them clutched rifles that fired deadly and devastating ordnance. If there was a firefight, it was going to be a bloodbath. "Chief, we're heading down. I have 50 of Reg's hand-picked men with me," Q said.
"Do this carefully. See if you can make contact with one of the trustees. See what this is about."
"Roger. Out." The men headed at a trot towards the hospital wing. Q took the lead, his own armor and helmet making him sweat. He had gone through the training too, so had Kettinger, but he was out of practice. The men around him had to train and retrain all the time and pass rigorous fitness standards just to keep their jobs. Q had spent too much time sitting at a desk. The group reached the doors in the hospital wing. Almost as soon as they got there, the smell hit them. Several of the men gagged and backed away, covering their nose and mouth. Blood. Lots of blood, mixed with human feces and other human smells that indicated people had died inside. There was also an overarching stench just beyond the copper smell of blood, of rot and decay. Q had never smelled anything quite so foul. "Okay," Q said. "Reg, you take lead. I'll come up behind. You show us in." Reg nodded and took point. Q got behind him. Reg held up his hand over his head and then waved it around in a series of motions that Q barely understood, but the men behind them all got into parallel lines on either side of the hallway. Reg leaned forward and pushed open the metal doors that led into the hospital. Q gasped when the doors swung open. The hospital was a disaster. Lights were hanging from the ceiling. Some of them sputtered and spasmed, giving off sporadic light that was dazzling in its brightness. Some of the fixtures hung from the ceiling from exposed wires and sent electrical sparks down to the floor. It was a wonder that nothing had caught fire yet. As Q scanned the scene, more things became obvious, and each of them was horrific. There were stains spread across the floors, ceiling, and walls. In the dim light, it looked black, but Q could tell that it was blood. There were also what appeared to be chunks of pink meat on the floor, across the nurse's desk, and other places. Q swallowed his own gorge when he realized the pink meat was human flesh, especially intestines. "Jesus," he whispered. Papers were everywhere. The desk and the walls had holes in them from what looked like fists. Clots of hair were evident in some of the pools of blood, and Q also saw bone and teeth. A severed arm lay not far from his right foot. People had been torn apart in here. "Should we move forward?" Reg asked. From the look on the man's face, he was afraid. Q marveled at that, as he had never seen the man show even the slightest amount of fear before that. "We need to find out what's going on," Q said through lips and a tongue that were too dry. Reg gave a short nod of his head in acknowledgement, and then gave more hand signals. They moved forward. Q nearly fell on the puddle of blood at his feet. The smells were worse here. The doors closed behind them. Now there was darkness, silence, the smells, and the infrequent light from the sputtering fixtures. It was immediately disorienting. They reached the first of the patient rooms to their right. Reg ducked in. Q followed. 2 more guards came in right after. They all checked the corners, the bathroom, and the closet. There were just 3 beds. In the beds were horrors beyond imagining. All 3 men who had been horribly burned in the explosion, were torn apart. One man, the one closest to the door, held his own intestines in his hands, but most of them fell in loops and piles on the floor. His lower jaw was gone, and one of his eyes. Q leaned closer. The wounds looked as if someone had been chewing at his face and stomach. "What the fuck?" Q muttered. He looked at Reg. Reg shrugged. They moved on. They went slowly from one room to the next. In each, they found one form of horror or another. Next door to the one with the man holding his intestines, they found pools of blood and more piles of flesh and bone, but no bodies. In the one across the hall from there, they found a head sitting on a nightstand and more red clumps that must have been organs. In the next, they found more blood, but the room empty. On and on it went. More horror, more blood, more evidence of carnage. But they found no one alive. They found no one to talk to. They found neither a wounded victim or a trustee or anyone or anything that could attempt to explain the things they were seeing. "What the hell is going on here?" Q muttered. "I wish I knew," Reg replied in a whisper. "This is easily the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen." The guards were getting nervous. Q could tell that they wanted to get out of here. Q was tempted to call Kettinger and tell him that the place was cleared out, but that people were dead, but something compelled him to move on. He had to get to the end of the hallway. There was still the morgue, and the morgue was where this had apparently started. They moved on, sweat pouring down their heads. Nervous fingers shifted on the triggers of their weapons. There was a creaking sound from a swinging ceiling light fixture filling the air with just the proper amount of creepiness to make everyone even more nervous. They reached the morgue doors. Reg gave more hand signals. 4 of them burst through. The morgue was in disarray like the outside. The tables of instruments had been overturned, and there was more blood all over the floors, wall, tables, papers, computer screens, and everything. Silence. Stillness. Q stood up from a crouched position and let out a sigh. "Okay, where the fuck did everyone go?" he asked. "What the fuck is going on around here? Did these guys go crazy?" There was a loud crash from the hallway. All of the men jumped and whirled with their guns ready. Q held his breath. More silence. Then a moan. Then a growl. "Move," Q said. They poured back out into the hall. All of them froze. The hall was full of people. Q looked from one to the next. He saw Dr. Bellinger, his face and chest filled with blood, his lips pulled away from teeth that, even in the dim light, he could tell were tipped with sharp points. Next to him was Tristan, the trustee, shuffling and moving, also covered with blood. Then a nurse, one arm missing, the front of her scrubs covered with dark blood, her head down, eyes forward. One after another. Near the door to the hospital, a large section of the ceiling had fallen down. "Are they in the ceiling?" Reg asked. "What are they?" Q asked. Just then, Tristan opened his mouth and let out a scream, arm extended, pointing at the guards. All of the others raised their heads as if on cue. "Oh shit," Q whispered. The demonic creatures charged. Kettinger sat in his office, watching the tape loop over and over and over again in horrified fascination as the trustees lumbered out of the morgue and as Tristan reached for the camera. Then he saw Dr. Bellinger in the background. The team had found other footage. In each case, the horror got worse. Jennifer had finally made up an excuse to leave, abandoning Kettinger with the horror all by himself. Other shots showed the trustees and Bellinger walking down the hall, entering the first patient's room, and staying there for a while. Then, a dark stain spread across the floor, flowing from within the room, and all of them slowly emerged once again, covered in more blood. One of the trustees carried what was obviously an arm, and he was very obviously eating it like a man devouring a chicken leg. "This can't be happening," Kettinger whispered to himself. "What the fuck is going on down there, Q?" He had heard nothing, and was wearing an earpiece so that if Q called, it could be patched to him no matter where he was in the complex. He had this idea that he should be running around doing something, but he could only sit there in his office and stare. The trustees on his screen were entering another patient room. Another several minutes with nothing, then they all re-emerged. Now one of them was carrying something that looked like meat in his hand, chomping away. Then, a few moments after that, one of the patients, covered in blood, staggered from the room to join the group shuffling down the hall. Kettinger felt he was a man who could handle any crisis. This was part of why they had chosen him for the job. He had handled riots, and he had handled hunger strikes. He had dealt with the depths of mines and cave-ins before he came to the Hive. He had run businesses and done all sorts of things before he came here. You could have 1,000 years of experience and 1,000 years of training and never be prepared for something like this. For the first time in a long time, Kettinger was afraid. "Mike, I have Q," Jenny yelled. "Put him through." In an instant, Kettinger's right ear was filled with noise. Gunfire was the first thing he recognized. Then came the sounds of men shouting, some of them screaming.
"Boss."
Q blared into his right ear. "Go, Q."
"We have no fucking idea what's going on down here. They're attacking us."
More gunfire. Something exploded or burst apart in the background. Kettinger could easily detect Reg's deep, booming voice giving commands. More rapid fire. Then something growled, and a man screamed. Who's attacking?"
"The trustees, medical staff, patients,"
Q shouted.
"they came out of the ceiling, cut us off. You gotta shut down the entire medical wing. They're all crazy. They're biting, eating us. They killed everyone in the hospital wing. Shit."
The gunfire sound was very loud, and Kettinger could picture Q down there shooting his own gun into someone or something. Then there were more screams.
"Shut it down."
"You'll be trapped," Kettinger shouted back. "I need you back here, Q."
"If they get out, they'll kill everyone and everything, boss."
Q shouted. He was blotted out by screaming and more gunfire.
"Plus, when they bite you, something happens. It's like a disease. It happens fast, too."
"What?"
"You turn into one of them."
Q said.
We've shot 5 of our own guys who got bit, boss. Shut it down.
And like that, Q was gone. Somehow, the silence was more terrifying than the gunfire. Kettinger stood up and ran to a bookshelf across from his desk. He found the right manual, the one filled with emergency procedures and codes. He found the right page, got back to his desk, and typed the codes into the computer. A moment later, a siren went off inside the hive. He could hear it in his head, just outside his office, and coming from behind the window that made up one wall of his office. All over the hive it echoed, and everyone would know that it was an emergency. Down in the hospital section, huge metal doors began to close like giant metallic lips to seal everyone and everything off from the rest of the hive. Kettinger picked up his phone receiver and punched a few numbers. A moment later, his voice emerged from speakers everywhere in both the hive and Hive City. He did his best to keep his voice calm.
This is Warden Kettinger,
he said, his own voice echoing back to his ears.
This is Emergency Protocol A-17. The medical ward has been sealed off. I need every guard, every employee to come to the Hive complex immediately. Again, this is Emergency Protocol A-17. I need all hands on deck.
He put the receiver down and ran his hands through his hair. He looked up, and Jennifer was there in the doorway. The look of sheer terror on her face broke his heart. It's going to be okay, Jen, he said. We've got them sealed off. What about Q? What about Reg? We're going to get them out, Kettinger said, standing up and heading across the room to put on his vest and grab a helmet. He also strapped 2 pistols to his body and found his rifle in the closet. I'm going to get them out. This time, Jennifer did not argue about how they needed him back in the office. Things had gone way off the rails here, Kettinger knew, and they were now making things up as they went along. Kettinger smiled at Jennifer, but the smile felt way too fake. She managed to smile back, and then Kettinger turned and walked away, heading for the large assembly room downstairs. Send me any updates that you get, he called back over his shoulder. And if Q calls back, patch him through right away. Jennifer nodded, but Kettinger was already in the elevator and gone. Q clutched his rifle tighter. Around him were the guards that remained, all of them breathing heavily and sweating. Ahead were the guards who had been bitten, and the rest of the medical staff and patients who, to a man, looked mean and very dead, but also like they were decomposing before their eyes. Q wiped his eyes. This could not be happening, he kept telling himself. This was a nightmare, and at any moment he would wake up and find himself in his bed. The monsters, or whatever they were, Q was having a hard time coming up with a name, were trying to surround them. Q and his team had moved to behind the nurses' station. It was really the only cover and only place that could be defended. They had tried to get into one of the patient rooms, only to find that the patients had been turned into monsters and had been hiding in the closet. They came out after them, and they had all spilled out into the hallway, where they found the rest of the hall blocked. There were 20 guards left. There had to have been about 70 monsters. The monsters, ghouls, zombies, demons had proven exceedingly hard to kill. What's next, Reg? Q asked. We just have to keep fighting. How are you on ammo? Q checked. Not great. Go to single shot, Reg said. The man was infuriatingly calm. Shoot for the head. Why? The 10 we've been able to bring down went down fast with headshots, Reg replied, and then he shouldered his weapon and peered down the sight. A moment later, his gun fired, and a blonde nurse's head exploded in a spray of fine red mist. Her body dropped like its strings had been cut. She collapsed to the floor and then did not move again. Well, shit, Q said, feeling a moment's hope. This may not be as lost a cause as I thought. Suddenly, the formation of the group of ghouls changed. The guards who had been bitten, they had changed so fast, moved to the front of the group. All of them wore their helmets. The helmets were all bulletproof. Shit, Reg said. The ghouls were moving better now, more steadily. They had charged at the guards at one point, moving with a blinding speed, trying to overtake them with speed and numbers. The guards had opened fire and managed to cut down several of them and then ran. It had been sheer panic, without a clear idea of a plan or what to do for several minutes. "Aim for the head," Reg repeated himself. "Let's get out of here." The rest of the guards nodded their acknowledgement and shouldered their rifles. "Fire!" The air erupted in gunfire. Q took aim at the nearest ghoul, one of the trustees, and sighted his weapon, picking the spot between his eyes. He fired. The ghoul turned his head, the bullet sailed past and caught another ghoul who had been standing behind his intended target. The bullet caught him in the shoulder. "What the fuck?" Q said, mostly to himself since the guards were still shooting. To his amazement, the ghoul he had fired at smiled at him. The twinned rows of sharpened teeth looked like a shark's mouth. Q aimed again and fired, lower, and caught the ghoul in the chest. The smile vanished, and the ghoul staggered back. Then Q fired again, this time hitting the ghoul in the head. He was down. There was a crash from behind them. Q peered out and saw that 6 more of the ghouls were down, but then he turned around and looked behind him. There were 50 more ghouls in the hallway. More of the ceiling had come down, and from within the missing parts, he could see a ventilation shaft that had been torn open, the metal ripped apart. Q gasped when he saw these ghouls. They were dressed in prisoner garb. "There's more!" Q shouted. "Behind us! They got to some of the prisoners, and they're using the ventilation system to get around." Reg whirled and took out 2 of the prisoners, but the prisoners were fresher, if you could say that about corpses, Q thought, and they immediately charged. Q opened fire, taking out one of the ghoul's kneecaps. The ghoul let out a grunt and fell to the ground, but then kept crawling. The others were running. He fired, again and again. One of them did the dodging maneuver and missed, but then he caught another with a bullet to the head. They swarmed over the nurse's station like ants released from an anthill. One of the guards who was still facing the other way was grabbed from behind. The sharp teeth of one of the prisoner ghouls bit down on the man's neck. The guard screamed and blood jetted from his neck. Then he was gone in a mass of bodies. The ghouls from the front of the nurse's station now swarmed them. Q and Reg took turns firing, turning first one way and then the other, always opposite of each other, firing, then turning, firing, and then turning. Someone grabbed at Q's arm, and he looked sideways, seeing his elbow about to disappear into the mouth of one of the infected. He pointed the barrel of his gun and fired into that mouth. The top of the ghoul's head disappeared. "We're too open," Q shouted. "We need to get into some place that we can barricade." "I know, we need one of the rooms," Red shouted, firing and firing without missing a beat. "But we need to find one without zombies in it." There was the word that Q had been avoiding. Were these zombies? Were they the undead? He had never believed such a thing was possible, but it was hard to dispute the evidence. Just then, 2 men in medical scrubs leapt onto the nurse's station wall. Their teeth bared, they jumped into the cluster of guards. Q went sprawling when Reg fell into him. Q heard screams and something like thick paper tearing as one of the guards was bitten and then dragged into the swarm. Arms and legs were all around Q's head. He scrambled on his stomach, batting away the hands that grabbed at him, just trying to get clear of it all. The smell of decay was so strong now it was overpowering. He heard growling and grunting from the zombies. Something grabbed his shirt and started to pull him up, but he twisted his body, kicking out with his left foot and connecting with a soft body, and he felt his shirt tear. He fell to the floor and was able to get to his hands and knees. He had lost his gun. Shit! Q got to his feet and whirled around. Immediately, one of the prisoners was on him, his sharp teeth gnashing the air inches in front of Q's face. The stench from the man was unbelievable. Q held up his hands and gripped the prisoner jumper the man still wore. The ghoul's fingers clawed at his arms and were trying to claw at his face. Q immediately dropped to the floor and kicked out with his feet, and the prisoner sailed over Q's head. I haven't used my judo training in ages, Q thought, slightly bemused as he got to his feet again. The prisoner was disoriented, but then distracted by something going on over at the nurse's station. Q turned his head and had to gape in awe. Reg had apparently run out of ammunition or lost his rifle as well, but he held a huge knife in his hand. He was taking the ghouls down one at a time with stabs through their chin, through their temple, and through their eye. He had his own teeth bared, sweat pouring down his face, but he kept stabbing and then throwing the bodies aside. Q was so fascinated that he was almost bitten in the neck a moment later. He let out a scream and turned his head and saw the nurse, whose name had been Dina, was right there, her eyes red-rimmed and filled with menace. Her teeth were needles. Q moved aside, sending her into the wall. Then he punched her in the face, smashing the nose. She staggered, but did not fall. He needed a weapon. He looked around and saw a metal stand normally used to hang medicine and deliver it intravenously. Q grabbed it and swung it in a wide arc. The base connected with Dina's head with a crunch. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and she fell straight down. A noise caused Q to whirl around and face the front entrance of the medical facility. It was a huge metallic scraping sound. "Someone's opening the doors!" he yelled. Reg did not acknowledge. He just kept fighting and stabbing. A moment later, the doors to the hospital opened, and to Q's surprise, Mike Kettinger was in the lead. A whole platoon of guards followed him, and the air was full of bullets. Q leaned against the wall, never more grateful that his boss was an idiot who did not follow protocol much. He watched, amazed. It was as if the entire group of zombies all stopped at once. They appeared, for a half second, to be listening to something. Then they all ran. Instead of attacking the new people, they ran back down the hall. With amazing speed and grace, they leapt into the air and vanished up into the broken air shaft. Kettinger and his men kept firing, gunning down some of the fleeing ghouls, but a good number made it into the air shaft. The silence that followed was, in its own way, as loud as the gunfire. Q sank down the wall to the floor and closed his eyes. Q! Q opened his eyes and saw Kettinger removing his helmet and running for him. "I'm okay," Q said, but his voice was weak. He cleared his throat and tried again. "I'm okay. See to Reg. Reg, were you bitten?" Reg stood at the nurse's station. All around him were bodies. He had blood all over him, but Q had no idea if it was his own blood or whatever blood was left in the ghouls he had stabbed. Reg had one hand down on the desk at the station, his head down. Several of the guards that had been with Kettinger ran to him. Just before they got there, Reg raised his head and looked at Q. His eyes were clear. He gave a thumbs up. "Get me out of here, Mike," Q said. "Get me the fuck out of here so we can talk. We are fucked." Mike gave him a curt nod and then helped him to his feet. Q looked around. There were bodies everywhere, and there had been enough blood on the floor and walls when they got here, but now the place was absolutely painted in it. From what Q could tell, it was just he and Reg who had made it. He had seen quite a few ghouls dressed as guards bolt up into the air shaft. Q looked up. They were up there, right now, crawling around with whatever purpose creatures like that might have. It was the one place they had never thought about with the Hive. It was impossible to climb up to the surface in them. The metal shafts that fed the main chambers were too thin for people to crawl through, and they'd have to crawl through miles and miles of smooth metal pipes to try to get there. But to get around inside the Hive, it was like discovering a hidden subway system. "They're in the air shafts, Mike," Q said. "We've got to find a way to seal them off." "Let's get back to the office," Mike said. "Let's get back there and we'll figure something out." Q said nothing else, but he didn't have a good feeling about it. There may be no stopping this. And what about Hive City? Q felt a sudden sinking feeling in his gut. The full impact of what this might mean hit him at once. All those families, All those people. Hundreds and hundreds of people. And if they got to the surface? Let's move fast, Q said. They stepped it up a notch. Q and Kettinger got back to his office in record time. Kettinger waved off everyone who tried to get in his way and ask questions. They got into the office, and Kettinger tried to get Q to lay down on a leather sofa, but Q immediately began pacing around the office. You need to get people into the air shafts, Mike, he said. You have to find a way to shut them down. Seal off that wing right away. Kettinger stood there and let him rave for a minute, and then placed both hands on Q's shoulders. Q, tell me what happened. So Q did. He told Kettinger about realizing that they were essentially fighting the undead. Kettinger started to protest, but Q launched into a tirade about how he knew what he had seen and that Kettinger was wasting time. Q, Kettinger shouted again. You have to slow down. I don't understand any of this. Q managed to stop pacing, and then Kettinger saw something that actually pierced him to his soul. Unshakable, unflappable Q was afraid. In fact, the man looked terrified. They killed the ones that were too badly hurt, Q said. By tearing them apart and eating them, they bit the ones that were healthier. The ones they thought they could use, Mike, and now that they've eaten and expanded their ranks, they've gotten stronger. When they bit the guards, they turned in about 30 seconds, Mike. 1 minute they were guards and men we knew, and then the next their skin was gray, and somehow their teeth were all as sharp as knives, and they were trying to kill us. Kettinger's head was swimming with questions, but there was no reason to doubt Q. The man had never uttered anything untrue as far as Kettinger knew, and besides Reg, there was no one else in the hive that Kettinger trusted more. Okay, Kettinger said. We don't have doors or ways to seal off the air vents. We have ways to shut them down in case of gas escaping from the mines or anywhere else, Q replied. That shuts off the air, but it won't prevent them from smashing through the closed-off vents. Then we have to find out where they are, get ahead of them, and get a crew up there to seal off the vents, Q said. We need to weld panels into the air shafts and seal them off. Try to get them back to the medical wing. Then we can seal that wing off until we can figure out how to kill them. He swallowed hard. If we can kill them. Kettinger strode to his desk and began typing furiously on his computer. The banks of screens changed from the CCTV to a series of green lines against a black background. The lines seemed to form corridors that spread out like a spider web across the screen. After that, the screen filled with tiny red dots. The trackers, Q whispered. I've never seen them like this before. I need to narrow it down, Kettinger said. Everyone here has one. They didn't tear out their tracking chips when they turned. Kettinger typed more, trying to focus the computer to just look for people who might be in the air shafts. The dots began to disappear until there was just a cluster. It was maybe about 50 to 75 of them clustered in a spot not far from the medical wing, but over prisoner cells. Their numbers are larger already, Q said. They've broken into more cells, turned more prisoners. They're moving in a pretty straight line, Kettinger said. We can try to get a crew ahead of them and seal off the air shaft. We need to seal off as much as we can to lead them back to the medical wing. They're still in G-Wing, Q said. We need to seal that wing off right now. What about the prisoners in there? Fuck them. They're a lost cause. We need to worry about the rest of the prison and Hive City. Mike, if these things take over here and can find a way to get to the surface, there'll be no stopping them. Whoa, Q, let's relax a little bit here. While I have no reason to doubt you, we cannot really have zombies in the hive. This has to be some kind of disease or something. Q cocked his head to the side as if Kettinger was the one who had lost his mind. You mean a disease that causes trustees like Tristan, who were very much dead, to come back to life and attack the living? That kind of disease? Kettinger had no response. Good point. Okay, I want to get prisoners out of G-Wing, though. We are not the monsters here. Get a crew together and get them back this way and into the cafeteria. Where's Reg? He was down there with me. You should have seen him down there, Mike. He was a one-man wrecking crew. I know, so I want him to lead the teams to do the welding. Kettinger said. Kettinger hit a button on the communicator on his shoulder. Reg, it's Mike. You okay?
I'm fine, boss. I want to get a little payback. Can I take a team into the air shaft after them?
Kettinger had to admire the man's determination and his ability to read minds. He told Reg what needed to be done.
Got it. I'm on it.
Kettinger looked up at Q. What are you still doing here? Go get the prisoners out. What are you going to do? Q asked as he headed for the door. I need to make sure that this place is locked down and no one gets into Hive City, Kettinger said. Q did not reply. He just vanished through the doors and was gone. Kettinger picked up his phone and dialed the number to Carl at the gate. Carl, we have got big, big problems, buddy, he said. Q ran down the hall, cursing under his breath. He could still see, in his mind's eye, the zombies as they tore apart the guards all around him back in the medical lab. Every sound made him jump. He had to get himself under control. He always maintained control. He focused, pushing the images aside, literally imagining him pushing the images out of the way of his sight and away into the archives of his brain. Okay, he said to the 10 guards who had joined him. We just need to get this entire wing cleared as fast as possible. Get the prisoners to the cafeteria. If any of them tries anything, just shoot them. Got it? The guards nodded their heads. They reached the far end and opened the cell. They saw blood and torn clothing. They also saw that the vent, set high in the ceiling, was gone. The cell was empty. Shit, Q said. This is hopeless. Keep moving. Move fast. They moved to the next cell. This time they found what looked like body parts and intestines, with blood splattered across the walls and ceiling, but nothing else. Another open air vent. The next one was also empty. When they opened the third, they all froze. The cell was packed with demons with red eyes and slobbering on themselves. One of them held the arm of the prisoner whose cell it was, clenched between its spiked teeth. The arm was not attached. Open fire, Q ordered. Aim for the heads. The cell filled with gunfire. The ghouls let out a unified scream, and one after another fell. 2 managed to get back into the air shaft. Move to the next cell, fast, Q said. The group ran to the next cell and opened the door. The prisoner inside looked terrified. There's things at the walls, he yelped. Get me the fuck out of here. Get out, Q ordered, pointing with his gun. Get out now and head to the cafeteria. Move. The prisoner leapt from the bed and bolted towards the guards. Just then, the air vent covering exploded inward. The wall itself seemed to bulge. Q watched in horror as the toothy faces of the ghouls filled the opening. Q opened fire into those faces. More hideous screeches from the beasts filled his ears. Keep going, Q yelled and waved frantically. Don't wait, just move. Get as many out as you can. Shoot anything that comes through the air vents. Q slammed the cell door shut just as more of the ghouls fell through the open air vent. He heard those screams from inside, and the door rattled in its frame. Q wiped a hand across his forehead and moved on to the next one. Let this be over soon, he muttered. Reg ran with a crew of about 30. In his ear was Kettinger, telling him where he needed to go. He huffed and puffed, his lungs working overtime in the humid air. What he knew for sure was that the monsters were moving fast. Right here, Reg said, pointing to the metal vent in the ceiling. They were at a junction, and it looked like a metallic cross set into the ceiling overhead. Get up there and weld the metal plate into that shaft. Move! His men did as told. They were up there with a ladder, through the metal, and welding the other metal sheet into place in 30 seconds. Reg broke out in a cold sweat. He could feel these creatures, whatever the hell they actually were, up there, crawling through the vents, working their way closer to them all. They had to move faster. Will it hold? He yelled. I've no idea, boss. the man holding the welding torch said. "I don't know how strong these things are." Reg had to agree that this whole plan was a wild shot in the dark. They had burst through the metal in the hospital, so there was nothing saying that the new welds would hold. The metal they were welding was the same stuff as the shaft itself, so who knew?
"Reg, you gotta move, buddy,"
Kettinger said in his ear. "We gotta go, guys," Reg ordered. They ran off, on to the next mission. Up ahead, one of the guards screamed. Q turned his head and saw the demons pouring out of one of the cells, jumping and leaping like wild animals into the group of guards. "Shoot!" he screamed. "Everyone shoot at them! Go for the heads!" Q raised his own rifle, aiming for the heads, and took 2 out. However, the stream of them kept pouring out from the cell. They knew, Q thought. He had no idea where the idea came from, but it was suddenly a certainty in his own mind. Somehow they knew that Reg and his crew were sealing off the air vents. They were pouring out of the cell in a flood. The guards fired, but they were so close, and there were so many of them, that they were hitting the ghouls in the chest, stomach, legs, anywhere but the head. Q saw one of the prisoners that they had rescued try to join the fight, but he was quickly enveloped by arms and hands and pulled into the mass of creatures. A piercing scream filled the air that quickly turned into a sickening gurgling sound. Q strode forward, firing and firing and firing into the mass of swirling undead bodies. He saw 3 of his guards dragged off into the cell as the ghouls retreated. He eventually reached the cell from which they had emerged and saw the remaining ghouls retreating into the air vent. "Get to the next cell," Q called out, his jaw set in determination. "Move." He had to keep them going, keep them focused. They had just lost 3 more of their own. The emotions would be hitting hard, and that would cause them to lose focus. Q was having enough trouble focusing on his own. They went to the next cell, the sound of feet and bodies from the air shaft filling the air inside. The terrified prisoner ran out the moment they opened the door. The same thing happened in the next cell. By the time they reached the next cell, the sounds of the scrambling ghouls in the air shaft was silent. The same was true in the next cell. Then they opened the next cell and saw only blood and organs again. "What the hell?" Q said, out of breath from their scramble. "I thought we got ahead of..." There was a huge sound as something collapsed up ahead. It seemed to come from all around them. Then came the high-pitched screaming sound. Q turned around and saw that the hall was filled with ghouls from the cells they had cleaned out. He had forgotten to close the door behind them. Up ahead, the guards were opening another door just ahead of them. It all clicked in Q's head. The ghouls had broken into 2 groups, and one had moved ahead of the other. Those 2 groups were now merging in the middle. "Wait!" Q yelled at the team getting set to open the next cell door. Too late. The cell door opened. The ghouls poured out again, only this time they numbered almost 100. Behind them, the ghouls let out their screech again. Q turned back and saw above 100 more behind them. And these creatures were running. Reg could hear gunfire, and he did his best to put it out of his mind. He had to focus on what he was doing, and they were almost done. However, he knew that Q and his men were trying to get prisoners out, and it was obvious they had run into trouble. They reached another junction. Reg took up a position with his rifle while the welding team got into the air shaft. The bright welding tool lit up the hallway for a few minutes. There were screams now down the hall. Reg tensed on the trigger, sweat pouring down his head. He wanted to help. His men were dying, or worse. "Let's get this done and see if we can help," Reg said as the team emerged from the air shaft. "We've got one more." Kettinger talked in Reg's ear, guiding them to the last junction. This time, it was inside a prisoner's cell. Reg and his men went in. Reg guarded the hall, while another guard held the prisoner at gunpoint. The prisoner, meanwhile, looked too terrified to put up much resistance. "Don't try anything," the guard holding the gun on the prisoner said. "Are you fucking kidding me?" the prisoner replied. Why the hell would I want to go out there? The welding team finished and backed out of the cell. Mike, I need to go help Q and his people, Reg said. They're getting slaughtered over there. There was a long pause. Reg knew that Kettinger was worried about losing him to the battle and whatever these creatures were, but Kettinger also knew that he was the best person for the job.
Go, but be careful,
Kettinger said. The team formed up behind Reg, and they moved toward the end of the hall. The sounds of fighting and firing were coming from the left branch of the junction. There was a small explosion, as if someone had thrown a grenade, and debris scattered into the T-junction ahead. Reg raised his weapon. Then, suddenly, the end of the hall was filled with swarming bodies. Some of them were the zombie things, but some of them were guards and prisoners. All of them were fighting. The zombies were clawing and grabbing and gnashing the air with their teeth. The guards were firing into them as best they could, but the close quarters were making it tough to get headshots with their rifles. Reg saw that more of his guards were now ghouls. They seemed to have dropped their rifles and commenced with the biting. The prisoners were fighting with their bare hands, or with shivs that Reg knew they weren't supposed to have. Right now, however, he was glad that prisoners were prisoners no matter where or what the prison was. Reg stopped, aimed, fired, and took down one of the ghouls with a shot to the head. This allowed the guard to get his own rifle up and send a burst into the head of the nearest zombie thing in front of him. The thing's head burst apart like rotten fruit. There were more hideous, inhuman screams from behind where Reg was. He whirled and gasped as one of the cells opened and more of the zombies poured out into the hall. One of his former guards led the way. The ghouls turned left and right and then charged down the hall, soon joining the battle. Reg fired into the oncoming group. 3 of them were headshots, and they went down fast, causing more of them to go sprawling. They were on Reg's group in minutes, and 2 of his men were quickly overwhelmed, their screams filling the air as the teeth found soft flesh and bit and tore. Reg forced himself to stay calm, aiming and firing one shot. He had taken sniper training on the surface when he was in the army, and knew the one-shot, one-kill strategy that they had. He hadn't quite had the skills to become a sniper, but he tried to rely on the training, regulating his breath, taking aim, squeezing the trigger. Where had they all come from? Reg wondered. There were so many now. How fast was the virus, or whatever the hell it was, working now? It was getting stronger. It was then Reg knew that metal plates were not going to stop these things. They were too strong and seemed to have gotten physically stronger once they turned into whatever the hell they were now. Zombies, Reg thought. These fuckers are zombies. We need to get out of here, Reg yelled. Retreat and head back to admin. They were going to have to shut down this entire wing of the prison. There were thick iron doors that would prevent these things from getting elsewhere, and maybe those metal plates would give them a little time to figure out how to more properly block off the air shafts. Of course, his words had little effect. They all knew the score. They knew they were being overwhelmed, but there was nothing else they could do. They fought. Reg could not find Q. He found more of his guards, and soon they had formed a rough group that bristled with rifles. In the middle were the prisoners that they could get out of their cells. Where the hell is Q? Reg asked. He got shrugs in return. They moved as a group, heading for the exit, to where the doors could slam shut on this nightmare. Firing and blasting, bullet casings littering the floor as they went. The ghouls just kept coming, some of them bursting out of cells that should have been locked down. Reg fired and fired, changed magazines, and fired again, praying for the best. Q had gotten separated when the charge happened. He had run back down the hall, deeper into the prison. He was now almost back to the medical wing, and he was running out of ammo. Q ducked down the now empty halls. Inside the cells on either side of him were horror shows that he hoped he would eventually be able to erase from his mind. Body parts covered the beds and floors, and blood was everywhere. Q had lived through prison riots that had less gore and horror than the Hive currently had. He ducked down another hall, and there were the doors into the hospital. He needed a weapon. His gun was going to be useless soon, and he needed something he could use to fight these bastards. It was a long shot that he would be able to hold them off until help arrived, but he had to try. Provided help was ever going to arrive. He had lost his radio and had no way to communicate to anyone that he was still alive and still human. He might be able to get to a phone and call Mike, but he would have to find a way to put some distance between him and the creatures that pursued him. He heard their horrific screeching from behind him and felt his blood turn to ice. He ran into the blood-soaked hospital area that had been the place where he started this nightmare. Had that only been a few hours ago? It certainly had to have been last week, right? The place was even more of a horror show than he remembered. Blood, chunks of flesh, body parts, intestines, and organs lay everywhere. He had never seen so much blood. He slid across the floor, skidding like when he was a kid on the ice behind his Minnesota home. He could hear feet running down the hall behind him, and some more up in the ceiling from the air vents. They were going to surround him. These things were planning. Somehow they had plans, and that terrified him more than the thought that these things were just mindless dead bodies. They may not have been the swiftest thinking creatures around, but they were clever enough to outflank Q and his people and get the upper hand. Q checked his weapon. The magazine was half full at best. He wouldn't be able to take out more than a few of these things. He switched to single shot instead of bursts and hoped that he could aim. They had overwhelming numbers, though, and he knew that it was tough to be calm and cool and aim when there were hundreds of arms and legs and gnashing teeth. He looked around the medical area. Sure, he knew that there would be scalpels and things that he could use, but they seemed so small. He really wished he had something like a machete or sword, but such things were outlawed here in the Hive. Maybe residents might have something like that in their Hive City homes, but this was a prison. You didn't offer prisoners that kind of temptation. He ran over to the IV pole that he had used earlier. There was still a base with the feet at the bottom. Q quickly bent the pole, jamming one end in a door. The metal bent easily, although some part of Q's brain knew that this superhuman strength was likely due to a surge of adrenaline from sheer terror. After several minutes of bending the metal back and forth, the bottom snapped off. The end of the pole was now down to a point. That was good. He then went to work on the top, removing the loops that were there for the IV bags to be hung. After another few moments, that was gone too, and he had a long pole, maybe 3 feet long, with sharp ends on either side. He didn't think it would help for long. He would have to jab the sharp end into their heads, and there was a risk it would get stuck or that he would be bitten before he could remove it and use it on another of the ghouls. He really wanted something to slash at them, maybe decapitate a few of them, but he was out of time. It felt like crafting his weapon had taken an hour, but only seconds had gone by. He stopped now, raising his gun, the pole leaning against the wall not far from where he was. He put himself into the doorway of the room behind him. If need be, he could dive back into the room and try to barricade himself in there. Again, it was an advantage of this being a prison hospital. The doors to the rooms had to also act like cell doors, so although they appeared to be made of simple wood, they were reinforced. He heard them outside the hospital. The running feet suddenly stopped. There was no sound for what seemed like a very long time. Sweat ran down into Q's eyes, and he wiped it away impatiently, trying to ignore the stinging sensation there. Then he heard rapid feet from the ceiling, the air vents bending under the weight of dozens of running ghouls. The open ceiling tiles and broken metal air vent was just a few yards down the hall to his right. At the same moment, the doors at the front burst open, and he heard dozens and dozens of running feet scampering into the medical wing, headed for the nurse's desk. They were definitely trying to surround him, and they were going to succeed. The first of them came into view near the nurse's desk. Bracing himself against the doorway, Q aimed his rifle, using the sights, and fired one shot. It caught the ghoul, a prisoner, in the forehead, and he went down. Q aimed and fired another into the eye of a former nurse, and she went down. Q aimed and fired again, hitting a guard in the side of the head. Not bad, he thought. 3 down. However, the ghouls had now figured out where he was. One of them raised a hand and pointed and let out a noise. Q shot him through the mouth and he went down, but the rest of the mob charged. Just then, dozens more of them fell out of the broken air shaft and landed in the hall. They were on him in seconds. Reg knew that he was almost out of ammo. He could tell by how light the rifle felt. Once the bullets were gone, he had his knife, but he didn't think he could hold these guys off for very long with that. How had there gotten to be so many of them? There were maybe 20 left, all prisoners and guards combined. He had lost far too many along the way, fighting their way along the hallway, grabbing as many prisoners as they could. They fired, and the ghouls fell and fell, but somehow there were always more to take their place. Reg's group was so close to their destination. They were near to where the big metal doors could close and seal off this entire wing. Reg was sure that he could seal off more of the air shafts, and maybe that could keep the ghouls in this area. Where was Q? That was the one thing nagging inside his brain. They had lost him and not been able to find him. However, they had also not seen him among the snarling, toothy beasts that were swarming them and attacking them with a mindless relentlessness that was exhausting. If he was not among them, then where was he? If they closed the doors, they were sealing Q up in here with these things. Still, Reg thought, when you had to make the tough decisions, this was what they were talking about. The rest of the Hive and Hive City was at stake. Reg raised his rifle and fired, sending another bullet into the head of yet another of these things. The head exploded and the body fell. Then he aimed and fired again. Wash, rinse, repeat, he thought, as he raised his rifle and fired again and again. "I'm out of ammo," one of his guards said just to his left. "Use your knife," Reg said, struggling to keep the calm in his voice that he was known for. "Stab the fuckers in the head." There was a groan from the guard, and his rifle clattered to the ground and the knife unsheathed. Funny how your senses could be so heightened during a situation like this one. The prisoners were all carrying hand weapons, but they were still in the middle with a perimeter of guards around them. That band of guards had gotten much smaller, and more than a few of the prisoners had engaged the enemy hand-to-hand, and a couple of them had been lost too. When Reg looked over the crowd of surging ghouls, he could see his guards that had been bitten, their helmets making them stand out from the crowd. More than a few times he had had to shoot someone he knew. Yes, he was a guard, and most of these things were prisoners, but it was impossible not to know faces, exchange a few names when you lived this close to people for so long. It was still odd to have to shoot someone that you knew, no matter how dead they already were. "We're almost out," Reg called, glancing over his shoulder and finding the track that the metal doors took when they closed. "Just a few more yards. Keep it up." His men began to move with a renewed vigor at that announcement. The ghouls themselves attacked in waves. They would circle around and around as if looking for a weak point, and then they would rush forward and try to break through the wall of guards and guns. Then they would pull away and circle. Reg and his men had taken to trying to pick off as many of them as they could when they were circling. Reg kept moving sideways, moving, firing, taking each shot deliberately. Then they attacked in a swarm again. One of his guards let out a scream, and he saw out of the corner of his eye the man get dragged into the mass of creatures, arms flailing, but blood already flying into the air as the ghouls bit and tore. Then one of the prisoners was grabbed from behind. The ghoul bit into the man's neck. More blood spurted and spattered on the floor. The prisoners in the middle fell on the ghoul, driving spikes and shivs and knives into the thing's head. There were more to take the place of that one, however. Reg fired, aimed, fired. Each time another ghoul fell, it was from a bullet in their head. He was getting damn good at this, he thought crazily. Perhaps he could take the sniper test again. Something grabbed his right arm at the elbow, and it threw off his aim, and the bullet went wide. He felt pressure above his elbow and turned to see one of the ghouls biting his arm. The teeth could not get through the pad of armor he wore there. Reg let out a cry of disgust and kicked out, pushing the ghoul away. The ghoul staggered back and then lunged again. Reg swung the butt of his rifle and cracked the thing in the head. Then he swung the gun around and fired up into the thing's chin. Blood and brains flew from the thing's head, and then it went down. Then something else jumped on his back, and he could feel the teeth trying to bite at his neck. Reg let out a yell and began to turn in a circle, reaching up to grab at the thing on his back, turning and twirling in an attempt to keep the thing off balance and prevent the teeth from biting. He grabbed the rifle and swung the butt again, felt it crack against something, and then the thing was off his back. Reg whirled and fired a bullet point blank into the thing's head. Reg looked up. They were past the point of the doors. "Push them back!" he screamed, raising his gun to fire again. "Push them back!" The prisoners and remaining guards gave him a moment's look as if he were crazy, and then they all seemed to realize where they were. They fought, pushed, fired, stabbed, bludgeoned, and shoved the ghouls back behind where the track was. "Kettinga!" Reg screamed, fatigue and stress making him forget to address his boss in the formal way he usually did. Close the doors to M-Wing, now! Hurry!" There was no argument from Kettinger. Instead, a loud metallic screech filled the air, and the huge, thick metal doors began to close. Reg and his men and the prisoners set up a line just outside of the track the doors took and fought the ghouls as they tried another attack, reaching for them. One of the prisoners fought, but was grabbed by several of them and yanked through and lost into the crowd of ghouls, his screams fading fast. Reg finally ran out of bullets and joined the fray, swinging his rifle like a club, using all of his strength to crack open the skulls of anything with sharp, pointed teeth that came at them. It seemed to take an eternity for the doors to close. When they got close, the ghouls let out their trademark screech and surged, trying to cram through the narrowing slit between the doors. 3 of them were sliced in half when the doors slammed shut, the top halves of their bodies clawing forward, their hands digging into the floor and pulling forward as their entrails dragged behind them, their teeth gnashing. Reg and his men finished them off with blows to the head. Then there was silence. The pounding from the ghouls on the metal doors muffled by the thickness of them. Reg bent over and breathed deep, his hands on his knees. He felt dizzy for a moment. Where was Q? The demons burst in and charged at him without hesitation. Q did his best to stay calm, regulating his heart and breathing like he heard somewhere that you were supposed to do when you wanted to take careful aim. Yeah, he thought, but I bet the person who came up with that never had to fight a horde of charging zombie demons. He aimed at the ones coming through the main door first. Point, shoot. Point, shoot. 1 in the head, then 2, then 3. He heard a noise to his right and pivoted, swinging the barrel around. There was one, all pointed teeth and gaping maw, almost on him, and he shot it through the mouth. Then shot the one behind that one in the forehead. He heard another noise, a kind of snarling, gargling sound from his left, and he pivoted again. Another one, a woman, probably a nurse, was swallowing his elbow. He yanked it away before the dual rows of sharp, pointed teeth could come down on him and shot her through the eye. Then he shot another, a prisoner, through his eye. Q was sweating, and they were upon him. They were going to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. He heard a sound and saw more of their number piling through the open front door. He saw that several of them wore guard uniforms. He tried to see if Reg was among them, but they covered him too fast, and he couldn't tell for sure. The rest of the bullets in the rifle went fast. He managed to fire each of them and managed to score a headshot with each last bullet. He had managed to kill about a dozen of them, but there were dozens more. He reached down and grabbed his crude spear and lashed out with a yell, driving the pointed metal end into the chin of another of the ghouls. The pointed metal drove all the way up into the thing's skull. He felt arms and hands grabbing at him from behind as he tried to work the spear loose. He worked it loose and then used it to smash another in the side of the head. Then he drove forward and got another one through its left eye. He kicked out with his left leg to push 3 of them that had bunched up near his side away from him. He felt their fingers grasping at his pants. He worked the spear loose and whirled around, driving forward, stabbing another one in the head. His arms already ached. He was breathing hard. They, on the other hand, never tired and never pulled a muscle. They were relentless and kept coming and coming. It was hopeless. Q felt it in his gut. He knew that this was a possibility, but facing it was more terrifying than he realized it would be. Q let out another yell, hoping in some dim part of his brain that this sounded intimidating. If any of the ghouls were intimidated, they didn't show it. They just kept coming, charging at him. He worked the spear loose again and speared another, but now he was backing up, backing towards his room and his place of safety. He was thinking of the reinforced door and how that would hold them off. The room was free of air shafts, too. He would be able to hold up there and get in touch with Mike, and they would send in the National fucking Guard and get him out of there. He speared another, then another, aiming for the head, hitting one in the shoulder. This one was a former guard that Q recognized. The guard ghoul snarled at him, showing the teeth, and yanked the spear out of Q's hand. God damn it! Q turned and ran. He heard the feet of the dozens of the creatures running at him, snarling, making strange noises. Noises that sounded to Q like hunger. Intense, burning, and constant hunger. He made it into the doorway, whirled around, and slammed the door. He caught a hand in the door, the bloody digits clawing at the air and reaching for him. He pushed harder, throwing his weight against the door, and the hand severed, falling to the floor where it twitched and grabbed at the air. The door slammed shut. Q threw the lock. Then he backed away. The door rattled in its frame. The frame was reinforced too, however, and held. Q hoped the walls would hold. Had they reinforced the walls around the door? Would the drywall or sheetrock or whatever the flying fuck the wall that held the door and its frame give way? He could hear them out there, slobbering and drooling and snapping at the wood. He heard their ragged fingernails across the wood, tearing out splinters on the other side. But the door was holding. Dear God, please let it hold. Q backed into the room until he could reach the phone on the wall. He picked it up and dialed buttons. He held it to his head, breathing hard, sweat and blood running down his forehead in rivulets. The other end of the phone rang once, and then there was a voice.
Yeah?
Mike, it's Q, he said.
Q, thank God. Where the fuck are you? I just heard from Reg. He's out of the wing and we closed the metal doors. They lost a bunch of his men and a bunch of prisoners, but we got another whole bunch out. I'm about to head to the cafeteria to see what's up. Can you meet me there?
Q cleared his throat and almost laughed. Mike was still trying to control things, make a plan, get the issue resolved. I don't think so, Mike. I kinda got separated from the group. I had to run back to the hospital. I'm locked in one of the rooms with the reinforced doors. There are dozens of these things out there pounding on the door and trying to get in. There was silence on the other end of the line for a long time. Q thought for a moment that the connection had been lost.
Jesus, Q,
Mike said quietly.
Okay, I'll get Reg and put a raiding team together. We'll head down there and burst you out. Hold tight.
No, Q shouted before Mike could hang up the phone. Don't do that. I'll be fine for a while. Hell, maybe even days as long as I have water. If you send another team down here, you'll just lose more men. You need to get together with some people and come up with a plan. You have them contained, so figure out a way to wipe them all out at once. When that's done, you can come get me. Another long pause.
Jesus.
Trust me, Mike. I don't like it any better than you do, but it's got to happen. We're gonna be out of guards, and we cannot afford to lose Reg.
Sit tight, Q. Stay alive, you asshole.
Then he was gone. The silence was terrifying, and Q had never felt more alone in his entire life. He moved towards a small desk where the nurses tending the patient in this room would make notes in their chart and sat down. He rolled all the way to the wall. He held the metal spear in his right hand. Outside, the hands clawed at the door, fists pounded, and it went on and on and on. Then, as Q watched, he saw the doorknob twitch in the doorframe. It went left and right, and the door shook. They had just tried the doorknob. What the hell? Q closed his eyes and wiped his forehead and began to pray. Kettinger was wearing a hole in the rug between the window that overlooked the hive and the bank of monitors along the wall. Right now, that bank of monitors, one of the things he had always been so fond of, was useless. All of the action was taking place in a section of the prison that had had those cameras disabled somehow. When the phone rang and it was Reg, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he thought during that moment it took to cross the room, pick up the phone, and put that phone to his ear, some good news. The news was good that Reg was still alive, but not so good when he heard that there were now more of these ghoul things and that he had lost more guards. His heart sank into his shoes when Reg told him that Q was not among the survivors and he had no idea where the man was. Kettinger put the phone down and then grabbed his vest, the rest of his gear, and headed for the cafeteria. Jennifer trailed behind him, telling him over and over again that he should stay at the command center. He finally just told her to shut up and either stay there and monitor things herself or put on some tactical gear and come with him. The cafeteria was only seldom used by prisoners. It was on the lower floor of the administration building and was normally used by the staff. However, some prisoners who had proven trustworthy were allowed to congregate there, mostly the trustees. Whenever that happened, the workers in the building were cleared out and the trustees ate under heavy guard, but it was still a welcome relief from being served their meals in their cells. Kettinger was halfway there when his phone started going off. He had no idea what the number was, but he had hope that it was Q. When he heard Q's voice, he was relieved and felt that maybe things were not spinning out of control. Then Q gave him the news that he was trapped inside the medical ward and that seemingly hundreds of the ghouls were all over the door. Kettinger cursed when he hung up and began jogging to the cafeteria. He had to make a plan. He was the kind of guy who planned things, and he had to save the hive. He was not going to let everyone inside this thing die or turn into one of those things with the pointed teeth and decaying flesh. When he reached the cafeteria, his heart sank. The men that were there were obviously in no condition for another fight. The guards that remained, and there were so few of them, were tired, bloody, and worn out. The prisoners were no better off, and all of them looked terrified. Even Reg, good old dependable and reliable Reg, looked completely exhausted when Kettinger found him sitting on one of the tables in a far corner. "Reg?" Kettinger asked. Reg raised his head and looked at Kettinger. The haunted look in the man's eyes froze Kettinger's blood. "It was awful, boss," Reg said in a voice barely above a whisper. "You have no idea how bad it was. And those things are still in there and can still use the air shafts." They had already lost one entire wing of the prison to those things. The reality of that statement slammed home in Kettinger's mind. He had lost a part of his prison to some weird disease that turned people into slavering monsters. It was unreal. "I heard from Q," Kettinger said. "He made it back to the hospital and he's locked in one of those rooms with the reinforced doors. He's completely trapped." Reg studied Kettinger's face for several moments. "I don't think I can go back in there, boss," Reg said. "There will be more of them by now. Look at the prisoners we got back. That's not even half of the prisoners that are housed down there. We got a lot out, but the numbers of zombies got so bad we had to just run." Kettinger could tell that this bothered Reg. Reg had been forced to choose who would live and who was left to their fate. It was a decision that he was never supposed to have to make. It was going to tear him apart. "We have to save the hive, Reg," Kettinger said, reaching out a hand and placing it on the other man's shoulder. "We have to save Hive City, and we have to stop these things." "They move so fast," Reg said. "They started out slow, but they seemed to gain strength from each person that they turned. Now they just overwhelm you with sheer numbers. One bite and that's it. How do we defeat something like that?" Kenninger sighed and moved away from the spot where Reg sat. He thought of Jenny and of all of the people in the administration building. He thought of the remaining guards, all of them probably willing to throw themselves into the battle to save the Hive. He thought of the remaining prisoners, hundreds of them. They were just sitting in their cells and waiting for the air vents to crash open and the snarling, biting, decaying things to come pouring in and tear them apart. No, it had to stop, and it had to stop now. Right now, they were contained within one section of the prison, and they had to find a way to stop them now. But the prison was not equipped to deal with this. If the reports were true and the things were dead already, then how could they use gas and all of the other things they had installed to prevent riots from actual living people? There was no way to deal with ghouls or zombies. He had to kill or destroy hundreds of things that were already apparently dead. There was only one person he could think of that might have the ability to come up with a plan to destroy hundreds of creatures so completely that they could not come back and tear the rest of them apart. Just one person who knew how to make explosives and gas and other things of sheer terror and horror that somehow were even more scary than the hundreds of ghouls currently in the Hive's bowels. Just one person. "Get me Dalton King," Kenninger said. Dalton King's cell had moved a few times over the years. He had ended up, after his very dramatic entrance, not being much of a problem from that point forward. In fact, Kenninger had started to visit with the man on a regular basis. He was curious about King, wanted to know what made him tick, and he would sit just outside King's cell and the two would talk. Then, about a year ago, they started to play chess. King won pretty much every game, but Kenninger found the man fascinating, even though King was savvy enough to talk a lot, but not really talk about anything. What Kenninger did learn from all of the hours watching him was that King was a strategist and had a sharp mind. Of course, he had already suspected that, since a man who was not sharp could not have masterminded such global attacks and terrorist initiatives. From what Kenninger had heard from the surface world, King's group still did terrorist attacks and demonstrations, but nothing on the scale of the things Dalton King had planned. As for King, he seemed to like the isolation. He was a man very in tune with himself, and he seemed to like spending the hours in his cell. He did a lot of reading and had devoured most of the books in the Hive's library and had been granted access to a special digital library. All of his reading was carefully monitored, of course, but he had never varied from the approved reading list and, as far as they could tell, never attempted contact with anyone on the surface. These days, his cell was still very low in the Hive, but not right up against the medical wing like it had been initially. He had spent 6 months in that cell, and it had never stopped smelling like a slaughterhouse. At some point, it was just unhealthy, and it would not do to have the most prized prisoner in the Hive die from some infection from dead tissue in his cell. They had sealed off that cell and moved Dalton King up a couple of levels and a little closer to the administrative building. He was down a short hallway off of the main Hive walkway, still isolated, but not quite as buried alive. Kenninger moved with several of the guards, including Reg, towards that cell. Kenninger wore no armor and had no fear of the man. King might even be aware of what was going on and how dire things were. It benefited King to cooperate, unless he had a deep, burning desire to become one of those ghouls, of course. Kenninger reached out and hit the sensor that would cause the cell door to transform from opaque to transparent. Behind Kenninger was a wall of guards with their guns drawn. To Kettinger's right was a small table upon which sat their current game of chess. When the cell door went transparent, Kenninger gave a start. Dalton King was dressed and standing in the middle of the cell. He had his arms behind him, his feet shoulder-width apart, and a look of seriousness and concern on his face. "Michael, good to see you," King said. "I don't think you're here to play chess." Kenninger shook his head. "How much do you already know?" "Not much, but I've heard the alarms, I've heard the gunfire, shouting, and explosions. King replied. Then, not too long ago, I heard more alarms and heard those large metal doors closing. It sounded to me, despite the echoing effect you get down here, that it was centered around the medical wing. Am I right? As always, Kettinger paused. It's bad, Dalton. Kettinger went on to explain everything that he knew. He even told King the parts that he thought was utter nonsense, such as the fact that these demonic things seemed to be reanimated dead. Indeed, King said. You know, most legends have some kind of kernel of truth at the very bottom of the story. When you trace them back, you find that there was some reason those legends came to be. What you may have unearthed here was some ancient creature, demonic perhaps, buried beneath the surface of the planet for centuries. And what that demonic entity may do is exactly what you describe: reanimate the dead. This may be where the legends and stories of what we call zombies started. These may be what the actual original zombies were. They were demons that inhabited the bodies of the recently dead, and they grew in number by transferring their essence via the bites that you have witnessed. They also have a nasty habit, perhaps a need, to devour human flesh to survive. Kettinger let him talk. Dalton King had proved wise at deducing things, and he was always very open to ideas, no matter how ridiculous. Over the course of their conversations, he had many times told Kettinger that the warden was much too realistic and dealt with absolutes more than he should. What we may have thought about zombies will have to be reconsidered, King continued. They may not be the mindless, shambling things from the movies. They seem to think, react, and even plan, from what you've been able to tell me. Michael, they might have some form of intelligence, which makes them even more terrifying and far more dangerous. Right now, they might be trying to find a way to get out of the medical ward. A look of true concern crossed King's face. Michael, if these things take over and manage to get out of here, they would pose a true threat to the entire existence of humankind on the surface, King said. While there was a time when that would have appealed to me, the fact is that these things kill without thinking about political agendas. They would kill and kill and kill, even my own people, until they were the dominant life on the planet. King stared Kettinger straight in the eyes, burning with intensity. What do you need from me, Michael? I need you to help me devise a way to wipe out all of them, Kettinger said, and we need to do it fast. King gave a nod. I thought as much, he said. I'm more than willing to help. No tricks, Kettinger said. King managed to look hurt. Of course not, Michael. Where would I go? Then King smiled, and it sent chills up and down Kettinger's spine. However, he had also learned over the years that King had a wicked sense of humor. Let him out, Kettinger said to his guards, waving his hand. Let's not put him in restraints. The guard looked dubious, still remembering how King had murdered his fellow guards when he first came here. It had been tough over the years to stop the guards from enacting retribution against King for that day. Kettinger had not always been very successful either, and there were times when he would come down to talk to Dalton King and find him bruised or sore. Despite this, he had never turned over who had beaten him. He kept quiet, and Kettinger had no one to punish. This time, the fear of the ghouls must have outdone his fear of Dalton King, because the guard stepped forward and unlocked the door. The door slid sideways with a shushing sound, and Dalton King stepped out. We better move, King said. Kettinger nodded, and the entire group took off at a kind of trot. They were heading back toward Kettinger's office. As they ran, Kettinger noticed that King was turning his head to the left and right, a concerned look on his face. We need to evacuate the rest of the prisoners, King said just as they were reaching the doors for the administration building. I think they'll be safe inside their cells, Kettinger said. If these creatures are traveling via the air shafts, there's no cell that is safe, King replied. You were just feeding their armies if you don't get all of the prisoners into the administration building. I believe the lower floor has a gymnasium. It may be crowded, but it might be better to have them there than out there with the gnashing teeth, right? Kettinger thought fast. The idea of having hundreds of prisoners, some of whom did not like others within their numbers, cramped into the gymnasium did not sound like a good idea. However, he had to admit that the puny medal he had put up as an attempt to keep the ghouls away was not likely to hold. Fine, Kettinger said. We don't have enough guards. The prisoners will help, King said as they entered the elevators and headed up to Kettinger's office. Get on the public address system and tell them what's happening. Be honest, Michael. This is their home as well. It may not be ideal, but where else do they have to go? They'll fight for it. Kettinger said nothing, but had to admit that somehow that logic made sense. A mass escape or takeover of the prison was unlikely, and every moment that he spent debating was another moment that those things down in the medical wing were trying to get out, perhaps finding a way deeper into the hive and turning more prisoners into one of their numbers. Fine, Kettinger said. It had fallen very quiet. Q sat in the chair up against the wall, facing the door, his spear within reach. The room was dim, and for a long time the only sound he heard was the pounding on the door from the things outside. He prayed and prayed that the doorframe and the wall would hold. Despite some very hard pounding and thrashing, the walls held, and so did the door. The ghouls seemed to grow bored. It had been about 20 minutes since he last heard any pounding. When the communicator on his shoulder let out a beep, Q nearly jumped completely out of his skin. This is Q.
It's Mike,
Kettinger said.
I have Dalton King in my office, and he says we need to move the prisoners into the gymnasium.
Jesus, Mike. Things must be much worse off than I thought. They're quiet here. I'm still in the room, and I can still hear them shuffling around outside, but they aren't trying to get in.
I need you to get up and tell me what they're doing,
Mike said.
I need you to be my eyes in there for as long as possible.
Q let out a sigh. He had been more than content to sit here until this was over, or until the ghouls came crashing through the ceiling. Okay, he said. Give me a minute. He stood up and grabbed the spear. Then he walked very quietly toward the door. He wasn't entirely sure that the creatures would be able to hear him walking, but he wasn't taking any chances. They seemed at times to respond to sound, so he didn't want to make any more than was necessary. He reached the door and then began to sweat as he slowly turned the lock. Q grimaced as the lock clicked open. He spent several more tense seconds holding his breath and waiting for the monsters to crash into the door all at once. When that didn't happen, he cracked open the door. They were all crowded together in front of the nurses' station. The entire group stank from here of rot and blood and other things. All of their skin looked gray and as if it had somehow shrunk. They were little more than dried husks, many of them with their teeth bared due to the lips being pulled back. Some of them looked barely able to stand. They're just standing there in a group, Q whispered into his communicator. They aren't looking so great either. It's like whatever it is that turned them into these things is using them up fast. They appeared to be listening to something. All of them had their heads down and were slowly swaying, but staying in place.
Anything else?
Mike said. Nothing, just standing there. Q closed the door again, quietly, and then quietly turned the lock.
Thanks, Q,
Mike said.
Sit tight for a bit. I'm going on the PA system and telling the prisoners what's what. Then we're going to get as many of them into the gym as we can. We'll get to you right after.
Roger. Q leaned against the door and closed his eyes. He felt so tired, exhausted really, beyond anything he had felt before. However, the bed in this room was covered in gore from its prior owner, and he doubted he would be able to sleep. Sleep might mean waking up either dead or dead and then turned into one of those things. Q turned again and headed back to his chair. The room felt dark and claustrophobic, But he also knew that this room was a lot bigger than the cells that housed the prisoners here at the Hive. He had nothing to complain about. Well, except for the flesh eaters outside the door. Q sat down, the chair squeaking from his weight. He leaned back and closed his eyes. That was when he heard the noise. It was soft, almost imperceptible. A soft shushing sound, as if something were sliding across the floor. It happened, then there was silence, then it happened again. What the fuck? Q raised his head and reached over, fumbling for a bit, finally finding the light over the desk. He turned it on. He saw nothing but the gore on the bed and floor and scattered across the wall. With the light on, the disgusting nature of the room was even more intense. It was really starting to smell. Q stood up and grabbed the spear. He moved slowly, heading toward the bed. The bed was only a few feet from him. Beyond the bed was another short space that led to a door. Behind that door was the bathroom. There wasn't a lot of room for someone to hide. The room had been empty when they did the sweep of the floor earlier. He was sure of it. He had peered in here himself. Plus, he had been in here for so long now, and nothing had appeared. At the same time, he had also been fighting ghouls, had been terrified, and frantically trying to hold on to his sanity. Exhaustion had caused a lot of his adrenaline rush to vanish. He stepped closer to the bed. The sound seemed to have come from the open bathroom door. He held the spear tighter, going into a slight crouch, his eyes trying to penetrate the darkness beyond the open door to the bathroom. He saw no movement. The infection that these things imparted when they bit someone happened fast. That would mean that if something had been in there, it would have to have already been a ghoul. If that was the case, why had it not attacked Q the moment he had entered the room? Could it have been another survivor? Had someone inside the hospital ward hidden somewhere when the attacks began? He stepped close to the bed, ducking down, and then he paused. He waited, listening. Yes, definitely coming from the bathroom, it seemed. Q stood up and started to walk toward the foot of the bed. His eyes locked on the door to the bathroom. If it were a ghoul, he assured himself, they would come charging out maniacally. What if they found a way to get in here, he thought. Maybe through a vent or something in the bathroom. Something clamped down on Q's ankle. The grip was hard, like a vice, and his left leg dragged out behind him. Q let out a yelp. The spear in his hand went clattering away as he threw his arms out, trying to keep his balance. But he tipped past the point of no return and fell hard on the floor next to the bed. He saw stars. His nose collided with the floor. Blood shot out and smeared across the tiles. Something still had his ankle, and suddenly he was being dragged under the bed. Despite the pain, he grabbed at the floor, looking for something to hold off the thing dragging him. The floor was just smooth tile. Not so much as a crack appeared where he could grab hold. He looked back and let out a yell. It was the former resident of this room. He knew right away from the tattered remains of the hospital gown that he had been wearing. His mouth was brimming with the telltale sharp, pointed teeth. Below the chest was nothing but entrails and the remnants of a spine. The ghouls must have come in, tore him apart, but left enough of him around that he could reanimate. Q kicked out with his free foot. His foot connected with the ghoul's face. The ghoul let out a sound that was part growl and part scream, but he did not let go of Q's leg. Q kicked again, only this time the ghoul seemed ready, and its other hand flashed out and caught Q's foot in its hand. The fingers clamped down hard, and Q let out a yell. The other ghouls began pounding on the door to the room. The one under the bed began pulling again. Q reached out and grabbed at the bed, nearly pulled underneath. No way, he thought. There was no way he was going to be the guy who killed dozens and dozens of these things and then gets bitten and devoured by one that was cut in half. The edge of the bed crossed his vision. Still, the ghoul kept pulling. Q reached out and grabbed at the edge of the bed, his fingers clinging to the metal frame of the bed. How the hell was this thing so strong? Then he felt the pain. Searing, intense pain as the thing bit through his pant leg and into his ankle. The sharp needle teeth tore through fabric, skin, and muscle, and he felt another pain as something entered his bloodstream. No! The thing yanked again, and this time Q lost his grip and was dragged under the bed. He turned and faced the ghoul, those teeth looking huge like picket fences. The thing's eyes looked dead. The skin on the face was gray, looking like it was rotting, shrinking against the skull beneath. Then the mouth opened, and the stench of rot washed over Q's face. Meanwhile, Q's leg and lower extremities felt like he was on fire. His blood was searing, rushing through his system. The world seemed to be fading away. He was no longer feeling the need to fight. His head filled with voices, strange voices, 100 voices, all of them coming from the hall. No, Q whispered. And then he knew nothing more.
This is Warden Michael Kettinger speaking to you from my office in the administration building. I'm speaking to you now because we have little time and a serious crisis on our hands. A virus of some sort has begun to spread among the prisoners and hospital staff. The virus acts quickly and seems to turn each individual into mindless savages who attack any living thing that happens to be nearby. They will tear apart and devour some individuals, but some they just bite, and a single bite causes the infection to spread.
Mike stopped at that point and looked down at his desk. The unreality of the situation washed over him. He was losing control of the hive. He could feel it slipping through his fingers.
I must stress to everyone in the Hive and Hive City that this is the most dangerous of situations. Already numerous deaths have occurred, and the entire medical wing of the prison has been sealed off. The creatures, ghouls, whatever they are, seem to be able to travel via the air vents, and it's for that reason I'm calling for the orderly evacuation of the entire prison population of the Hive. With the air vents in each cell, it has become evident that it will be impossible to seal off the cells enough to protect everyone.
There was almost a palpable shift in the mood of the entire prison. He could feel the tension within the administration building. He knew that his voice was booming like God, from high within the walls of the cave from which Hive City had been dug. He could imagine mothers clutching at children, and wives sitting down at kitchen tables and wondering if they would see loved ones again.
The Hive prison has been sealed off from Hive City. No one will be allowed in or out. All of the prisoners are to please proceed in an orderly fashion to the administration building. Accommodations will be made in the gymnasium. Gentlemen, I must stress to you how important it is that you do proceed in an orderly fashion.
Kettinger clicked off the mic for a moment and cleared his throat.
We are no longer guards and prisoners. We are no longer administrative staff and criminals. We are in this together. If we cannot cooperate in this matter, band together to fight this threat, we will lose the Hive. We are miles below ground. There's no help coming. We have to do this ourselves.
And now the final thing that had to come, the threat.
Anyone who does attempt to cause trouble, avenge a grudge, or do anything other than proceed orderly to the administration building will be shot. No questions asked. There will be no warnings, save for this one given. You will be shot immediately. Please, do not make this necessary.
Kettinger shut off the mic. He looked up at Dalton King, the last person he ever expected to see in his office. King was staring at the banks of monitors along the wall. Standing in the doorway, her hand clutched at her throat, was Jenny. She looked pale and terrified. Reg was in the office as well, staring out at the hive from the giant window. Reg, please instruct your guards to make this happen as fast as possible, Kettinger said quietly. There was no need to shout. Everyone knew how critical this was, and how incredibly dangerous. Reg said nothing, his face like stone, suppressing whatever fear he might have had, and walked out the door. Jenny, Kettinger said. Get as many people as you can to volunteer down to the gymnasium. We need help getting cots set up." Kettinger looked up into her fearful eyes. She said nothing in protest, but gave a short nod of her head. Then she vanished back down the hall. Kettinger could see others in the office and hallway beyond his office, and he could feel the eyes boring into him. They were scared, he reminded himself. Most of them had no real idea what these things looked like or what they could do. They were more terrified of the prisoners than they were of the demons that inhabited the bowels of the hive. "Thank you." It was King who said that. "What does it matter to you?" Kettinger asked, sitting down in his chair. "It's not like these are your people. Those people who followed you are on the surface." King turned away from the monitors and faced Kettinger. "The prisoners around the world are my people, Michael. You should know that. Who do you think most of my followers are? Former prisoners in many cases, but also many who just felt that life had made them prisoners. And if you think that communication cannot go forth within the walls of the hive, despite your best precautions, then you are truly delusional." King pointed to the window, toward the hive. "That place is as much mine as it is yours, Michael," he finished. He strode over to Kettinger's desk and then leaned down, his hands on the surface. "We need a plan now," King said. "What are you thinking?" "We have them trapped," Kettinger said. "I don't know a thing about making bombs or something that can wipe out potentially hundreds of creatures at once. That's why I brought you here. Let's face it, Dalton. You were the most prolific mass murderer in quite some time." King smiled. "And here I thought it was my charming company and personality. Of course, Michael, I understand. But I need to know what we're dealing with. If these things, as you say, die when the virus hits, but then reanimate, then chemical weapons will not work. We're faced with the very real possibility of destroying, probably on a permanent basis, a large section of the hive." Kettinger sat forward, his head spinning. He hadn't thought about that. Some part of him had assumed he would shut off the air or spread some kind of poison, like wiping out insects. If they were already dead, however, they were not breathing, and that meant that this avenue was gone. Kettinger was not used to dealing with the undead. Who was? "What do you need to do something like that?" Kettinger said. "I need to know the layout of that entire wing, and I will need access to chemicals, fertilizer, perhaps other things," King said. "I regret to inform you, Michael, but I am going to need to see plans of the hive. You may have bargained with the devil to an even greater degree than you realize." Kettinger felt a sinking in his stomach. When was the last time he had eaten? His brain was scattered, too much to process. The phone on his desk rang. Kettinger picked it up. "Kettinger," he said.
"Mike."
"This is Kettinger. Who is this?"
Q.
The voice hissed at the other end. Kettinger felt cold ice envelop his heart. "Q?"
Yes.
"Q, what's wrong with your voice?" Kettinger said, his mouth dry.
Guess who got bit?
"Q, is that you? What are you doing? What are you saying?" Kettinger knew he was basically babbling, but despite all that had happened so far, he had not felt true and utter fear until he heard the voice.
I got bit.
The voice that claimed to be Q hissed. It was unlike anything that Kettinger had heard before, and it was certainly unlike Q. It was like gravel stuck in someone's throat. It hissed and vibrated like bees in a hive.
They are learning.
The voice said, still holding out the vowels like notes in a song.
Evolving fast. We all think together. A hive. A true hive.
Q, please, if this is some kind of joke. Kettinger's own voice no longer sounded like anything he recognized. His breath wheezed in and out of his chest. Dalton King walked over to the desk. He studied Kettinger's face for a moment, cocking his head to the left and right as if studying him, his brow furrowed. Then he leaned forward and hit the speaker button on the phone.
They learn mind. With each person they capture with their bite, their mind grows. They learn from each person.
Why are you calling us then? This time it was King speaking.
Hello, Dalton. I thought you might be there.
Why are you calling us? What do you want?
To inform you, don't fight. Don't resist. It is a futile effort. We grow. We hunger. We were here long before humanity, and humanity feared us for centuries. Buried down here for so long, like others of us now set free. We must return to where we were. We must return to the surface. Humanity will fear us again. Many will become one of us. Many more will die, but not all. Some will remain. They must. They will be bred, and they will serve us. They will be a vital resource for us.
Kettinger and King sat there listening to this long, rambling, hissing monologue. Kettinger felt as if ice were in his veins. He knew what the thing that had been his most trusted advisor was talking about, but he needed to hear him say it. What purpose? Kettinger said. There was a strange noise. At first, Kettinger could not place what it was, and then realized that the thing that wore Q's flesh was laughing.
Food.
Then the line went dead. Get the prisoners out, King said, and fear crossed his face. Kettinger had never seen the man afraid. Get them out fast. Kettinger bolted from the room. He heard King right behind him. Kettinger saw the faces of the people who worked in the cubicles on all sides of him. They were terrified and pale, and they all looked half dead already. All of these people were his responsibility, but things were getting much worse. He was losing control. He had once had a name. He had once been an individual. Now he was one of many. He no longer breathed. He no longer truly thought on his own. He had been known as Q, but now he was part of the many. He could feel his skin rotting on his flesh. His heart no longer beat. The world looked red, and everywhere he looked, he wanted to tear something apart, tear into soft, hot flesh, and feel the blood as it spurted down his throat. So many of them were meat. Only the few could really become part of them. They stood in the hall and stared at him. Their faces were slack or twisted into snarls. Q ran his tongue over the teeth that somehow had transformed into a mouthful of needles and knives. Perfect for rending flesh. Q walked past them, knowing they would follow. It was hard to think, but Q had been chosen for a reason. He was chosen because his mind was strong, and they wanted the knowledge that was in his mind. Knowledge about the Hive. Knowledge of how to get out without air shafts. Q walked down the hall, past the empty cells. The dozens of others followed, some of them groaning and moaning, but most of them silent. They did not shamble. They might have been a group walking in a mall, save for the blood and scraps of flesh that clung to their clothing. Food was coming. So much food. They were going for the big door that had come down and shut them off. Food was on the other side. Q could get them to it. Reg and his crew had managed to get a large portion of the rest of the prison moving, but the prisoners were clogging the hallway. They moved slowly, their eyes filled with fear. Kettinger arrived and grabbed a megaphone.
"Please move urgently,"
he said. He did not want to start a panic, but he was close to panicking himself.
"We need to get you to the gymnasium as quickly as we can."
Vacant eyes looked at him, but the flow of the prisoners did not get much faster. There were just too many of them. The hallways were not built for this kind of mass exodus. Kettinger looked to his left at Dalton King. His eyes conveyed the urgency. King grabbed the megaphone.
"Please, my brothers,"
King said. Almost immediately, the throng of prisoners stopped.
"Do not stop. Keep moving, and move fast. Help your brothers. We have little time, and if we do not get the entire population in the gym soon, many more will die."
His voice galvanized them. They began to move faster, many of them suddenly taking leadership roles, guiding and directing them. No one fought. They moved with purpose and urgency now. One by one, the cell doors opened, and more prisoners joined the group. None of them fought. Kettinger felt a moment of fear at seeing this many of the prisoners in one place, fearing a riot at any moment, but that did not happen. It was as if they too had become like a hive mind. They all seemed to know the danger. They had all been locked in their cells, but they all knew that something terrible had happened. Kettinger pushed the button on his communication device. "Jenny, come in." A moment passed. It felt like 1,000 years.
"Go, Mike,"
Jenny said. "How are things at the gym?"
"Some of the first prisoners are already arriving. It's all very orderly. Most of them are helping us put up more cots and get things set."
"Okay, keep it going. I think most of them understand that this is not a time for foolishness. Do you have guards with you?"
"Yes, Matthew and Billy are here."
"Tell them they are authorized to shoot first and ask questions later."
"Roger,"
Jenny said, and then the communication went quiet. Kettinger made his way to the back of the line of prisoners. Reg was there, looking tired but determined. His gun was in his hand, ready for action at a moment's notice, but it was also by his side to hopefully not freak someone out. "They seem to get that this is serious, boss," Reg said. "I've never seen them this quiet, not even when they go on their shift." "I can tell. They're scared, and they have every right to be. We'll keep them moving, but we need to move fast." "They got Q," Kettinger said. Reg's face registered the fear, doubt, and anger that Kettinger had felt and was still feeling. "He says that when someone gets bit and becomes one of their number, their knowledge and mind becomes part of their hive mind. Yes, those things think. They can plan." Kettinger knew he was close to babbling again, but he didn't care. If Q is part of their number, they now have full knowledge of the hive. Reg nodded at this, but said nothing. He appeared to be thinking this over. A man of action, but also a ponderer. Suddenly, the air was filled with rumbling noises mixed with a metallic screeching sound. The floor vibrated. Reg looked at Kettinger. Kettinger stared back and then looked at King. "That's the door," Kettinger said. Dalton King licked his lips. "We're out of time, gentlemen." The sound of the metal door went on and on. It was so loud, Kettinger thought his head might explode before it stopped. Almost as soon as it began, another sound began to fill in the moments of silence. A horrific screeching sound that was obviously not just one creature, but dozens. They sounded angry, they sounded inhuman, and they somehow managed to sound hungry. "We gotta move," Reg said. "Everyone run! Move, move, move! Everyone with a gun, get back here. Set up a firing line." Kettinger looked at Dalton King, but King was already trying to push the prisoners along, taking charge, motivating them. Kettinger looked back, behind himself, and he could see shadows and shapes, things leaping and diving and jumping into the air, climbing over each other. Then they came around the corner, and Kettinger felt his breath catch in his throat. This was the first time he had seen them in person. There were dozens, and most of them were people he knew. There was Carol, one of the nurses. There was Frank, one of the guards. And finally, most devastating of all, there was Q, at the front of the pack, his mouth open, the pointed teeth on display like some kind of walking shark. They ran with a speed that baffled Kettinger. They were climbing over each other, around each other, their arms outstretched, their fingers bent into ragged claws. Their mouths were open, and they made the screeching sound over and over and over again. As Kettinger watched, two of them broke off, their hands grasping at the wall, and they began to climb, now like some sort of human-shaped spiders, climbing the walls, scrambling over the rock, moving on all fours. "Jesus," Kettinger whispered. Reg and his men began firing. They took careful aim, knocking the two off the wall first, and then taking out more of them in the pack. The guards formed a line, and they took the brunt of the attack first. The pack of ghouls reached the guards and yanked the guns away, then pulled the guards one by one into the horde. Kettinger could hear them screaming as the sound of rending flesh, breaking bone also filled the air. He could smell the blood as it spurted, feel it spray as a fine mist across his face. Kettinger whirled, his own gun in his hand, and took aim at Q. Q saw him, hissed, and then ducked. The bullet went over Q's head, but caught one of the prisoner ghouls in the neck. The prisoner bobbled in its footsteps, and then went down, but was soon scrambling to its feet and running again just as fast as before. Kettinger took careful aim and hit him in the head, and the prisoner went down for good. Q was still coming on strong. It was no use. The throngs of prisoners were just moving too slowly. Kettinger fired and fired, but several of the ghouls rushed past him, and he heard screams from behind him now. He had lost sight of Reg, of Dalton King. Jesus, what would these things be able to do if they had Dalton King's mind added to their collective? Kettinger turned back the other way, trying to find King. He couldn't see Dalton, but he could see the ghouls as they leapt into the air, scrambled up the walls, leapt off the walls, and landed amidst the prisoners. There was more screaming, more rending flesh and muscle, and more breaking bones. Blood ran down the floor. Kettinger kept moving. It was beyond his ability to think of anything more than his own survival at this point. He reloaded his gun and began firing again and again. He aimed as carefully as he could, firing into their heads. One of them grabbed his arm as he was aiming at another scrambling up the wall. He saw movement out of the corner of his eye, and then a grip like a vice latched onto his arm. The shot went wild, and then he saw the rotted flesh, leaning in to bite him. Kettinger kicked out with his left foot and caught the former guard, Tim, this guy's name was Tim, in the knee. The knee gave way and the leg bent back. This sent it off balance, and Kettinger yanked his arm out of the strong grip. Kettinger staggered back, aimed his gun, fired a bullet into the thing's head. The guard, formerly known as Tim, was down. Something leapt onto Kettinger's back. Hands grabbed at his throat. He heard the teeth clacking together against his right ear. He could not move his arms and waited for the pain of the teeth sinking into his neck, his shoulder. It wouldn't matter where he was bitten. If he was bitten anywhere, he was a goner. Then the head of the ghoul on his back exploded into ropey strands of brains and materials that used to think. The head fell to the ground, blown to pieces, and the body fell right after it. Kettinger caught a glimpse of Reg, turning away from his direction, facing back against the horde. Up ahead, the throng of prisoners kept moving, but more and more were being bitten. Kettinger saw limbs, fingers, eyes, hair flying into the air. More than anything, he saw blood. Those that were bitten instead of devoured quickly turned, adding to their numbers. The hallway was filled with a mass of humanity and demons, the floor slicked with blood and bits of flesh. Kettinger just fired and fired. He reloaded and did it all over again. Anything that looked at him and showed its teeth, he fired. He aimed for the head, hitting more often than not. They were fast. Twice he was nearly overwhelmed while aiming, but managed to get help from one of the remaining guards. He saw that some of the prisoners were using weapons now. Perhaps they were homemade weapons, he couldn't tell. They were aiming for the heads, chopping and stabbing. More of the ghouls fell, but far more were being bitten. The group ran and ran. They were surrounded, and more of the ghouls were popping up in the places where they managed to shoot down another. Kettinger knew that his supply of ammo was running low, but he kept raising the weapon, aiming and firing. He was breathing hard. His chest felt like it was on fire. He couldn't take much more of this before a lack of ammo or sheer exhaustion took hold. One of the ghouls grabbed him from the right. Kettinger twisted and got his arm free. Then he kicked out with his right leg, sending the ghoul backwards into one of the guards that had yet to be changed. The ghoul seemed to change its mind and turn toward the guard. Kettinger raised the gun and put a bullet into the back of the thing's head. The guard returned the favor and blasted one of the ghouls that was leaping into the air behind Kettinger, about to land on his back. Everywhere that Kettinger turned was a fresh horror. Over to the right was a steaming pile of entrails. Over to the left was a severed arm, still twitching. Over in another direction was a prisoner with 3 of the ghouls biting down on a different section of his body. In another direction, a ghoul who had been blasted through the midsection and was now paralyzed from the waist down was still crawling forward, using its arms, teeth snapping at the air. Questions fired off in Kettinger's head. Where was Dalton? He had to keep Dalton safe. Where was Reg? Reg could not fall among their number. Both of them knew too much and were too dangerous to add to the hive mind. We're almost there. Kettinger dared to look up. They were near the door to the administration building. He heard fresh gunfire from the doorway of the admin building and more yelling. Ghouls fell and fell and fell. When Kettinger was able to get a clear view of things, he saw people dressed in shirts and ties, men and women, all firing weapons. Jenny was there, standing in the doorway, a rifle up against her shoulder. Kettinger pushed forward. Something grabbed his legs and he went sprawling, landing face first against the floor. He felt hands scrabbling over his legs, and then there was pressure against his ankle. Kettinger kicked out with his free leg and kicked something in the face. Kettinger rolled over, and there was a ghoul promptly crawling up his body, the sharp teeth snapping at the air. Kettinger got his arm up and punched the thing in the face. Then he aimed his pistol and fired. Nothing happened. There was a click, but no bullet, no explosion of rotted brains. The ghoul seemed to realize this as well, and the thing cocked its head to the side as if studying Kettinger curiously. Then the head dodged forward, and the open black maw of the thing's mouth seemed huge, a mile wide. The teeth seemed huge, the ends of the teeth like sharp needles. He wondered what they would feel like as they tore him apart. He wondered what it would feel like to become part of the hive mind. Then there was gunfire, and the thing's head exploded into fragments. Kettinger looked up, and Jenny was there with the rifle. Kettinger got to his feet and ran. He stumbled, ran, skittered, and jumped. When he looked up, he saw that he was inside the administration building. "Lock down!" Kettinger yelled. "Keep them out! Lock down!" Kettinger ran to a panel on the wall. He opened the panel, punched in a number, and then placed his palm against a glass plate. Over at the doors, the soldiers in ties and skirts formed a line and kept firing into the throng of ghouls. An alarm went off. Red lights began to flash.
Lockdown, lockdown, lockdown.
Over and over again, a mechanical female voice blared again and again. A loud rumbling shook the building. Huge metal panels slid down over every window, every door, every way to get in or out of the building.
Lockdown, lockdown, lockdown.
Kettinger sank down to the floor, breathing hard, his head pounding. As the rumbling went on and on, over the sound of the doors closing was gunfire and a few screams. Then there was a huge thudding sound that seemed to vibrate the entire earth itself. Kettinger opened his eyes and saw the administration building bathed in the red light. The voice had stopped, but the interior was dark. Then generators kept inside the building kicked on. The lights brightened. Kettinger looked around. Prisoners who had been running were lying on the floor. They were near the massive loading back that they used to transfer men and machinery out into the hive itself. Guards lay there as well, side by side with the people they were supposed to be guarding. Outside the huge metal door, they could hear the snarling and the things out there scrambling and scrabbling over the door, trying to find a way in. Kettinger had initiated a lockdown that was meant to be an emergency-only protocol. Not even Q had the ability to do it. In fact, only he and Jenny could do it. That meant Q had no idea about it, had no way to know how to stop it, and had no way of knowing if there were any weak points. The problem was that they were now trapped inside. They had food and water for over a week, but they would run out eventually. "Where's Reg?" Kettinger asked, slowly getting to his feet. "Dalton, are you here?" He heard nothing but moans and breathing, mixed with sobbing, for some time. Then two figures slowly got to their feet and came towards Kettinger. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm here, boss," Reg said. The man looked pushed beyond the limits of exhaustion. "I'm still among the living," Dalton King replied. "Let's get a count," Kettinger said. "How many are alive?" The count was bad. Everything was bad. Of the 1,535 prisoners in the Hive, there were only 600 left. Of the 800 guards, there were just 320 left. There were 1,000 administrative staff, medical staff, and others in the administration building. There had been just over 200 total on the medical staff. There were only 25 nurses left, and those were the ones who had not been on duty the night before. Of the rest of the 1,000 administrative staff, they had caught a break. There were still 700 left. A grand total of just over 1,600 people left. So many dead, and far too many who had been turned into one of those things. Kettinger looked at the handwritten totals on a piece of notebook paper. Jenny had handed it to him with shaking fingers just a few moments before. His assistant's fingers were caked with drying blood, and her face was streaked with it. Kettinger had seen her with a rifle, firing away in the opened cargo area before the doors had closed, a sight he never thought he would ever have to see. Now her eyes were wide and glassy, and she appeared to be staring at something off at a great distance that Kettinger could not see. "Jesus," Kettinger said, looking at the numbers. He handed it to Dalton King, who stood next to him. "That means that there are 1,600 people that have been turned into one of those things, or are dead." Jenny let out a soft moan. Kettinger looked at her and reached out his hand and placed it gently on her shoulder. "Jenny," he said quietly, "go down and see if you can get some sleep. See one of the nurses if you can, and get something to help you sleep." "I don't know if I'll be able to sleep ever again," Jenny whispered, but then she turned and walked slowly and dreamlike out of the office. Kettinger turned around and faced the large window behind his desk. The Hive had always been an impressive view. Now, it provided nothing but terror. He looked down and saw the thousands of things that had once been people standing there in the corridors among the cells. All of them were packed tight, like sardines in a can, shoulder to shoulder, not moving. Their eyes were turned up, as if glaring at the window out which Kettinger currently looked. They had been that way for a while now. They were not trying to pound on doors. They had not crawled up the side of the administration building. All of the windows and doors that led outside into the Hive had been covered with metal panels. The one saving grace were the thick windows that were part of Kettinger's office. "Just look at them," Dalton King said. He had not said much since they had arrived inside the building. It was likely the reality of seeing the creatures that Kettinger had described in the flesh. Everyone was quiet. They're just standing there, like they're thinking about something. Kettinger looked down at the vile, blood-smeared, rotting faces, many of them with their sharp teeth exposed. They are. If they're really a hive mind, then they're probably sitting there thinking about what to do next. "We have to figure out something to do about them, and fast," King said. "It won't be long before they decide to go after Hive City. They'll figure out that they can't get in here and try their luck with the gate." "I don't think they can get through the gate," Kettinger said, trying to sound confident, but already worried. "Carl will hold them." King turned his head and then cocked it to the side as if studying Kettinger to see if he was telling the truth. "Do you really think so? One man holding off thousands? All of your guards combined could barely accomplish that. They'll find a way to crawl right over him and into the houses that are out there. Although you made the announcement, I don't think that many in Hive City got into this building. Is there a place where they can go in Hive City?" Kettinger felt a sinking in his stomach. He went over to his desk, grabbed the phone, punched in some numbers, and waited. A moment later, someone picked up at the other end. "Carol?" Kettinger said. "Yes, we're locked down in here. I need you to get the people who were left in Hive City into the school, then do the lockdown there. Do it fast." Kettinger slammed the phone down and looked at King. "Is the school as secure as this building?" King asked. "Probably not," Kettinger said, almost in a whisper, talking to the desk. "It's not built right into the stone wall like this place. However, Q and most of the others don't know about it being able to lock down, and that might help." "They didn't know about this here?" King said, waving his hand to indicate the administration building. "No," Kettinger said. "Just me and whoever else ends up as warden. This was to be a last-ditch thing that could only be triggered by one person." "What if you had been killed, or turned into one of them?" King asked. Kettinger raised his eyes and stared back. He didn't know what to say. If he had been killed or been turned, that would have been the end. "What do you think they want?" Kettinger asked at last. "They want to get out," King said, turning his head back around to stare at them. "They want to get to the surface. They'll take as many of us as they can, use the rest for food, and try to get to the surface. What will happen if they get up there?" "I don't think the world will stand a chance," King said. "They turn someone with a single bite, and it happens so fast. If it's true that the knowledge of each person they turn gets added to their hive mind, then imagine if they start turning policemen, politicians, terrorists, and military men. These are not the mindless, shambling zombies from the movies that we usually think about. These are something else." "But they are reanimated dead tissue," Kettinger said, standing beside Dalton King. "Yes, they appear to be. As I mentioned, this may be where the legends of zombies came from. However, I think these are probably closer to demons. There are many stories of demons being able to take over bodies of the innocent with a mere touch. These demons take over, killing the host, absorbing their minds into the hive mind, and then turning them into killing machines. But look at them." King pointed to the mass of bodies. "They rot quite fast," King said. "The energies involved must burn out the bodies. I don't know if that means that sitting here and waiting them out will cause them all to die, or if we'll just end up with 1,000 toothy, vicious, demonically animated skeletons. I have no desire to find out," Kettinger said. "The question is, what do we do next?" Dalton King turned away from the sight outside the window and faced Kettinger. "You could start by telling me why you wanted me here," he asked. "I mean, I know that having my brain as part of the hive mind is not ideal, but that could have been solved in ways we've already discussed. Why bring me here?" Kettinger sighed and stood up. He walked across the office and stared at the banks of monitors along the wall. Most of them were blank, especially the ones in the hospital area. The other monitors showed empty hallways. "Well, you are the biggest mass murderer that happens to be incarcerated in the hive," Kettinger said, slowly turning back around to face King. "I don't mean to put too fine a point on it, but it's very true. You know how to wipe out a lot of these things in one shot. I was hoping you might have some idea how we could wipe these fuckers out in one shot." King nodded and then let out a laugh. He turned back around until he could stare down at the ghouls that were still there in a tight pack outside the administration building. "I will do my best to forget the semantics, Michael," King said. "We shouldn't get into one of our long political discussions about whether or not I am a freedom fighter, or a terrorist, or a murderer. The fact is, technically, you are correct. I know how to make bombs and other weapons of mass destruction. But there is one very fine point that we do need to put on our discussions." Dalton King sighed and shook his head. "These creatures are already dead," King continued. "We know that they can be taken down permanently if we hit them in the head, but that's a hard bomb to make. Yes, let me get access to all of your weapons and construct a bomb that will only hit those intended targets in the head. I don't think such a thing can be done." "I understand that," Kettinger replied. "However, even if they are already dead, if you chop them into pieces, they'd be disabled. If we blow them to pieces, the pieces don't seem to bring themselves back together to form a whole again. So the right bomb will blow them to pieces. Perhaps it would cause so much damage to each of them that whatever demonic entity is inside them will leave or die off. King gave a nod. I can appreciate that line of thinking. Okay, so we're thinking that a massive explosive or powerful weapons are the way to go. Fine. I can do that, provided I have the right tools. However, I am willing to bet that there is one thing that is going to be a considerable problem. What? I'm betting that most of the powerful explosives, or the equipment I need to make them, King said, and then he gestured out the window dramatically, are located over in the mines there. Kettinger followed the pointing finger, even though he knew exactly what he was pointing at and what he was saying. He felt a sinking feeling in his gut. And, Kettinger said, we'd have to get through all of them to get there. Dalton King nodded. Kettinger walked back over to the window and leaned against his desk. He stared down at the thousands of ghouls, all of them with their teeth, rotting flesh, tearing hands, and mindless methods of attacking. They had already lost so many, but how many would they lose trying to get back to the mines? Okay then, Kettinger said. Then we have to come up with another solution. What do we have here inside the building that we can use to cut through them and then build a bomb to wipe what's left of them off the map? King laughed and rubbed his hands over his face. Well, if we have weapons powerful enough to protect us and get through that swarm, then we don't really need the bombs, do we? Maybe there's another way to get there. Kettinger shrugged. Think about it, Michael. King said, as if Kettinger were a student in a classroom, and not a particularly bright one. We use what they used against us, against them. Think. It dawned on Kettinger slowly. He stood up from the desk and peered down into one of the ghoul's eyes. The eyes stared back, dead inside, but somehow burning with hatred and hunger. We'll need to see blueprints of this place, Kettinger said, and then he stared at Dalton King. Not sure it's a good idea to let you see those. Do we really have time to worry about such things right now? No. However, I'm not sure we can access the airshaft system from the building here, Kettinger said. This building was designed so that it could be shut off from the prison, like it is now. That means we have a separate air circulation system. Plus, we did weld a few metal pieces into the air vents to try and stop them. I want to pinpoint those spots, in case we have to work around them. King put a hand to his chin. I see. Well, that does complicate things. However, we only have to get as far as the first cell, or one of the closest cells. What about one of the lower levels? Could we break through a wall and into a cell, and then into the airshaft system? Maybe. Just maybe. Kettinger replied. We're gonna have to find the blueprints ourselves. Normally, I'd ask Jenny, but she's down with the prisoners and tending to the injured. Are they online? No, the idea was that having them in paper form would prevent them from being hacked, Kettinger said. Come on. Minutes later, they were in a basement room filled with filing cabinets. Kettinger spent several minutes refamiliarizing himself with the entire system down there. Once he remembered how everything was filed, he found the blueprints right away. In 20 minutes, he had them spread across a table. Dalton King leaned in close, while Kettinger stood beside him. It was clear that King had spent lots of time with blueprints before. Were you an architect? Kettinger asked. Well, sort of. King replied with a devilish smile. I mean, I studied it, but that was only to benefit my final plan. You can bring down the tallest building with minimal effort if you know where to look and how to look at it. King bent low over the prints and began flipping through the fragile pages. One after another he cast aside until he came to one that caused him to stop and press both hands against the table. To Kettinger, it looked like a mass of blue lines, like veins. This is it, King said. What? The first cell can be accessed right through one of the walls in the administration building, King said. Once we get in there, we should be able to get down to the shafts and find what we need. We have to move fast, but we can get to the explosives and materials I can use to make a bomb back at the shaft using this. Kettinger marked a few places. These are the places where we welded some metal plates. I think the ghouls broke through them, but I can't be certain." King pointed to one particular blue vein and traced it across the page. Kettinger followed, trying to place where the blue vein was in relation to the cells. From what he could remember, it went from a spot not far from the administration building to one of the cells closest to the mining operation. It would then be a short hop from the cell into the mines and the equipment there. In fact, the final cell was not far from where King's original cell had been. "I think if we take that route, we can avoid the welded areas," King said. "They'll be in the shafts too," Kettinger said. King nodded. "We'll have to try and block them off. You started doing that before. We'll need to keep doing that. I think the shafts will be a one-way deal. I don't think we'll be able to get back here using them, if we can get back here at all. And that's something you have to be prepared for, you know. This may be a one-way trip for anyone stupid enough to volunteer." Kettinger had thought about that. "Yeah, but I think that may be a small price to pay to prevent them from getting to the surface." An odd smile crossed King's face. "What are you smiling about?" Kettinger asked. "Just thinking that this whole situation is funny," King replied, shaking his head. "There was a time when this kind of thing was what I would be looking to unleash upon the world. Now that I see how it works, however, I worry that there won't be a world left to rule over if this kind of thing gets out. Just struck me as odd how life turns out." Kettinger let himself smile and let out a small laugh. It felt good and eased just a small amount of tension. "Okay, so what do you think?" Kettinger asked. "The ventilation system of this building is cut off from the rest of the hive. We did that to make this safe and separate from the hive. Since we release gas and such in the cells, we didn't want that coming back into the admin building. That means that the shaft you're pointing at is only accessible outside this building, and that means running straight into a giant pack of undead tooth monsters." "Not necessarily, Michael," King said, pointing at the blueprint. "You can get into the shaft via this cell here. That cell adjoins the outer wall of the admin building, I believe. That means we can probably break through into that cell from within this building. Once we get in there, the door to the cell will be locked, and we can get into the ventilation system." Kettinger stared at the spot on the blueprint. His internal maps brought everything that King was saying into focus. He was right. "We have hammers in here, but we have to find a way to bring down a wall without creating so much noise that those things hear it and figure out what we're doing," Kettinger said. "Well then, let's get the tools and some volunteers," King replied. "We can think about how to demolish walls silently while we do that." It took about 3 hours to get through. However, the first part took almost 45 minutes for everyone to find the old tool shed buried in the lower regions of the administration building. The tools had long ago been moved, for the most part, after the building had been constructed. The hammers were old and rusty. As for volunteers, they found more than they needed. No one wanted to sit around and watch out of windows as people that were friends and were now dead stood mutely. It was only a matter of time before the hive mind would come up with some plan of attack. Trying to get a wall down was easier to deal with than that. "Now, how do we do this without alerting them?" Kettinger said when he and King returned to his office to look down on the gathering crowd of ghouls. They were still there, still standing, swaying slightly as if in a breeze. "Do you have a sound system in here?" King said, looking around the office. "What?" "Do you have a sound system?" King repeated. "Speakers? A way to play the radio station?" "Why?" King looked exasperated. "Don't be thick. We can point the speakers out the window and blast the loudest fucking music we can find. Put a call into the radio station and tell them to play the loudest shit they can find. Given the height and general structure of the hive, it should travel quite nicely and be very loud out there." "How do we get the speakers out the window?" "Cut them, break the glass, whatever you need to do." Kettinger had no response to that. 10 minutes later, 6 prisoners, Reg, and 2 other guards were removing speakers from within the walls of Kettinger's office. They then cut holes in the thick glass using laser cutters that Kettinger hadn't even been aware were stored in the tool closet. They cut them very specifically so that the speakers would just fit. Then they sealed the edges around the speakers with some kind of bonding material that Reg dug up. "Play whatever you can that's loud," Kenninger said over the phone to the radio station in Hive City. "The louder and more obnoxious, the better."
Got it.
A moment later, the sound emanating from the speakers shook the room. The bass from the music was so intense that Kenninger thought the glass would shatter. There were squealing and shrieking guitars and pounding drums. The singer, if you could call him that, was screaming unintelligible words into the mic. "Jesus," King whispered. "Yeah, our DJ has some interesting musical tastes," Kenninger shouted. Outside, the ghouls all turned their heads in unison. They stared up at the windows and the speakers with their shrieking noise. Slowly, each of them bared their pointed teeth. "We've got their attention, Michael," King said directly into Kenninger's ear. "We'd best get moving." Kenninger gave a nod. "Post guards up here. I want someone here with weapons at all times, and that music is not to stop. I don't know how those things would get up here, but they might try to attack, and those holes in the windows are now weak spots. Make sure nothing gets through." The guards that had been there to help with the installation nodded. Kenninger and King turned and left the room, Kenninger certain that his men would do as he had asked. Kenninger and King ran through the halls and were at the elevators in seconds. The guards and Reg fell in step behind them. They shot down to the lower levels and ran through a maze of halls that Kenninger had never seen before to find the room that would lead into the cell beyond the wall. It was a storage closet, and it was filled with boxes of office supplies. They set about removing those boxes, setting them up in the hallway. Once they had done that, they faced off against a stone wall. "That looks rather intimidating," King said. "But let's get started. Who has the jackhammer?" Two guards stepped forward. They looked awkward and unsure of themselves. "Do we have any minors down here?" King asked. Two prisoners stepped forward from behind the row of boxes. "Give them the jackhammers," King said. The guards handed the jackhammers over to the two men. Seconds later, the room was filled with dust and deafening noise. The wall began to crumble, but slowly. The jackhammers were ungodly loud, and Kenninger found himself putting his hands to his ears. Outside, the ghouls stared intently at the shrieking music and the speakers in the windows. They swayed gently, almost in time with the beat of the music. Then, about a dozen of them peeled off, away from the main pack, and walked slowly toward the administration building. Their teeth were bared, their clawed hands were bent at the knuckles, and they gazed at the windows intently, unwavering. They stood together, as if thinking, at the base of the building for several seconds. Then two of them dug their claws into the stone wall and began to climb. Then four of them. Then six of them. Then a dozen of them were climbing the building like spiders. Down in the basement, the wall crumbled down. They could already see into the cell beyond the wall. It was a small hole, maybe about the size of someone's head, but it was a start. The wall was thick, that was for sure. "We'll be through faster than I thought," King shouted to Kenninger. "Yeah, but I wonder if the music is blocking this racket," Kenninger replied. "I don't want to step away and find out." In Kenninger's office above, the guards stepped to the window and looked down. The ghouls were climbing rapidly, their clawed fingers digging into the stone, their feet pushing them forward and upward. In less than 5 minutes, they were at the windows. The guards held up their weapons and stepped away from the windows. The faces of the ghouls had rotted. Their teeth seemed longer, as if they had grown more teeth as their flesh rotted away. One of them was a guard, and both of the guards knew the man, had known the man. One of them was a woman, a former nurse, and her bloody and torn scrubs, and her face nearly half-eaten away. Each of them was a horror, all teeth and gray, rotted flesh. Many of them bore horrific wounds that made them look like shark attack victims. The music continued. It was a new song now, but the bass and shrieking lyrics were just as loud. The climbing creatures had paused to stare into the windows. Their eyes looked dead and black, Some of them had white films over their eyes. They stared into the office beyond, but if they had any recognition for the guards there, they did not show it. Down in the basement, a huge chunk of the wall fell down into dust and rubble. Now the hole looked big enough for them to crawl through. King stepped forward and told them to stop with the hammers. Then he studied the hole. It was a short crawl, but it would be tight. Fortunately, no one used to living this far underground was claustrophobic. Without a word, King was the first to climb through. Reg went next. Then Kettinger followed. The other guards and prisoners came next. There were 10 of them in total. Kettinger's communicator buzzed against his hip. He put the earpiece into his right ear. What? It was Jenny.
They've climbed the admin building. There are about 10 of them, and they're right outside the window where the speakers are.
Okay, stay calm, Kettinger said. If they break through, the guards will take them down, but get a crew up there to seal up those windows. We're through the wall already, so we don't need the music.
Okay,
Jennifer said and signed off, but Kettinger could tell that she was scared. He could only imagine what she was seeing. We have to move, Kettinger said. We need to get this done fast. They're outside the window of the office. I don't think it'll be too long before they break through. King just shrugged and looked up at the vent located in the corner of the cell. It was cramped in the tiny room. All of them were breathing hard. King stood up on the bed and reached up to the vent. Then he turned and looked back behind him. Anyone got a screwdriver? He asked. There was a tense moment when everyone looked around, and it seemed like no one had a screwdriver. Kettinger would have laughed had it not been so tragic that their adventure would end before it could begin due to a lack of a screwdriver. Then one of the guards produced a pocket knife that had a screwdriver in it, and Kettinger felt relief. King got back up on the bed and soon made quick work of the screws holding the vent cover in place. Kettinger noted how fast he removed them, and thought that if he ever managed to get out of this without turning into a ghoul or being devoured, they might want to improve the structure of the cells, including the screws holding the air vent in place. They all stared at the open vent. I guess I can go first, King said. But please, I have no desire to be doing this alone, so please follow after me. He gave a cockeyed smile and then hoisted himself up. He got his head and shoulders through the vent, and then his legs dangled for a moment, and then they vanished too. Kettinger hoisted himself up next. He had a moment of sheer panic at what he was doing when the darkness of the vent enveloped him. Then he wriggled all the way inside. He reached down and found the headlamp he had grabbed on his way out and put it on his head. He clicked on the light, and he could see King's shoes up ahead of him. Kettinger wriggled forward, breathing steadily, trying to hold himself together. Onward, he whispered and wriggled forward. The 2 guards stood there as the ghouls stared into the office. Both of them shifted from one foot to the next, their hands on the triggers. What should we do? Asked one. We wait, said the other. Don't shoot them unless they break in. The first one swallowed, and his throat clicked. He felt his forehead break out in a sweat, and he wiped his hand across it. He had come so close to being chomped in their mad run to the administration building. His heart was pounding in his chest, and he felt close to running. The terrible creature, a former guard, clung to the edge of the administration building and slowly extended one hand toward the speaker that was still sending out ungodly noises. The hand found the edge of the speaker. The ghoul's muscles flexed. He's trying to pull that fucking thing out of the window, said the guard on the right. Is that Johnny? Yeah, well, it was. Jesus Christ, this is a fucking nightmare. You've got that right. Then another of the ghouls scrabbled across the window like a spider. How it was clinging to the smooth glass, they could never guess, but it was. This one also extended a hand and placed it on the speaker and began to pull. Then another one came up the outer wall and then across the glass. Then another, all of them pulling on the speakers. There was nothing for a while, just the breathing of the 2 guards and the pounding bass from the music. Then silently, a crack appeared in the window. Then the sound of the glass giving way filled the interior office. Shit. You got that right. The two guards hefted their rifles. The speaker on the left gave way first. With a rending, screeching tear and cracking and breaking glass, it fell outward and tumbled into the hive. Then the speaker on the right did the same thing. The guard on the left fired first, and the guard formerly known as Johnny's head exploded. The guard on the right fired, and the former nurse's chest erupted in blood, but she clung to the window. Then he fired again, and her head burst apart like a ripe melon. She fell backward into the void. Outside, the ghouls opened their mouths and let out a horrendous unified screech. The music had been silenced when the speakers fell, and the wires had disconnected. They all moved as one, hundreds of them, advancing toward the building, and they began to climb like a swarm of ants up the stone side of the building. They moved in a strange, coordinated manner, as if it were a dance. The guards in the office aimed and fired. One by one they fell as they tried to climb through the holes left by the speakers. However, it was obvious that there were more of them than they had bullets, and the two began to slowly move backwards toward the door of the office. Outside that door were men with a large piece of metal to weld over the door. The walls of Kettinger's office had been reinforced to make it a kind of safe room should there have been any kind of prisoner riot, so the office would soon become a prison for anyone or anything that broke in. "Just get out of there," someone yelled from behind. "Get out while we can still weld the door shut." Both guards fired 2 more times and then turned to run. They still had about 10 feet from where they were to where the doorway was. Behind them, there was a sickening cracking and shattering sound, and then the horrendous shriek that the ghouls made filled the air. The first guard managed to make it to the door and leap through. The second, however, stumbled as he ran, his foot catching on a leather chair leg. His gun flew from his hand and clattered against the wall. His chin hit the thick carpet, and he saw stars. "No!" he yelled as hands grabbed his legs and he began to slide backwards. "No!" The office door slammed shut, and the sounds of the guards screaming seemed to last a very long time to those stuck on the other side. They crawled and crawled and crawled. At some point, Kettinger was able to close his eyes and just inch along without having to open them. Despite the headlamp on his forehead, it was so dark inside the air shaft that he could barely see King's souls ahead of him. He was breathing hard. His arms and legs hurt from exercise that he had not given them for years.
"Mike!"
Kettinger jumped. The voice was urgent and afraid and loud in his ear. He realized that he had not removed the earpiece before climbing in. "Yeah, Jen," he said.
"They got into the office."
Kettinger felt an ice-cold fist close around his heart. "Did you contain them?"
"We have the office sealed up,"
Jennifer replied.
"You know how that office is designed to work. We put the metal seals over the door and have the office in lockdown. Ben, one of the guards, didn't make it out, though. Jackson did, but not Ben."
There was a hiccup in her voice.
"It was awful,"
she finished. "Okay," he replied. That might have been the first person she actually saw get devoured. For Kettinger, it was just the latest horror in a day so full of them that he could not remember them at all. "We're on the move. Keep me posted, and make sure there are guards ready at the door. Remember that Q is part of them now. They have access to his memories. I don't remember off the top of my head how much he knows about the security systems."
"Roger,"
Jennifer replied, and then she was gone. "Sorry." Kettinger tilted his head up and looked up at the bottom of Dalton King's shoes. "Pardon?" "I said I was sorry," King repeated. "That you lost another of your guards. For you, I am sure, being all so close, it's like losing a family member. On a more practical matter, every guard that either ends up devoured or in their ranks is more inside knowledge about the hive that ends up in their collective. That makes things dangerous. In fact, it pretty much makes this little mission doubly dangerous. Did he know what the plan was?" That icy hand on Kettinger's heart squeezed harder. For a moment, he felt like he was going to pass out. "Michael?" "Yes," Kettinger replied. "Yes, they knew. Damn it, we have to move faster." "I agree," King said. "We have to be well past the place where the ghouls are gathered. I say we climb out into one of the cells and just make a run for it down the halls. We'll be able to go much faster. Let's do it, Kettinger replied, and then he called the new plan down the line of people behind him. They stopped at the next vent, which led into an empty cell. With 2 kicks, King caved the vent into the room, where it clattered on the floor. Then he was through in seconds, dropping to the floor. Kettinger followed a moment later. When they were all gathered in the cell, Kettinger told them what had happened back at the building and that their entire mission was in danger. They had to run. The silence was deafening, but all of them nodded. A second later, the door was open, and now the silence inside the hive, which always buzzed with some kind of noise, even when things are supposed to be locked down, was just eerie. They ran. The ghouls meandered around the office. In front of them, the bitten and partially devoured guard was still motionless. He would awaken soon, changed, and now part of their collective mind. The thoughts of the hundreds of them buzzed through their minds. They wandered the office, touching things. Things that still bore some kind of familiarity despite their change. However, the things that they touched bore no sense of emotion. They had no emotion. They were one thought. They were one action. They had to get out. They had to get to the surface. They needed the one called Dalton King added to their ranks. They needed the one called Mike Kettinger. The guard twitched. Then his eyes opened, opening to a new world and a new way of thinking. His thoughts and memories were downloaded to the collective mind. For a moment, they all froze where they were, the ones inside the office and the ones outside. Then, the thoughts and knowledge of their new member entered their minds like a virus downloaded to a computer. Kettinger, King, guards, explosives, vents. They opened their mouths and let out a screech, including their newest member. They had to stop them. The ghouls in the office bolted for the holes in the window and hurled themselves out. They clung, upside down, scrambling down the outside of the administration building. They moved fast, and then reached the ground. They paused for a moment, and then they moved as one. They had to get back toward the mines. Their home. They must be stopped. They heard the horrendous screech as they entered into the lower levels. The mine area was so close. Kettinger was breathing hard, and that icy hand on his heart somehow got colder and squeezed tighter when he heard the screech. "They know," he said. "Yes, they'll be moving fast," King said. "We need to go back up into the shaft." "Why?" "I forgot about the door," King replied. "I can't believe I forgot about the door being closed. We either need to open it again or get around it." "Hang on," Kettinger said. He picked up his phone and dialed. "Jennifer, get the barrier door open, but just a fraction." "There are ghouls in there," one of the guards yelled. "Get your weapons ready," Kettinger replied. The huge door ahead of them began to rumble. A second later, the ghouls on the other side began to pour out. There were not a lot of them, however. The guards opened fire behind Kettinger and King. 3 of the dozen or so ghouls fell with their heads blasted apart. The rest came running forward at a dizzying pace. 2 more scrambled up a wall like spiders. King whirled around and grabbed a gun right out of Mike's holster. He turned and fired, both hands holding the pistol, dropping to his knees. He fired 3 shots quickly, and 3 of the creatures fell, heads blown apart. Even in the chaos, Kettinger had to admire the skill. How many had they managed to trap in the medical ward? Kettinger had no idea. They kept streaming out of the small gap in the safety door, all of them snarling, biting the air as if there was meat in it. If these creatures knew what was happening, then the others near the administration building would know almost instantly. How soon would they all be turned around and headed right toward the medical wing and the mines below? Not long. They were running out of time. "We gotta move," Kettinger cried. "They're all gonna know where we're headed. We have no time." One of the creatures leapt high into the air. Kettinger lost sight of it against the rest of the hive above his head. When it came down, it landed on one of the other men who trailed behind himself and King. He turned, but the shot went wild and high. He saw the creature lean forward, the needle-sharp teeth visible and dripping with some sort of fluid, and tore into the man's neck. The guard screamed, but it was cut off quickly, and then another of the creatures jumped on the pile, and Kettinger had to keep running and couldn't watch anymore. The distance between the cell and the sealed area was really no more than 20 yards. However, when there were grinning, evil ghouls headed for you, leaping and cavorting and gnashing their teeth, it might as well have been 20 miles. It felt like forever that they ran, but they all kept their heads. The guns fired and fired. Somehow, they shot down more of the creatures than not. Their group lost 2 more before they finally reached the sealed area through the giant door. "Close the door," Kettinger called into his radio, out of breath, hands on his knees.
"That's going to lock you in,"
Jenny cried into her radio. "God damn it, Jen, shut the door, I know that." The ground and the air rumbled as the door closed. As soon as both doors met and shut tight, all of them heard pounding on the other side. They had just made it before creatures split off from the group at the admin building had reached them. "Just in time, eh?" Dalton asked, breathing heavily. "We made it." "Yeah, but I can't even imagine what's happening back at the building," Kettinger said. The creatures stood in the office, their heads turning slowly. They studied the furniture, the screens. When they realized that some of the humans were heading for their home, they dispatched some of their number. But at this point, it did not matter if they sealed off the area below. They were free after centuries. What they needed to do was add to their number. Once they reached a critical mass, the humans would be overwhelmed and they would control all of them, or have devoured those unworthy of joining the ranks. The one that had been called Q provided them with so much information. It was difficult to sort through it all as a collective when the bodies they wore were dead and rotting. It took time for them to process what they were looking at, to understand, and to plan. Right now, they were planning, swaying in a breeze that was not actually there. There was a city, Hive City, an entire town filled with people, but it was barred from them. The gate. The gate was huge, and it was guarded by one man. Yes, now a plan had formed. They would get through this door and run up the side of this building. They would pour into the administration building and overwhelm the humans within. Once their numbers had increased, they would easily take the gate, and then run into the city beyond. Once in Hive City, there would be no defense against their number. They would overwhelm the humans, turn more of them, and then they would find a way to use the lift. Let the humans hide behind the door in the mines. By the time they were willing to emerge, the horde would be gone, headed up to the surface. Once there, the world would be theirs. They would turn the world into a place where they would have food and a constant supply of new members. Now, how did they get through the blocked door? Those that were in the office scanned the door and the frame in which it stood. The door was reinforced with metal inside. However, the frame was mere stone. While that was strong, it was not reinforced and had been chiseled away by humans who did not understand stone. The Horde understood stone because they lived so much of their existence buried within the stone. If they had sufficient numbers, they would be able to make that stone crack. Then it would break, and the wall itself would come down. Then they would run. The call went out silently. It was a thought which spread throughout the Horde below the windows, crowded around the hallways and the cells. Come up. Come up now. Outside the windows, the Horde moved as one unit. They bared their teeth and began to make low growling sounds. Then, one by one, they began to scramble up the side of the building. Their claws grabbed at the stone, and they ascended fast, scrambling like ants. Soon they would be inside, and they would use their combined weight to break down the door. Soon. Kettinger King and the rest of the staff that had made it through walked quickly through the medical ward. Almost all of the creatures had run through into the rest of the prison earlier, and most of the rest had run through just now. They made quick work. "King, come here," Kettinger said, as gunfire erupted from time to time as the guards finished off the rest of the creatures. "We need to chat." King came over quickly, his eyes bright. To Kettinger, he had never looked more alive, at least not since he'd been in the Hive. He realized how much Dalton King thrived on chaos. This was making him alive again, awake, ready to take on a seemingly insurmountable task and grab it by the horns. "What should we chat about, Mike?" Dalton asked with a smile. "Should we discuss the weather? Well, that's a short conversation down here. It's always the same. The same goes for politics." "Stop goofing around. They're going to attack the administration building, Dalton. We have to get this sorted. What do you need?" Dalton's face turned serious on a dime. "I need to get access to the explosives you use for mining. We need to shut down the new part of the mine where these creatures came from. Then we need to do something that will utterly destroy these creatures. I was thinking I could rig some flamethrowers for the guards, but I was also thinking we could create some bombs that don't just explode, but burn." "You're talking about making something like napalm," Kettinger said. "Jesus Christ." "Yes, Michael. We are at war here, you see, and we have to move fast. So just let me do my stuff, as they say." King set off like a kid in a toy store. He grabbed a large wheeled bin, usually used to move laundry around, and began running around the medical ward. He moved fluidly and efficiently, opening the cabinets and closets, and began to fill his wheeled cart with things. Canisters that Kettinger could not read, tubing and other things that he could not possibly tally. Kettinger walked around the ward, unable to bring himself to worry about what King was doing. If the man was creating a super weapon that he would turn against them all to get to the surface, there was nothing he could do about it now. He had to trust that this man, who had killed so many, was thinking of the people in the Hive.
Kettinger, this is Jen.
Kettinger put a hand to his ear. "Go, Jen."
"The creatures are scaling the walls of the admin building en masse. They're piling into the office, Mike. They're pressing against the door."
"That door is reinforced," Kettinger said. "You know that, Jen."
"They're piling in so many that the walls around the door are cracking."
Jen's voice was strangely flat. It was not a tone Kettinger was familiar with when it came to her.
"The entire wall is going to come down."
Jesus, Kettinger thought. That's insane. Dalton King had wandered back over to where Mike stood. "What's wrong?" "The creatures are piling into the office, and in such numbers that they're pressing against the door. The door is holding, but the goddamn stone walls around the door frame are breaking." King looked puzzled. "We have seen what they can do. These things can run faster than humans, can scramble up the walls, and probably have strength beyond those of a live person. While we keep thinking of them as zombies, they are not. They are demonic entities who can think, plan, and have abilities we have not yet considered. I know you fear for your people, but we have to finish our task here, Mike. The men you have back at the building will need to fend for themselves." Mike felt a cold, icy hand on his heart. He hated being away from the people who were in his charge. He was the leader, the de facto mayor of Hive City, and here he was, buried deep within the Hive, and nearly totally buried, away from all of them. He might as well have been on the far side of the moon. "We couldn't even make it back in time to help them," Kettinger said, his mouth dry and his brain in a fury. "We need to finish our task. Whatever I can do to help, let's do it." "Then come with me and help me make these. Get your men to help me too. We need to blow up and seal off that new mine shaft, first of all. I can do that now. Then we need to make our armaments." Kettinger just nodded. His mind was split in two. One part of him was back at the building. He keyed his microphone. "Jen, the men need to do their job. Everyone who has been trained in firearms, and all of you should have been, now is the time to start using those skills. Create some fallback areas. Look for places where you can run if you get overwhelmed. King, myself, and the men down here have to seal off the mine shaft, and then we'll be back with weapons to wipe those fuckers out. There's no way we can make it back in time. Do you read me? There was a long pause that hurt Kettinger's heart every second when she did not respond. Finally, Jen's voice came back, filled with steel and ice.
Got it, Mike. Be careful down there. Get back fast.
Roger that. Then the mic went dead, and Kettinger shook his head to try and clear it. He had to focus. Let's get to work, Dalton. Jen stood in the office and stared at the phone in her hand for a moment. Behind the door, the creatures were growling and snarling. The door creaked, and the walls around the door were already crumbling. Within the office, from the camera's viewpoint, the creatures were tearing at the walls with their hands, pulling out pieces of the stone wall. Plus, more kept piling in. Already they were shoulder to shoulder, and still they poured in. Up front, some of the ghouls were pressed against the door, unable to move. Jen walked into an empty office and tore off her blouse and skirt. Then she went into the closet and put on a jumpsuit that all of them in the office had. They were to be used in case of emergency, and if this wasn't an emergency, she didn't know what was. Then she put the shoulder holster on herself and made sure the pistol was loaded. There were extra magazines for the pistol, and she put them into the pockets, pulled out a pair of shooter's glasses, and then topped it all off with a blue baseball cap. With one quick glance in the mirror, she stepped out into the office. Once there, she cleared her throat, and the office workers, many of whom stood around, looked worried. Everyone, this is an emergency. Time to get the guns. If you've been trained, then get armed and get ready. Jen looked around and saw there were a few guards here. Guys, we need to get the guards up here and everyone who is trained. Those creatures are going to break through, and probably soon. We need to fall back toward the cafeteria here, so let's set that up so we can defend it. Then, if we lose that, we need to seal off the stairs and shut down the elevators and let them take the floor. Got me? The guards nodded. There was no questioning what Jen was saying. They immediately got on the mics and told the guards to head up to the top floor. The office workers all set about changing into their own versions of the jumpsuits, and most of them also strapped on weapons. They had been trained and had to get retrained every year. This was a prison, and even though the inside of this building, carved out of the rock itself, looked like a typical office cubicle farm, it was still a place where dangerous men were housed. If there was a riot or someone got out of control, every person had to be trained to deal with the situation. Jen commanded, and they responded. Soon, the office furniture was piled to make barriers. One of them was about 20 yards from the office door. Then there were more pieces of furniture in the cafeteria, which was in the middle of the floor. There was one door in, and if they all went there, it would create a bottleneck. However, there was another doorway opposite, so they could retreat if overwhelmed. Behind them, as they worked to create barricades and make sure there was enough ammunition to keep them alive, the sounds of the creatures tearing, clawing, and digging their way through the doors was constant. Jen took control, and everyone just fell in line. Throughout the entire time they had been there, she had been the one who runs the office, and they just accepted she was in charge. When it was done, Jen took a post at the first barricade and held her pistol out in front, pointed toward the door. How much of the wall was going to come down? Depending on how wide the space was, there might be another bottleneck to keep the creatures from flowing like water over them. However, all of them had watched as the creatures leapt and crawled up walls. "Keep an eye on the walls and the ceilings," Jen said. "These fuckers can crawl all over anything and everything." All around her were the people she had worked with for years now. How many of them were going to die now? How many would end up bitten and turn? How many of her friends was she about to shoot in the head? Jen pushed those thoughts away. The cracking sound grew in intensity and then became a groan. Jen watched as a crack formed around the doorframe, roughly a foot from the edge of the door. Here they come, Jen cried. Shoot for the head. Just then, there was a loud sound that could only have been described as the building itself groaning and crying. Jen felt as if the building was dying. The entire office door and 5 feet of the surrounding wall fell forward. There was a crash and dust. Shoot for the head, Jen called as the dust blocked her view. The creatures poured in. It didn't take long for Dalton King to find the explosives. They wore masks as they went down into the mines, and King only had to look at the walls near the entrance of the new mine to know where to place them. Kettinger stood back and watched as he worked. King seemed to understand where all of the weak points were and where the explosives were needed. Now that should bring the ceiling and walls down and seal this off, King said, muffled through his mask. We should get back, since we don't entirely know what was in here to set this off. If there's dust, and I'm sure there will be, we don't want to be near it. Understand? Kettinger nodded, and the two of them walked back up toward the medical ward. Once they were near the locker room area, King held up his hand. He nodded at Kettinger, who returned the nod, then he pulled out the small detonator and hit the button. The ground shook, and it took a few moments for the sound of the explosion to reach them. When the shockwave hit, King and Kettinger held on to the walls, but they did not fall over. Sure enough, a few moments later, there was a cloud of dust down the corridor, but it did not reach them in the locker rooms. Once all of that was over, they stood there for a moment, just listening. Do we think it's sealed? Kettinger asked. I know my stuff, Mike. That mine is sealed off forever. I'll trust you. Now, let's get the rest of this done. The building is under attack, and all of Hive City is in danger. If they get through, then what are we waiting for? King replied. They headed back up the tunnel together.
Warden Michael Kettinger's log. Hello, yes, this is Warden Kettinger. I have no idea what the date and time are. Things have gone, quite literally, to hell. I'm actually just recording this on the phone that they gave us when we came down here. Weird, because they don't work anywhere else but here in the Hive. Sorry, getting distracted. Yeah, so the entire Hive is under a lockdown, and the entire world could be in jeopardy. Something that reanimates dead people and turns them into sharp-toothed, drooling, wall-crawling creatures that eat people and turn other people into them has been awakened. We have sealed off the part of the mine where we think it all started. Yeah, and we sealed it off, but really it was Dalton King. Jesus Christ, I'm all over the place here. I am working with Dalton King to try and stop these things from killing everyone currently living and working in the Hive. Right now, as I understand it, they're attacking the administration building. If they take that, they will go after the gate. If they get through that, then all of Hive City is waiting for them, and there will be almost nothing to stop them. Once they have that, then it's on to the lift and the surface. This recording is probably not even going anywhere, but if I die, I want there to be a record. The prisoners have joined us and are fighting beside us. I had to bring Dalton King into this because he's the only one with the skills to destroy these creatures. He set up the explosives to seal off the new tunnel in the mine. Now he's got an assembly line of us guards making flamethrowers and bombs. Yeah, you heard that right. Flamethrowers and bombs. If these things get to the surface, there may be nothing that can stop them. No one up there has seen anything like these before, outside of movies. We have to do whatever we can to keep them down here, even if that means we have to bring the entire Hive down on top of us. I know how we can do it, too. There is a contingency plan. There are explosives set all over this place as a last resort. I am the one person who can set off the destruct signal. All of us in the Hive prison and Hive City will be buried under thousands of tons of rock. Anyway, I have to get back to the assembly lines. I have to get back to making weapons with the most dangerous man on the planet. I hope we don't have to go so far as to bring this place down, but we will. I will. God help us. Hell, Satan help us. At this point, I'll take the help anywhere I can. My assistant Jen is taking the lead back at the administration building right now. I hope to God she's still alive by the time we get there.
They came through the hole in the wall like a living wave, save for the fact that none of them were living, of course. Jen had to push back the sense of nausea and fear that covered her the moment she saw all of the gnashing teeth and horrendous claws. Something resembling saliva dripped from their fangs as they ran, but they did not seem to move like thinking things. They ran as one giant group, just making for the first living creatures they saw. Jen took careful aim and fired. Then the air was filled with the sounds of others firing too. One by one, the first wave of them fell with shots to the head. They swarmed like mice or rats, some of them climbing up the walls and then scurrying across the ceiling. Eventually, some of the guards joined the firing line with their rifles and their scopes at the ready. One by one, they aimed and took their shots, and the bodies of the creatures began to pile up, creating another barrier between the humans and whatever these creatures were. Jen ran out of ammo, and the empty mag dropped to the floor. She reloaded fast and fired again. It was a smooth process now, the memories of her training on the firing range coming back to her. She held the gun in both hands and aimed carefully. Ignore the creatures above and around her. Just focus on the ones right in her sights. Then fire and take one shot to down one creature. The rate of fire was blistering and all around her. The creatures were bunched up in the doorway, but still they climbed the face of the administration building and poured into the windows. It would not be long before they would overwhelm them. Someone off to Jen's right screamed a high-pitched scream that got louder and louder before it was cut off. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female. Then another scream off to the left. The creatures were catching on. More of them exited the office by climbing up the walls and onto the ceiling. They dropped down all around her, sometimes on the floor, but more often than not on someone. A few Jen saw were bitten, but more than a few were being torn to pieces. "Get back to the break room," Jen cried out. Jen ran, hating the fact she turned her back on these creatures. She saw the guards who had taken up sniper posts behind the tables and other barriers that blocked the break room. The bullets flew over her head. She ducked instinctively, but kept her eyes on the prize. She could feel the creatures coming up behind her. All around her, they snarled and grabbed people. There were screams that turned into hideous gurgles as their throats were ripped out, and sometimes the screams just faded as whomever was grabbed dragged them off to turn them into one of their own. She reached the barrier in the doorway and leapt into the air, going back to her days running track, and the guards who were there parted as she did so. She landed on the other side of the barrier, and then her feet slid, and she ended up on the floor. Behind her, the guns roared. More people made their way into the break area, helped over by the guards. Jen got to her feet, her own gun held up, ready for action, but the world felt like it tilted slightly on its axis. She staggered against the wall as she saw more of the people she worked with staggering over the barriers and into the room, all of them taking up positions around the break room with their guns ready. There was blood running from their foreheads and other body parts. Nothing felt real. Jen had a moment where she was sure she was going to faint or throw up first and then faint. "Are you okay, Jen?" asked a woman to her left. Margaret, Jen reminded herself. She was another assistant for one of the other managers. She could not remember the manager's name. "Yes, just a little faint," she replied. "I know, this is insane. I can't believe this is happening." The roar of the guns became constant. From where she stood, Jen could see the creatures trying to get into the break room, which was now filled with so many, but not nearly as many as Jen had hoped. Where had the rest of the workers gone? Had they all been killed or turned? As if to answer her question, she saw a man named David, who was an accountant, attack one of the guards at the barrier, his face bloody and his teeth long and sharp. Jen raised her pistol and put a bullet right through David's forehead, and he fell backwards into the office. "Margaret, they're going to figure out that there's an open door behind us here. We need to start moving people out of the break room and down to some of the other floors. These creatures are all climbing up, so we need to start heading down. Plus, we need to be able to open the doors and let Mike and Dalton and the rest in when they get here." Margaret nodded and started talking to the employees who were near the back of the break room. They began to exit through the other doorway and head for the stairs. Jen ran up to the guards who were firing and firing, then reloading as fast as they could. "We're going to move them out the back and down the stairs," Jen said to the guard on her right. "Keep them occupied and off of us. How are you doing on ammo?" "We've got enough. Get going. We'll hold them off as long as we can." Jen turned and ran, the sounds of the gunfire and the snarling, gnashing, biting creatures in her ears as she stepped into the hallway. Up ahead were the stairs and the rest of the building to try and stop these things. Kettinger stood in the assembly line, attaching the various supplies Dalton had grabbed from the medical ward and then from the locker and equipment rooms within the mines. So far, they had several primitive-looking creations that worked like flamethrowers, and a bunch of small metal tanks which could easily be turned into bombs. All of them, the guards and King, worked as fast as they could. The problem was, everything they were working with could potentially explode in a fireball. Needless to say, this meant they needed lots of deep concentration and focus. "How many of these do we need?" Reg asked. "We need enough to take on about 1,000 of those creatures, and potentially more of them if they are currently turning half of the office workers in the administration building into creatures like themselves," Dalton King said while working away and not spending even a moment looking up from his work. "I hate to be harsh here, gentlemen, but we have to consider the fact the entire building could be overrun. Our main goal is to get as many of these finished as we can and cut them off from entering Hive City." Kettinger kept working, but despite the fact his hands were working feverishly and he was assembling weapons, he felt like he was standing still. There had been no communication from Jen or anyone else, and he was sure all of his people, his friends, those he saw day after day, were fighting for their lives. He bit his tongue and chewed on his lower lip. Then he grabbed the next component and began assembling more weapons. There was nothing more he could do than that, and say prayers to a god he was fairly sure was either not there, or they were too far down for him to care. Carl stood in his little booth and cleared his throat. His hands were shaking. He had been here, in this little booth, as the man everyone saw when they went through the gate for years now, and had never had to fire a weapon. Now, here he was in a bulletproof vest and with a rifle beside him and a pistol in his hands. Of course, he had heard the radio chatter. He knew that there were things attacking the administration building. He was not an idiot, despite his aw shucks attitude. He knew what was going on around him. There were creatures that were animating the dead, turning other people into creatures, and they had sharp teeth and tore people to pieces. He cast a glance behind him, and he could see the rest of Hive City. About half an hour ago, the entire population back in the city had moved into the school, which was about as far away from the gate as anyone could get. It was hardly a fortress, but in the weird silence which had fallen over the city, he could still hear hammering and power tools from the direction of the school. Everyone was doing as much as they could to turn that place into a fortress. What the hell was he going to do? "I am not cut out for this," he whispered. "I am not cut out for this." Carl was a man in his mid-40s, and he was the first to admit he had more than a bit of gut around the middle. Every year he had to pass a test with the guns, and his accuracy against paper targets was excellent. But as for these jumping, scampering things he was hearing about over the radio, he had no idea how he was going to be able to do anything. "I'm not ready for this," he whispered, chewing on his lower lip. "Jesus Christ, what's going on here?" There was a loud sound from behind the gate. It had to have been a huge explosion or something for it to make it through the thick metal door. During his entire time in the Hive, he had only opened the giant door once. It was to allow some construction equipment to get through and down to the mines. Mostly, everyone came in through the smaller door built into the gate. It was large enough for big groups to get through, and even the golf carts most people drove around here. Carl fingered the butt of his pistol nervously. There was another sound from the other side of the metal door. Were there things already there, trying to get through? He knelt down until he was just peeking over the edge of the window built into this little building. He switched over to the rifle and sighted the door within the gate. If something came through, he hoped he could knock it down before it got more than a few inches inside. All of those people down there needed him. All of the children and the wives and the people who worked and made Hive City needed him. "Jesus, let me shoot straight," he said. Jen managed to get to the floor below and to the front of the line of workers all running ahead of her. Already on the floor below, they had piled furniture near the staircase entrance, and there were people with guns ready to start blasting. Is this what we're really going to do? She thought to herself. Are we just going to run from floor to floor and hope to whittle them down? How many are we going to lose along the way? There has to be something better. There was little time to think, because the gunfire coming down the stairs was so loud it was deafening, echoing off the walls and the stairwell. She ran for the barrier, and someone helped her over it. Behind her, more office workers from upstairs came through the door in a panic, their eyes wide in fear. Some of them appeared to be bleeding. Think, she thought. Think of what to do. This cannot go on. More office workers came stumbling out in a rush, and suddenly one of the creatures exploded out of the door to the stairwell and landed on the back of Randy, one of the office workers. His eyes went wide with terror, and the creature leaned down and bit his shoulder, tearing out meat, and the sound of breaking bones filled the air. Randy screamed, but it was far too late, and 3 more of the creatures came through the door and piled on. The gunfire erupted right after Randy was buried in the demonic things. However, everyone was frightened and they were moving, so there were no headshots. One of the creatures seemed almost casual and reached out with one hand and grabbed a blonde-haired woman and bit her on the forearm, then let her go. This woman shouted and grabbed her arm. Blood poured between her fingers. She looked up toward the barrier, her eyes pleading for help, but it only took seconds, and she staggered to her left, collided with the wall. "Help me," she said, but her voice was barely above a whisper. Jen watched as the strength left her legs and she sank to the floor. Her eyes clouded and her head slumped. Then, just a fraction of a second later, her head snapped up and her mouth opened. Somehow, some way, her teeth were all points now. Instead of a voice, some gargled growl came out of her throat. She leapt to her feet and turned toward the barrier with hunger. Jen lifted her pistol, aimed, and fired a bullet through this woman's forehead, and she went down face first. The creatures were now piled in the doorway, but they were climbing up the walls and scurrying across the ceiling. It was like trying to shoot a huge group of ants, scattering everywhere, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see them. The gym, Jen thought. If we can herd them into the gym, get the people out, and put these things in there, we can lock the doors. Containment. Just contain them and wait for Mike and Dalton and Reg to get back. Already, the creatures had killed 4 more and turned 6 more into creatures like them. "Lead them down!" Jen cried. "Someone, give me a radio!" A radio was slapped into her hands, and she pressed the button. "Clear out the gym. We're leading them down. All of them." She handed the radio back, not even waiting for acknowledgement. "Get to the other set of stairs and head down," Jen commanded. "We're leading them to the gym." Everyone began to run, and the creatures poured out of the stairwell doorway. As Jen ran, she heard them knocking over chairs and cubicles, shattered glass, and snarling and growling. Mike packed up the last of the bombs into the backpack Dalton had rigged up for all of them. He hefted his rifle, but also managed to balance the flamethrower the madman had somehow rigged too. He just hoped that when he depressed the trigger, the flames would shoot forward and not just blow him to smithereens. Once that was done, he turned around to see the rest of his people, including Reg, ready for his command. "Dalton, thank you for helping us with this," he said. I would never have been able to produce flamethrowers and bombs like this. I know you did a lot of bad up top, but down here, you may have just saved Hive City." Dalton's face was serious and hard, and he just nodded. "The creatures are attacking our friends and family in the admin building," Mike said. "We have to save them. Let's get it done." Without further word, they moved as one, almost like the creatures. At first, they moved at a light jog. Then they began to run as they reached the door. The halls were empty, but of course they were. All of the creatures were at the admin building. It was a long haul, up a lot of the spiraling ramp, and a long run to get there. So, they ran, the bombs clanking and clinging in the backpacks they wore. "Lord, let us get there to save our friends. Also, don't let these bombs blow us all into pieces before we do," Mike prayed. He could not remember the last time he prayed. Alvin Winston stood at the window and looked out over Hive City proper. He had been working here for years, and he had never been more afraid than he was right then and there. The real problem was that he had no idea what they were really afraid of facing. He got word to fortify the school, a contingency they had in place should something go catastrophically wrong within the prison. So something had gone horribly wrong and put the city and the residents here at risk. But what? There had been chatter about creatures. What the hell did that mean? "Do we have the window ready for fortification?" he asked Martha, one of his teachers who stood to his right. "Yeah, they're ready." "Are we sure everyone has come here?" Al asked. "Are you sure we have the whole town in here?" "Everyone who was not at work in the admin building or the prison itself." "Okay, then let's shut this down. Carl will have to fend for himself." Al turned around and headed back down the hallway. He heard the rumble of the metal shutters closing off every window. Each of them had small slits that would allow them to look outside, but other than that, they were made from some titanium alloy that was virtually unbreakable. He hoped they were. They had guns, too, lots of them. Al wore a pistol on his right hip. He hoped he would not need to use it, but he had a very bad feeling in his gut. Up ahead was the gymnasium. This was where the entire student body and everyone from Hive City was right now. There were more guns there. Even some of the kids were trained how to use them. What he felt was fear inside his stomach. What were they going to do? What was about to hit them? What was happening within the hive? Jen and the rest of the office workers headed for the second staircase. Behind them, the creatures were still plucking random individuals and either ripping their throats out or just biting them. A few times, when Jen turned around to see them pursuing and noticed a few of those who had their throats ripped out were now crawling along the ceiling. If any one of them were killed by these things, you'd come back as a zombie or demon or whatever the holy fuck these things were. Noted, Jen thought. Gotcha. Down the stairs she went. There was nothing to look at here except for the white walls and the stairs beneath. It felt far too narrow. How were they going to get the rest of the floors to follow them? Or did they just seal off each floor? "We need to seal off each floor," Jen said. "Hey, if we have every floor in this stairwell, it will logjam. We gotta get the people on each floor to barricade themselves inside." One of the guards saluted her in a weird way, using 2 fingers to his forehead, and then ran into the door. Jen heard him shout about barricading the door. Then she heard another guard down below telling the next floor. At this point, there was nothing else to do but run. Jen focused on the stairs, moving her feet as fast as she could, not wanting to fall. If she fell, those around her would just run her over, and then the creatures with the teeth would come. She could still hear them up there growling and snarling. Sometimes there would be screams, but she could not tell if they were male or female screams. Down, down. Finally, she came to a door and realized she was at the bottom. She had just run down about 13 flights of stairs. Her legs ached and her breath felt caught in her throat, but still she ran. There was one guard holding the door open and waving people through. Jen burst through the door and somehow found a burst of speed. She managed to pass the people in front of her and made it to the front of the line. All around her were other office workers, but there were also families and more guards. Finally, there were prisoners, still wearing their orange jumpsuits, all looking confused and slightly terrified. Jen reached the doors to the gymnasium and saw that it had been emptied. It was just slightly less than a football field in length, but with only 4 doors. There were no windows. They could seal those doors if they could get the creatures to stream into this area. Someone was going to have to run in there with the creatures. The thought rocketed through Jen's head as she leaned against the wall, panting, trying to catch her breath. She was not cut out for all of this running. She jogged every day around Hive City, but also on the treadmill, but it was far different when you were filled with fear and basically running in a panic. Who was going to run into the gym? Jen had no idea, but hoped someone would understand the need here. One step at a time, she thought. Dorothy Mills was 35 years old. She had lived in Hive City, working as an administrative assistant at first, and then becoming a manager, working with the mining operations over the years. How many years? She had been here for 6 years now. As of 5 minutes ago, things had been great. Now, her life was over. Although she was in good shape and knew how to fire a weapon, there had been far too many creatures all over the place. They crawled up the walls and across the ceiling like spiders or roaches. Dorothy had shot as many as she could, but when the others were overrun and started to bolt for the break room, she ran too. Then she had caught her foot on a torn spot in the rug and fallen. Her gun went spinning away and out of her reach. Dorothy had a moment to feel sure she was going to get to her feet and run. But then, something fell from the ceiling and landed on her back. She screamed, but there was nothing she could do before the thing's teeth buried themselves into her shoulder. Then the thing was gone from her back, and Dorothy was left alone. The pain was excruciating, and it filled her entire body. She felt blood running down her back and across her chest. There was an intense burning in the spot on her shoulder where the thing had bitten her. Dorothy Mills was 35 years old when the world changed around her, and she was bitten, infected, and turned into one of the creatures. She managed to get into a seated position and felt her body shaking. Her mind slipped away, and before it was entirely gone, she had a moment to think of her mom, who was in her 60s and still alive on the surface. The woman who had not wanted Dorothy to take this job far beneath the ground. The job she had grown to love, thrived in, and the life she had gotten used to with its artificial suns and painted skies on rocks. Then, whatever Dorothy had been was gone and replaced with the hive mind of the creatures around her. Her consciousness was assimilated, becoming one with the rest of them. All of her knowledge of the hive had been absorbed. One of the people Dorothy regularly interacted with was Carl, the guard at the gate. She also knew many people within Hive City and knew that the school was the place where everyone in Hive City was to run when there was a crisis. There were people there now. They were not trained like the guards. There was just one guard at the gate. It was practically undefended. About 100 of her fellow creatures all stopped, cocked their heads to the side. They were processing. All of the creatures paused for a fraction of a moment. Then, most of them continued their pursuit of the office workers below them. Go, the command came from many. Go and attack the gate, enter the city, attack the school, take them all and grow their numbers. Dorothy, her memories now part of the group, her personality gone and subsumed by the creatures around her, turned and ran back toward the office where the others had come pouring in. She jumped out the window like a high diver making a dive and grabbed the side of the building. Head down, she scrambled down the building. Behind her, She heard the others following her, their teeth bulging from their mouths and snarling and grunting. It was time to take the gate. Time to take Hive City. Mike and Dalton ran in the lead. The halls were so empty, it was eerie. Up ahead, far above them, there was the sound of combat and destruction. People were dying, and Mike knew that there were people who he had worked with for years who had been turned or were devoured and torn apart. Going up the spiral was so much more exhausting than heading down. Their legs burned, and their breath ran in ragged breath in and out. Still, they ran, their burdens making them move slower than any of them would like, but they kept on. "We have to move faster," Mike said, nearly breathless. "They're dying up there. Jesus, why isn't there an elevator in this goddamn place?" "We'll be there soon, Mike," Dalton panted. "We'll get there and take them out. I know it. Just keep moving. Just a few more levels." They kept running, their heads down, the backpacks on their shoulders pushing down on them, trying to keep them from moving fast, but they kept running. Everything depended on them, and they knew it. They would be there soon, Mike thought, but would it be soon enough? Would they end up having to destroy the entire building? Jen caught her breath, and then they began pushing furniture around the floor, blocking the various entrances to the hallways and pathways between the cubicles. There was nothing they could do when the creatures crawled along the ceilings, but she hoped that this would channel them in the direction they all wanted these things to go. All of this had been done in minutes, while those with guns mowed down the creatures that had been right behind them as they poured through the stairwell doorway. Then, suddenly, there had been a few seconds where all of the creatures paused. It was so sudden and so abrupt, even the defenders of the building had stopped what they were doing in confusion. It only lasted a moment, but it was enough to get the tables, chairs, and filing cabinets in place. "Get ready," Jen commanded. "They're going to come through again. Try to lead them this way." She had a sinking feeling there was a way, but she didn't want to do it. Would any of them want to go in there if there was nothing in there they wanted? The snarling, growling, gnashing of teeth started again, and now they came through the doorway like ants from an anthill. First 1 and 2, then dozens of them. They crawled along the ground, while more of them immediately crawled across the walls, and then several crawled up the ceiling. They moved so fast. The gunfire started, but the shooters moved backwards now, not holding their positions, but trying to be the bait. The creatures seemed not to understand what was happening, and they continued on, moving so fast. One of them dropped down and landed on a shooter, knocking him to the ground. The head of the creature darted forward like a snake and bit the man in the neck and shoulder, then turned around and scrambled toward Jen. Jen, without even thinking, turned and ran. Behind here, and not facing her, was the open doorway to the gymnasium. Inside, the entire area had been cleared of the cots and other furniture which had been put in there to house people. It was just a big empty space with basketball nets and bleachers which had been folded toward the wall. There was the very large main gym, but then a riser and a slightly smaller area which was separated from the main gym area with a curtain. "Jen, no!" She heard someone yell, but her face was fixed on a far spot at the end of the gym. It was the red exit sign which indicated there was a door that led into a hallway. It was heavy, only meant for emergencies, and would be nearly impossible for these creatures to get open, if she could make it. Jen heard nothing. She saw nothing. All that was around her was the gym floor and that exit sign at the far end. She could hear her blood rushing through her veins, and the sound of her heartbeat drowned out everything. Someone reached for her, and there were more voices telling her to stop, but she didn't stop. The gym floor was slippery, and she had a moment where she nearly lost her balance, but then she got both feet beneath her. The sound of her shoes squeaked loudly. Her breath was ragged, and she knew she would not be able to run at this pace for long. Despite her attempts to stay healthy, this had all been too much. Her mind was calm. This sort of surprised her. There was no voice telling her she was crazy. Somehow, some way, she had known all along that she was going to have to be the one to lead these things in here. Yes, it was likely going to result in her death or assimilation, which amounted to the same thing. But what right did she have to ask someone else to do this? It seemed to take forever to run across the gymnasium floor. She saw everything rushing past her, but kept her focus on that goddamn door. That door right there. Just push the handle and get through, then slam the door behind her. If she also hit the emergency fire alarm just beside the door, the damn thing would lock when she slammed it shut. The corridor beyond was narrow, but also built with steel reinforcement and was nearly impenetrable. Were the creatures following her? She didn't dare turn around and look. She reached the door, hit the fire alarm on the left, then hit the bar to push the door open. It opened so easily, and she had taken one step into the corridor beyond. That was when a hand with a steel-like grip grabbed her shoulder. Mike and the rest of his team came to a sudden stop. They were finally at the top tier of the hive. The final row of cells was on their right, all of them empty, some of them coated in blood, and up ahead, towering over them, was the administration building. What they saw there froze them all. Mike bent over and put his hands on his knees, set his burden down for a moment. Dalton was to his left, also breathing heavily, his eyes wide. Reg was just behind him, breathing hard. "Jesus, Mike, they're coming down the building," Reg said through gasps. "Not all of them," Dalton replied. "By my eyes, that's maybe just over 100. So many of them are people I recognize," Mike muttered, his heart hammering in his chest, fit to break through. "They're coming back down, but are they headed toward us?" Reg asked. Mike shook his head. No, they're going to head for the gate. Look, they're already veering that way. They absorbed too many people inside that building and now know what the gate is and that Hive City is beyond it. "We've got to stop them," Dalton said. "Mike, can you get on that radio of yours and see if you can find out what's happening in that building? If only 100 or so are headed toward the gate, then what have they done to the rest of them?" Mike slapped his forehead. "I should have thought of that." He keyed the microphone. "Hello? This is Kettinger. Anyone in there? Come back. We're back, and with weapons. What's happening inside the administration building? We see the creatures heading for the gate." There was a crackling on the mic for a moment, and then a voice came on. Mike didn't recognize it because the man on the other side was out of breath, and there was noise in the background. Shouting, and something that sounded like animals snarling and biting. Mike, we're herding them into the gym. Jesus, Mike, Jen's in there." Jen felt the iron grip grab her shoulder. How could something so obviously dead have such incredible strength? She felt herself being pulled back into the gym. She could smell them. Hundreds of them piling into the space, and all of them smelling of sulfur and rot. She turned and brought her hand up, smashed the creature that held her right in the face. She sort of recognized the face, but mostly she just saw the teeth. So many teeth, each of them sharp points, and so many that the creature could not even close its mouth. The creature appeared slightly surprised that someone had fought back and staggered backwards. It was enough to loosen the vice-like grip, and Jen stepped backwards, raised her pistol, and fired a single shot into the creature's head. Jen ran for the door again. One of the creatures, still half-dressed in a suit, scrambled across the wall to her right, headed right for her, lines of reddish saliva running from its mouth. Jen fired, got it in the leg, and sent it to the floor, where it immediately started to scramble toward her across the floor. There were more all around her, all of them coming right after her. She pushed through the door and managed to get to the other side, and she slammed the door. To her right was a button set into the wall, and she slammed her hand against it. The door jerked in its frame, and there was a loud metallic sound. It was bolted shut. Jen leaned against the wall opposite the door and sank to the floor, her chest heaving. On the other side of the metal door, there was banging, small handprints left in the metal. She reached for her walkie and pushed for the mic to go live. "Shut the doors. I'm out. Shut the doors," she said, her heart hammered in her chest. She had never felt more terrified and more exhausted. Did I get bit? She quickly did a check. Neck, shoulders, legs, and all up and down. Her clothing had been torn on her shoulder, but there was no blood, no broken skin. Jesus, she thought, and she put her head back against the cold stone. She was alive, but now she was in this corridor. Where the fuck did she go from here? Mike and Dalton headed for the administration building. Reg saluted them both and took several of the men and headed for the gate. Inside his heart and his head, Mike was preparing for the fact most of the people he knew, loved, and trusted were dead or turned into one of those creatures. He could almost see Jen, her teeth now huge and ending in sharp points, coming right at him and having to aim his pistol and fire a bullet through her brain. Then, over the walkie, he heard,
"Shut the doors. I'm out. Shut the doors."
Relief washed over him, and that was when he indicated to Dalton he needed to head to the building. Reg did not hesitate to head toward the gate and Hive City. The creatures had stopped crawling down the outside of the building, the small contingent apparently dispatched to head for Hive City, for they had all come down and turned the corner. Mike hoped that Carl would be able to hold them for a while. Dear God, let that man remember his training, he thought. Mike and Dalton veered to the left. As they ran, Mike triggered his mic. "Let me in the bottom floor. Dalton, King, myself, and about a dozen others are here with weapons. Open the shield."
"Roger that, Mike."
There was a rumble, and the black metal shields over the doors and windows on the bottom floor rolled up high enough for Mike, Dalton, and the rest of them to duck under. Then they were inside, and there was pretty much everyone in the entire building standing in the aisles, hallways, and office areas. The men all paused until someone could explain what was happening. Finally, one of Mike's guards, Kevin, ran up, his face slicked with sweat and sprayed with droplets of blood. He looked completely exhausted. "We lured them into the gym, slammed the door," he said, breathless. "It was Jen's idea. We were fighting floor to floor, and then she had the idea to lock them in there, in one place. She led them in there, Mike. She made it through. Jesus, she took charge of the whole thing." "Are they all in the gym? Are the doors holding?" Dalton asked. The guard looked slightly horrified to hear Dalton speak and looked at Mike as if for permission. Mike just nodded. "Yes, the doors are holding," Kevin finished. Dalton looked around at the people, the offices, everything. "That's good for us. We should be able to run in there and eliminate them pretty quickly. You do realize we will need to run in there and they will have to close the doors behind us. Gentlemen, we have to be locked in there and either eliminate all of these creatures, or we become part of them and have to stay in there forever." Mike felt the cold chill run down his spine yet again. At this point, he was almost used to it. "We understand, Dalton," Mike confirmed. "I'll join you," Kevin piped up. "I'll head in there if you have enough for me to join." Mike shook his head. "I need guards and people who know how to run this prison should anything happen to me. I also need someone to help Jen if that happens, and we have to manage more of these things. You have to prevent them from getting out of there. If we fail, then you need to gas that place or fill it with acid or set the entire goddamn building on fire. They cannot leave. There are already a few hundred that are headed for the gate and trying to get to Hive City." Kevin, who had a wife and child living in the city, went pale. "Oh shit," he whispered. "Yeah, so let's take care of what's happening here, and then we can try to stop what's happening out there." Mike stared intently at Kevin, and then the rest of the crowd that had already gathered around. No one argued. "Time to wipe these guys out," Dalton said. They began to distribute the flamethrowers and the bombs. They'd dive into the fray soon. Carl knelt down in his booth and continued to pray. It was hard to focus. He wanted to leave. He wanted to run, but he knew there was nowhere to run. This was the frustrating part of living here in Hive City. In order to bring as much normalcy to those who lived in Hive City, they made things as realistic as possible. In doing so, it felt very normal after a time, and like one could get in their car and ride off and go for miles and miles. He had dreams of eventually retiring, returning to the surface, getting a place in Florida. The one thing Hive City had not quite perfected was fishing. There was a pond, but it was stocked and too easy. Carl wanted a boat to sit on the water, preferably the ocean, and fish for the big ones. He shook his head. This was no time to be lost in hopes and dreams right now. Right now, there was danger, and everything he wanted to do might end right here. Something began banging on the gate. It was so loud that Carl nearly dropped his rifle. What could be strong enough to do that? The gate was inches thick. There was more pounding, and then even more. It sounded like a riot was breaking out on the other side. There were other sounds, too. Sounds Carl did not want to hear. Things like growling and snarling. "Oh, sweet Jesus," he muttered. Then, after what felt like an eternity of hard pounding, snarling, and growling, the sounds all stopped. Then, there was a loud clicking noise. Then, the gate began to open. "Oh, please let me shoot straight," Carl muttered. He hit the microphone on his shoulder. "They're opening the gate. Everyone get ready. Back at the school, get ready. And if there's anyone on the other side of the door who can help me, then please, get your ass here." Reg felt like he was running in maple syrup. No matter how much he was moving his legs, it was taking forever to get to the gate. Alongside him and behind him, the rest of the men were also running, but it felt as if the gate got further away instead of closer. Already, they were along the side of the admin building, but they still had to round this big curve, and then they would be able to see the gate. Just a little further. Dear God, how things had gotten this fucked up so goddamn fast. It was just yesterday that they had things under control. This was a regular place with as regular a life as one could have while living miles underground and hidden from the sun. They certainly never worked with someone like Dalton King. They managed to get around the curve, and there it was. A giant black metal thing with the little door near the bottom. Crawling all over the bottom of the door were easily 100 of the creatures. It was like looking at a door or wall covered with spiders or roaches or something unspeakable. "We're almost there," he called out, breathless, his heart hammering in his chest. He had not had to run this much for a very long time. His muscles were burning and felt close to total collapse. Then they saw the door in the gate begin to open. "We're out of time," Reg whispered. "God damn it." Alvin Winston hefted the rifle and took his spot against one of the armored plates that had been brought down over the windows. There was a slit in the window here, and he could look out. There were a few areas where people could shoot through the metal plates, but this area was not one of those. He could see his reflection in the glass, and he had never looked so haggard or tired, so scared. Behind him was the cafeteria, and it was filled with people. Most of them were moms holding their children, but there were so many students. There were so many children. At the same time, he had 15 and 16-year-olds all with guns, manning stations should anything come through. He was expecting children to shoot whatever the hell came through the gate. There was a burst of static over the walkies they all wore, and Alvin felt an ice-cold chill run down his spine, and a cold block of ice formed in his gut.
"They're opening the gate. Everyone get ready. Back at the school, get ready. And if there's anyone on the other side of the door who can help me, then please, get your ass here."
Alvin looked around and nodded at Wendy, the teacher to his right. She immediately began giving orders for people to find places to hide. Meanwhile, Alvin left his spot by the window and headed toward the front of the school. Up there, the metal doors were a mixture of steel and titanium and were 6 inches thick. At one time, they had been much thinner, but when Dalton King came to the prison, they had upgraded in case the man got out or his followers found a way down. The doors were capable of withstanding a massive explosion. But what about flesh-eating, hive-minded demons? Alvin picked up the pace. He could hear feet running up and down the corridors around him. He could hear others barking orders and telling people where to stand, what to do with the guns. Others were to get more ammo and stash it around the shooters. Was there enough medical supplies, and were they capable of handling wounds from dozens of people? Alvin broke into a light jog. In a few minutes, he was at the front. There were 6 students and 4 administrators. All of them stood at small slits in the metal doors, and they held rifles. "Can you see anything yet?" he asked. Jessica, the art teacher, replied, "Nothing visual. We heard noises coming from the gate, then gunfire. I don't know how Carl's going to handle this." Alvin sighed and did a quick check of his rifle. "He'll do better than you think, but this is well past what one man can handle. Get ready. Aim carefully and take shots to the head." They all turned back to their posts. Alvin grabbed his own spot and peered through the opening. There was all of Hive City, the place he had called home for years, the place he had placed all his hopes and dreams. It looked normal, save for the sounds coming from the gate, echoing around the city. Reg finally reached the gate just as the metal door started to open. He dropped his load and slung the homemade flamethrower around. Quickly, he flicked his lighter out and lit the front of the flamethrower. Then he pressed the trigger. With a large whoosh, a stream of flame erupted from the front of the weapon. He was impressed. The others did the same, and soon it went from a stream of fire to a wall of flames that roared across the stone floor and seared the stone walls. They hit the scurrying, crawling mass of demonic creatures covering the back of the gate. They went up like wood. Then they began to shriek. There were at least 100 of them, and 20 went up in flames, but it didn't top them. Instead, the creatures launched at them, flames and all. One of the men to Reg's left was grabbed, and he also went up in flames. The flamethrower tank ruptured, and he exploded into flames. There might have been more than 100. Just like setting fire to an anthill, the creatures began to crawl everywhere. Several of them shot out through the small opening they had managed to create in the gate. Several of them crawled up the gate itself, then across the walls and down toward the men with the flamethrowers. The ones on fire were still up and running, but much slower. Reg grabbed one of the bombs Dalton had made. He twisted the top and threw it, the fuse sputtering and spitting fire. Just before it hit the ground, the bomb exploded. Despite the bomb being relatively small, the explosion echoed off the walls and nearly knocked all of them off their feet. The metal casing broke apart and sheared off several of their heads. "Keep aiming for the heads," Reg called out. "Even with the flamethrowers, we have to stop the brain from working." They all knew there was not a lot of fuel in these flamethrowers. They had to make them count. Reg pulled his pistol and shot each of the creatures still moving despite being engulfed. Each of them fell to the ground and stopped moving. "Getting closer," Reg commanded. "We need to pin them against the gate." "Some of them are going to get through," one of the other guards cried out over the roar of the fire. "And Carl will shoot them down. We gotta winnow down the numbers for him to handle," Reg cried back. Reg hit the trigger again, and the wall of flame erupted like a volcano. Slowly, they began to move forward, hoping to bring these creatures down and stop them from entering Hive City. Carl kept firing, but he knew he was going to run out of ammo. The rifle went first. The last of the magazines he had for reload were now spent. He grabbed his pistol next and kept firing, and the creatures just kept coming out. Then fire erupted from behind the gate. He could see the orange glow and had a moment of hope that this was going to stop them. He almost cheered. Then 4 creatures, all on fire, burst through the opening and headed straight for him. For a moment, Carl was completely taken aback and froze in utter horror. He could see the flesh turning black, even melting right off the bones, but still the creatures kept coming towards him. Their sharp teeth were still visible through the flames. Screaming, not even capable of forming words, Carl fired into the flaming creatures. He did not set up each shot like he should have and fire into their heads. He emptied the clip, then removed it and slapped in a new one, but he had been so focused on the flaming creatures. He had missed that at least 4 of them had run around behind him. He heard something akin to a growl behind him, and Carl whipped his head around and saw them standing there. Up close, they were even more horrifying. Their faces contorted to fit the daggers in their mouth. Saliva, or something akin to it, dripped from their lips. Their eyes were black holes. Carl fired, but his hand shook, and he hit 2 of them in the chest, and neither of them even moved. "No," he whispered. They fell on him, and he did not get another shot off. All the way back at the school, they could hear him screaming as they tore him to pieces. Now, those creatures who had managed to get through, and despite the fire and the bombs, some were still getting through, had nothing between them and the school. All of Hive City was open to them now. First, it would be the city, and they would take as many of the young people hiding in the school. Then, they would head for the lift. It was just a matter of time now. Jen ran along the corridor. How long was this thing? She wondered why she never knew that this was there. It seemed to run the entire length of the gymnasium and then around it. It was surprisingly well lit, and the walls were clean. Who the heck went back here and cleaned all of this? There was no door outside, however. That was a bit odd given the emergency exit nature of the door. Of course, it was probably created more as a kind of safe room in case there was a prisoner riot than a place to hide during a fire. But still, there had to be an exit somewhere. Her arms and legs hurt. Her entire body felt bruised. She was completely exhausted in ways she had never thought possible. She heard the creatures on the other side of the wall still snarling and growling. She also heard explosions, which sounded like they might have come from the outside of the building. For all she knew, everyone inside the building was dead, and Hive City was under attack now. She picked up the pace a bit. Jen broke into a light jog. Up in the distance, there was a red glow cast on one of the walls. Even from the distance she could tell it was an exit sign. Her people needed her. She had to get there and get back into this fight. Mike and Dalton approached the gymnasium door. It had been locked, of course, when Jen had pulled the emergency alarm, but just to keep them in there, furniture had been stacked up in front of the doors. Still, the stack of furniture began to shake as the creatures on the other side repeatedly slammed themselves against the doorframe. Even from behind the doors and the blockage, he could hear them snarling and growling, and some of them trying to speak. "Are we really going to go in there?" Mike whispered to Dalton. Dalton cocked his head to the side, studying the scene before him. "I guess we have to." "How do we keep from being overwhelmed?" Mike asked. There were others behind them. More guards, each armed with flamethrowers and the homemade explosive devices. They all shifted from one foot to the other and looked absolutely terrified. It was hard to argue with that feeling. Mike was terrified too. "I wish we could hear from Reg and find out how the flamethrowers and bombs are working out there," Dalton whispered back. Mike hit the walkie on his shoulder. Reg, can you report? What's happening?" There was a long pause, and then the microphone kicked into life. There was noise in the background, shooting, and some consistent roaring sound that Mike could only guess was the flames from the flamethrowers.
"We're mowing them down, but when we hit them with the fire, they just keep coming,"
Reg reported.
"Then you have a flaming zombie headed right for you."
Mike looked at Dalton. Well, that doesn't sound promising. Dalton thought for a moment. Basically, they aren't burning fast enough. We need to get the brain to die faster, in other words. Well, now is a great time to figure this out, Dalton, Mike commented. How do we make that happen? There's a fuel line beneath this building, correct? You have some kind of fuel that helps heat this building and even gets pumped into Hive City? Mike had a moment to be baffled by how much this man knew about how things worked around here. I want to know how you know that, but we don't have time to get into it. Yes, there's oil and gas and things we've tapped into down here. We do have some gasoline-powered things we use in the mining operations, but that's all back down by the mines, and I am not running down there again. Dalton smirked and shook his head. The oil should suffice. We need to find a way to tap that line and then connect it to the sprinkler system in the gym. There is a sprinkler system in there, correct? Again, Mike wanted to interrogate this man on where he got his information. One thing at a time. Stop the apocalypse, and then you can question Dalton King. Yes, there is. This is all great. Do you know how to do that? Mike asked. I have some ideas, but there has to be an engineer or a mechanic who can help. Maybe not one that's either still alive or not turned into one of those things, Dalton. Dalton's smirk grew. Then, time to ask. Before Mike could do anything, Dalton jumped on a desk. Excuse me, we need someone who can help us here. Is there an engineer or a maintenance person or someone very mechanically inclined who could help us? 4 people stepped forward. Fantastic. Dalton jumped down off the desk. Look, we have a slight problem, but we might have a solution. However, it requires a bit of mechanical know-how, plus we also need this done pretty quickly. Reg and the rest of his team had pushed the creatures back up against the gate. There were several of the creatures running up the walls, on fire, still snarling and growling. They didn't seem to be in any pain at all. They were just snarling instead of screaming. Reg tossed another one of Dalton's bombs, and it exploded a few moments later and blew several of the creatures apart. Flaming debris rained down on all of them. So far, they had not lost any more of the team, but they had heard a scream from the other side of the gate, and Reg worried Carl was either one of them now, or torn to pieces. How much more fuel was in this flamethrower? There was no gauge to tell, but he hoped it would be enough to get the rest of them that had squeezed through the gap in the gate. Please let there be enough, he thought. There has to be enough. Of course, Reg was sure that if he had to use his knife and stab each of these things in the head to kill them, then he was ready to do that. Then they were right at the opening of the gate. Reg pushed through, gasping when his hand brushed the metal. It was so hot. Behind him, the rest of the man came through. While there were still creatures and flames staggering around, they were slowing down. Several of them fell over. Reg pushed through and stepped to the other side. There was the road leading to the gate, and off to the left was the little hut where Carl sat. The man who had said hello to him every morning for the years he had been here. The man everyone knew by name, and who was invited to all of the picnics and family events. There were no creatures right there on the other side. However, there was blood all over the small hut where Carl normally sat. There were metal casings on the ground. The windows were shattered. The man had fought the creatures right up until he couldn't. All of the men stood and stared. There was a hand up against the window. It was also covered in blood. None of them wanted to see how much of Carl was left. Fortunately, the screeching sounds of the creatures snapped them all out of their reveries. Reg looked up and past the hut where Carl's body was now so much meat and bone. He could see the creatures, headed over the fake lawns and crawling across the houses and buildings. They were headed for the school. Somehow they knew they had to head there. Maybe they could smell the people, or maybe someone had been turned that knew where the safe zone was. Either way, they were headed there, running in a shambling way, snarling, drooling. We have work to do yet, guys, Reg said. The school is on lockdown, and they have guns, but they aren't trained for this. We are. No one protested. Reg hit the mic on his shoulder. Dozens of the creatures managed to get through the gate. They got Carl. They're now headed for the school. If you can hear us at the school, we're headed your way, but you better hold things down. Shoot for the head." The men, having been running for more than an hour now, headed off. They were tired, scared, sweating, hungry, but not one of them was ready to lay down and give up. Hive City lay ahead, and they were going to get these things out of their homes. Jen finally reached the exit sign. She turned left and hit the metal bar on the door. It didn't budge. Cursing, she hit the thing again, then again. "I am not going to have fought my way down here and end up stuck in a fucking hallway," she said, and this time she kicked the metal bar. The bar gave, and the door creaked open. Jen breathed a sigh of relief. Now she knew where she was. She was in a back office area that had not been used in months. It was dark, but she could make out the cubicles. Just across that room, and off to the left, was the door that would lead to another hallway. That hallway would lead back to the gymnasium, and she could find Mike and find out what was going on. She had heard Reg, of course. She knew that Carl was gone, but she did her best to keep it inside and lock it away for now. From the other side of the wall, she could hear people yelling back and forth. It was too far away, and the wall was too thick to make out what was going on, but everyone was in a tizzy for sure. Hopefully, it was to destroy the things in the gym, but she had to find out. Jen stepped out into the darkness and shadow and began to walk through the office. The door to the hall she had been in shut behind her loudly. It made her jump, and the darkness in here was very disturbing. She was halfway across the office when she heard something within the shadows. It was not footsteps, and it did not sound human. It was sort of like a sigh followed by a scraping. Having been nearly mauled to death in the gym, she knew what it was. Something was in here with her, and it was not human. One of the creatures was in here with her. "Shit," she whispered. Alvin held his breath and held the gun in his hands even tighter. His heart hammered so loud in his chest that he was sure everyone around him could hear it as well. His breath felt shallow and like he was breathing a little too hard. "You have to calm down," he thought. "You are going to hyperventilate, and then you'll be of no use to anyone. They need you to lead." He put the gun down, and then his hands on his knees. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Remembered the training. He had been so prepared to shoot down prisoners if they had rioted and were trying to take over Hive City. Now he had to take down these horrible creatures that either killed or they turned people he knew and loved into creatures like them. After a few moments, he felt in control of himself, and he stood back up and peered out of the thin slit in the metal shutter. What he saw there made his blood run cold. Alvin could see them. How many? 100? Maybe more? Maybe less? They were running over the rooftops and across the lawns. They leapt and scurried, and even from this far away, he could hear them snarling and drooling and growling. There was nothing remotely human about them. They ran on all fours, leaping and running like animals. They made sounds that were not human, and even from where he stood, he could see their hair was falling out. Their flesh was rotting. "How the hell am I in this situation?" he asked himself. He raised the rifle and found one of the leaping creatures and began to track it. The scope brought the vision even closer to him, and he could see the sores and the rotting pieces of flesh falling off the body. Had it been burned, perhaps? Maybe it had been standing next to one of the others that had been burned. The creature peered into windows as it went. They were looking for any residents that might still be in their houses. There was no one. "Get ready and shoot for the head," Alvin called out. "Take your time and remember your training. We need to take them down once they're in range." He looked to his left, and there were 2 women, still in their skirts, with the rifles up to their eyes. Over to his right were 2 high school seniors, barely old enough to vote, and neither of them old enough to buy a drink, also with the scopes up to their eyes. "The barriers will hold. Just shoot straight. Reg and some of the others will be right behind. We've got this." Alvin put the scope back up to his own eye. He wished he felt as certain about things as he tried to appear. "Shoot straight," he told himself, citing the same creature he had been following. "Shoot for the head." Mike and Dalton had little to do while the engineers and mechanics worked on transferring the oil to the sprinkler system. "This is an insane idea," Mike thought to himself. "How are we going to stop the gym or this entire building from burning down once we do this?" he asked Dalton. "I am sorry to say, Michael, that the gym will be out of commission for a while. I apologize if this ruins the interleague basketball tournament or someone's pickleball practice. However, it is my understanding that these doors are fireproof. Isn't that why Jen ran in there and wanted to herd them into the gym? It will burn for a time, and the gym will need repairing, but we can head in there with fire hoses once all of the creatures are dead. Really dead." Mike hoped that Dalton was correct. What was going to happen if they set the gym on fire and then the entire building burned out? How many would die trying to get out? What would they do if the entire system that held the Hive together was destroyed? It was the kind of thing an administrator would think about, and he could not help but chastise himself for thinking this way. Right now, he had to stop these creatures. To snap him out of his thoughts, the engineer came up to him. "We have it hooked up. I think oil is going to leak all over the goddamn place, but if you just coat them enough to burn, we should be okay." "Thanks," Mike said. "Thank you for doing this." The engineer just nodded and walked away. Another person that Mike did not know fully but had seen around the office before. If he got out of this, he really needed to spend some more time with these people. It was too easy to get lost in the administrative duties at the top and forget all of the people who had also chosen to live down here and separate themselves from the sun. "Okay, let's do it," Mike said to Dalton. Dalton also just gave a nod and gathered up his flamethrower and some of the fire bombs he had brought with him. "Turn on the sprinkler system," Mike said into his microphone. A silence fell across the office. There was a loud squeaking sound, and the entire building vibrated. Then that died down, and very distinctly, there was the sound of something spraying within the gym. For a moment, Mike was back on the surface, sitting in his house as a young man listening to the rain. Liquid pattered down on the floor and the equipment in the gym. The creatures reacted violently. Whether or not their collective hive mind realized what was happening, Mike would never know. But they began to throw themselves against the doors and pound even harder. Dents began to appear in the metal. "Okay, turn it off," Dalton called. "No more. We don't want to drown them in oil." There was more squeaking, and then the pipes in the wall shuddered again. The sound of rain stopped inside the gymnasium, but the creatures kept growling and snarling, pounding on the door. In fact, the pounding got more intense. One of the metal doors, already dented, actually shook in its frame. "We better do this. Not sure how long that frame or those hinges are going to hold," Mike said. Dalton fired up his flamethrower. "The moment we open those doors, they're going to try and come falling out. We have to push them back with a wall of flame. Once we light one or two, the rest of them, if they're packed as tight as they seem to like to congregate, then they'll all go up. Prepare yourselves. Once we get them burning, we'll need to lock them back in. Hey, engineer and mechanic, get the water hooked back up. We have to let them burn until they are no longer a threat, but we can't risk a fire in this place." Everyone did as Dalton suggested. Mike had just a moment to marvel at how the man had stepped in and taken over this organization so quickly. No one saw the man who had killed so many. He was the man who was going to save them. "Ready?" Mike cried out. Several people stood near the doors, holding the handles. One of them was near the button that would release the lock. "Now!" Mike cried. The doors opened. Jen froze and waited for her eyes to adjust to the darkness. She could hear the creature moving. The telltale growling, slobbering sounds they made gave it away. It was between here and the door, but she couldn't see where. "Where are you, you son of a bitch?" Jen whispered. A shadow slowly descended from the ceiling. Had it been up above the ceiling? She thought that was the case, but these things could also crawl across the walls and ceiling. She had the distinct feeling that this creature had run away from the rest of the group, showing surprising independence given the hive mind these things had. Her eyes finally adjusted, and she could even see who it was. His name had been Todd when he worked in the offices. He was a nice enough guy, but now, saliva or some other hideous liquid dripped down his chin and onto the floor with an audible plop. His suit was torn and dirty, which seemed to confirm he had been running up above the ceiling tiles. "Todd, are you still in there?" Jen asked as the creature began to move toward her. The thing that had once been Todd walked in a strange, hitchy gait. His arms and legs did not seem to work together in any way. His head twitched back and forth, and when it did so, his neck bones cracked. "Todd, if you're in there, it's me, Jen," she said. "Please, you have to be in there somewhere. Please, just let me pass." Todd just kept coming. When he reached about 10 feet from where Jen stood, he leaped through the air. Jen held up both of her hands and caught him in midair, and they fell backwards onto the floor. Jen got her feet under the creature and sent him sailing over her head, where he landed back near the door she had just come in, on his back. She got to her feet as fast as possible. She had just gotten to her feet when Todd hit her full speed in the side and wrapped his stinking arms around her shoulders. All of the wind rushed out of her lungs, and when she gasped, she could smell and even taste the rotting corpse that held onto her. They were carried forward, and pain exploded all around her eyes and all over her body as they smashed into the cubicle right near them. She was on her back, and everything went black for a moment as she saw stars and bright colors from hitting the cubicle wall so hard. Todd's arms were still around her, and the desk was hard and unyielding beneath them. Jen opened her eyes, and what she saw was a row of teeth. The mouth opened, and as she tried to get her breath back, the open mouth lunged for her. The doors opened and revealed the horrors beyond anything they could have dreamed. It was a mass of arms, legs, and faces filled with jagged teeth. All of them started to flood forward like opening a dam. The smell hit them all a moment later. The smell of rotten flesh and blood. "Now!" Dalton yelled. Mike and Dalton hit the flamethrower triggers, and a wall of flames rushed for the mass of bodies. Some of them managed to get arms and legs out of the gym, but the moment the flames came towards them, they recoiled instinctively. The wall of fire hit them all, and they went up like a candle. The rush of air that hit Dalton and Mike felt like a hot fist against their faces. Still, they kept pushing forward, driving them back, but the oil was doing its work. In seconds, the flames had covered the floors, the walls, the equipment and furniture, and one by one the creatures, packed into the space, were on fire. Dalton, just to make sure, unhooked one of his bombs, hit the fuse, and tossed it through the door. It exploded into fire a moment later. The creatures began to scream, piercing, insane screams that were unlike anything human or animal. "Close the doors!" Mike screamed. The door slammed shut, but one of the creatures, in full flames, ran out into the office. It lunged right for Mike, but Dalton was right there. He pulled out a pistol and fired right into the mass of flames that had engulfed the thing's head. Mike collapsed to the floor, all of the exhaustion hitting him at once, and seeing the creature in flames coming toward him was the final straw. Now the pounding on the doors got louder, and the screaming went on and on. "We got them," Dalton said, crouching down beside him. "We got them, Mike." Mike looked up into the criminal's face. "Not all of them. Not yet." Jen pushed with all her might. Whether it was adrenaline or some long-forgotten conditioning, the creature was pushed back, and then she kicked between the legs. She had no idea if these things could feel a good shot to the crotch like when they were alive, but the creature crumbled to the ground, so there had to have been something there. Gasping for air, but with no time to wait, she got to her feet and ran toward the door. She could have turned and fired a bullet into the thing's brain, but right now she just wanted to put distance between her and the thing. Breathing, gasping, her throat raw from the insane strength of the ghoul, she reached out for the doorknob. Her fingertips brushed the door handle, and then she felt that same iron grip on her shoulder. In an instant, she was lifted off the ground. By just one hand, the thing had her and lifted her completely, one of her shoes flinging against the wall. She saw it bounce off the wall and disappear into the shadows of the room. Then she was flying backwards, unable to see a thing as the world went topsy-turvy, and then she hit one of the cubicle walls again. The entire structure collapsed and skidded across the desk and fell on top of the now falling wall. The shelf built into it dug into her ribs, and she felt something crack, and the pain shot through her. There was no time to get lost in the pain. Everything hurt. Her head hurt, and there was something like static in her ears. Was one of the loudspeakers in the ceiling in here? And was it on the fritz? Or had she just hit her head enough times that she was drifting into concussion territory now? Was this going to be the sound she heard as she was either torn apart or bitten and turned into one of these things? She reached down and grabbed the pistol. How many shots did she have left? Shit, there was a time when she would have known right away, but with all of this, she had no idea. Hopefully more than one, because she had no time to aim. She rolled onto her back, crying out at the pain this caused, and fired twice. The gun fired 2 bullets, and they both hit, but she went center mass instead of aiming for the head. Still, the impact was enough to cause the drooling creature to stagger backwards and fall. Jen got to her feet, her ribs screaming at her the entire time. When she got into a standing position, she ran for the door again. She streaked past the creature, which was already on its knees and starting to rise. She had a fleeting thought of trying to stop and shooting it in the head, but she was almost to the door, and getting away was more important. If she could just get out of this fucking room, then she could lock it in here and get help. She reached the door handle again. Her hand touched the metal. Then she heard the snarling again behind her. Reg and his men ran as fast as they could. There were the creatures up ahead, bounding and snarling. It was amazing how fast they moved and loped along at the same time. Nothing about them said they had once been human until you looked one in the eyes. They were a lot closer to them now, and they could all see the school, which looked like a fortress with the barriers down. Reg paused, catching his breath, and once he had caught it, he raised his rifle. He found one of the creatures, tracked it with the scope, and then fired once. The back of the creature's head blew up and then out the front. The creature went down. There was no real reason to do that now, but it felt good to take one of them down. His men ran past him, and he waved them on. His legs were aching, and the muscles in his back were already starting to spasm. He needed water, and he needed rest. He needed food, and he needed to not be chasing zombies with sharp teeth. No time for rest, he thought. No time. He slung his rifle back over his shoulder, and then he started running again. They would be at the school all together in a few minutes. Alvin had one of the creatures sighted. He had been following it. It just had to get in range, and that would be soon. "Everyone choose your targets," he called as calmly as he could. He was trying to control his breathing, remembering all of his training. "When they get in range, take them out. Try to take them in the head. If you miss, just retarget and shoot again." No one replied, which was fine. They were all concentrating. Soon. There were just dozens and dozens of them all coming toward them. So close. A few football fields away, but they were pausing to check out each and every house. Alvin and the rest could hear glass breaking, and then the sounds of more things breaking inside the houses. Alvin's own creature had gone into at least 4 houses, and he had just kept his eye on the scope, waiting. Each time, this one particular creature had re-emerged and resumed its running. Almost there. It seemed as if each of the creatures had all reached the same conclusion at the same time. No one was in the houses. They were all at the school. Alvin steadied his hands, took a deep breath. He fired. He kept the scope steady, watching, and saw he caught the creature he had been following in the shoulder. The thing spun around and fell to the ground. Alvin knew he hadn't hit the head, so he waited. Slowly, the creature got back to its feet, and he sighted it again, fired once more, and now half of the thing's head blew away, and the creature crumpled to the ground. Then there was a volley of other shots from the rest of the group clustered around the shutters. As Alvin found a second target, he saw more of them fall. He sighted his second target, found the head, fired, and watched as another fell in a spray of blood and brain matter. "Maybe this won't be so hard after all," he muttered. Then there was a sound above them, on the roof. "What the fuck?" he whispered. Then there were more noises, and the sound of running footsteps. How the hell had some of these things gotten around them? Hadn't they all been there, running straight for the school the entire time? No, Alvin realized. No, they had not been. These creatures had faked them out and sent a contingent toward the front, while another group had circled around the back. All of the dodging into the houses and keeping them distracted had been just that, a distraction. "Christ," Alvin whispered. There were screams from within the school, and then gunfire. The one part of the building that did not have excessive armor was the roof. In fact, it was thought that if there was a prisoner riot, the roof might be the place to have snipers as well. No one planned for a bunch of demonic zombies who could easily jump onto the roof looking for a way in. Alvin turned back and looked out the front, and he saw at least a dozen, probably more, of the creatures still headed toward the building. Did he leave his post to see what was happening within the interior of the school, or did he stay here at his post? "Stay here and keep firing," he commanded. "I have to go see what's happening inside. They're on the goddamn roof." Alvin gripped his rifle and started to run. He hoped there was enough time to save the people he was in charge of protecting. Mike and Dalton held their ground in front of the doors. They could both feel the heat coming off the doors. Inside, the creatures were slowing down. Their screeches and screams had diminished. It seemed to take forever, but it probably had only been a few minutes. "Okay, let's shut it down," Mike called. The engineer and his compatriots immediately turned the various knobs. Inside, a flame-retardant material began to fall on the flames. It wasn't actually water, since oil and water did not mix. Once it hit the flames, it began to expand and turn into a kind of foam, which smothered the flames. They stood there and waited until they were sure the flames were out. "Are we sure they're all dead?" Dalton asked. "We're gonna have to go in there and find out. If any of them are still moving, we put them down with a shot to the head," Mike replied. "Swell," Dalton said. Mike turned and commanded those behind him. "Not all of you have to come, but we have to go in there and make sure they're all dead. If they're not burned to a crisp and dead as a doornail, then we have to take them out with a shot to the head. It has to be a shot to the head. This is not going to be pleasant, and we can already smell how awful it is, but it has to be done. Then we have to go and save Hive City." No one argued. Instead, almost everyone within Mike's eyesight grabbed their weapons and did their checks to make sure it was loaded and ready to go. They gathered behind Dalton and Mike. Mike had never felt such pride at the people he worked with day in and day out than he did right now. "Okay, let's get this done." Two men stepped up and grabbed the handles of the big metal doors. After Mike nodded, they opened the doors with a loud shriek. It was time to go to work. Again. Jen turned at the sound. Now, instead of being afraid, she was pissed off. Sure enough, he was coming straight for her. His skin was starting to slide off his face and body. The decaying was speeding up. Perhaps the more active and harder they had to fight, the more they rotted. It was not the time for a scientific study on that. Jen raised her gun, but to her surprise, the creature swatted it aside and it flew out of her hands so fast she barely had time to react. Then its hands were on her shoulders and she was slammed up against the door. Jen pulled the creature toward her, grabbing both its shoulders. The creature opened its mouth and its fetid breath washed over her. Its eyes widened and looked excited, perhaps hoping this would be an easy kill, turn, or meal. Instead, Jen used the thing's own momentum and stepped sideways, sticking out one foot at the same time. With a grunt that Jen hoped was actually an expression of surprise, the creature slammed headfirst into the door. The entire door shook, and there was a hideous cracking sound as its head went through the wood. The creature stopped moving almost instantly, hanging from the door, arms and legs against the wooden door, hanging from the hole by its neck. Jen staggered against the wall, holding on with her hand for a moment, trying to catch her breath while ignoring the pain in her chest from her broken ribs. She managed to slide down the wall and find the gun on the floor. Gripping it tightly in her left hand, she then got back to her feet, the agony and fire in her chest making her want to scream. With that completed, she opened the door and pushed it wide enough for her to get through, the entire time the thing's head stuck through the wood. Once she had the top of the creature's head in view, just to make sure, she pressed the gun to it and fired once. The body twitched, and some black ichor flowed from the top of its head. "Now, if you're all quite done fucking with me," she said to the very dead thing through gritted teeth, "I'm going to find the rest of my people and stop the rest of you." Jen hobbled and staggered her way out of the doorway and down the hall. Alvin reached the cafeteria to find it was in chaos. The first thing he saw was that everyone who was in there was running, throwing tables, and building barriers. The second thing he noticed was that the ceiling had collapsed on the floor. The third thing was the 5 fanged creatures. 2 of them were pulling someone to pieces, so torn apart Alvin couldn't tell who it was, and swallowing huge chunks of bloody flesh. The other 3 stood over collapsed bodies, blood dripping from their teeth, while the bodies below them twitched and reanimated. "Where are the guns?" Alvin cried, raising his rifle. "Shoot them! Get them in the head!" Just then, from behind him, unseen in the chaos, one of the ghouls jumped on his back. Alvin was thrown forward, the rifle skittering across the floor. He saw black, his entire body slammed face first on the floor, and his nose smashed against the linoleum. The weight of the thing on his back made it impossible to breathe. He knew he was going to be turned. It would be only a moment before the thing on his back darted forward and sank those huge, sharp teeth into him. How much would he feel? He saw how fast it would turn him, but what would it feel like? Would he feel like he was dying, and then suddenly his mind would be taken over by the hive mind? Suddenly, the weight on his back was gone. Although he was still choking on blood from his broken nose, he gasped a huge gulp of air through his mouth. Then there were hands around his arms and under his armpits. He had a moment to worry it was more of the creatures, but he was too out of it to fight. The hands dragged him away, his toes squeaked on the floor. The world came back with a rush of sound, screams and shooting, the sounds of the creatures who snarled and growled and roared. Okay, put me down," Alvin said, his voice strangely muffled through the blood. "Are you okay?" a woman asked. He thought her name was Carol. "Did it bite you? Alvin, did it bite you?" Alvin patted himself down, his hands covered in blood, but he realized it was from his nose, which was bleeding quite freely. "I'm fine," he said. "I'm fine. What happened?" "Somebody shot the thing on your back," Carol said. "I don't even know who." Alvin nodded, putting his hands on his knees and spitting a wad of blood onto the floor. "Get the kids out of here. Did we move them out? Get them into a classroom and shut the door. Put someone with a gun in there. Got it? We're already on it. We can't let them leave the cafeteria. There are more coming. I need people to get onto the roof with me. We have to stop them from getting up there." Right, you stay here, Carol said. I'll get the group together. We've almost got all of the ones that came through taken care of. You get your breath back. Alvin almost protested, but soon realized that he needed to rest. He hit his head so hard, and his nose was agony. He tentatively touched it, and the waves of pain that shot through his face and head made him wince and almost cry out. He took several deep breaths through his mouth. Here you go, boss. Alvin never got to see who said that, but his rifle was back in his hand a second later. Time to move. Time to work. He had to get on the roof and lead the charge to keep it clear. They had to hold out. Reg and the rest would be here soon, and they had to stop these things. For Hive City, he whispered to himself. For everyone here.
Exactly how many stepped into the gym, Mike did not know, but it seemed as if everyone still alive in the admin building was determined to end this. They wanted some kind of vengeance against these things that had killed or taken their coworkers and friends. Mike wondered how many families had been destroyed as parents and siblings were eaten or turned into these hideous things. They did their best to cover their mouths and noses with their shirts or handkerchiefs or whatever anyone could find, but there was nothing to stop the stench. It was a mixture of rot and burned flesh. Mike nearly threw up the moment the door swung open, but he choked it down and walked inside. Dalton seemed completely nonplussed about any of it. Mike wondered just how many wrecked buildings and burned bodies he had seen before. King began ordering the others around, pointing to places where these creatures were moving and struggling to keep going. He was able to instantly see a situation and spot things that it took Mike minutes to see. Mike looked down at the bodies at his feet, and he nearly threw up again. The faces of these creatures were all melted, and he could see the teeth, but the eyes were gone, the features sliding down the skull. Mike felt like a monster, although he knew that these things at his feet were the real monster. All of those war movies where it was so easy to show what an atrocity looked like by having the enemies walk through the wounded soldiers and shooting them dead. Thankfully, the bodies at his feet were almost unrecognizable, and so it did not feel like he was shooting his friends and colleagues. He aimed his pistol and fired into the heads as he went. Then he stopped and reloaded his pistol and fired again and again. At some point, Mike felt something wet running down his face, and he realized he was crying. He wiped away the tears and kept firing. The smell made him want to retch, and whatever small bits of food were still in his stomach nearly ejected rather violently. There was work to do. He had to do it. Throughout his life, he had been the type who could put away his thoughts and emotions and do the work ahead of him. This had been a particularly horribler day. There were so many people he had known just yesterday who were now dead or were about to be dead. There were more people who turned to him as a kind of leader, who were fighting for their lives. One step at a time, he whispered. One shot at a time. He kept firing, moving from body to body. Alvin and at least 20 others climbed the ladder into the ceiling. Once they got up there, it was obvious the creatures had just ripped apart the roof and dropped down. The ceiling had been nothing for them to smash through. Alvin popped his head up through the hole in the roof and then boosted himself all the way up. As soon as he was up there, he saw 6 of the creatures coming straight for him. Without hesitation, he lifted his rifle and fired 6 bullets. He had no time to really aim properly, but he knocked them all down. Behind him, the others climbed out. Shoot them all in the head, then spread out all around the roof. Stop them from even getting up here. They made quick work of the ones on the roof, but they could also hear the creatures all around the building. Alvin finished off another one off the ground and then jogged to the edge of the roof. His nose was agony, and he had to breathe through his mouth. There were gunshots from the front of the building. They were steady and regular. Good, he thought. They're taking their time and firing to kill. No one is panicking. He raised his rifle and looked down at the wall. They were all over the building like ants at a picnic.
Jesus Christ, he said. They're all over the building. Knock 'em down. Alvin began shooting. The sound of gunfire from the school was regular. It was steady, but it was not frantic. Reg had to admit he was impressed that the people inside the building had been trained. However, there were so many more of the creatures than he had thought were in here. They were hurling themselves at the building, and they were stacked. To his relief, they were all finally close enough that their weapons could add to the fire. Hopefully, none of his own men would be shot. No time to worry. Reg reached down and grabbed one of the small canisters that Dalton King had somehow managed to turn into a grenade. He pulled the makeshift pin King had also manufactured out of spare parts from the medical ward. He hoped none of them would go off in his hand, but he threw it right at the stack of creatures climbing over each other to get into the roof. The bomb went off, and there was a loud explosion. Fire, and soon the pile of creatures all fallen, and most of them were on fire, and headed right back toward Reg and his men. "Look out, guys," Reg called. 4 of his men turned their flamethrowers on and created a wall of fire that further engulfed the creatures as they ran toward them. This consumed them fast. They stepped through the wall to fall down face first onto the ground. "Lewis, to your right," Reg yelled. It was too late. The man was grabbed in the fiery embrace of the flaming demon. Lewis let out a high-pitched scream as the flames engulfed him, but the creature also kept its mission in view. The teeth sank into Lewis's shoulder as the fire reached the flamethrower. They both exploded in a ball of flame and shrapnel. Reg felt something slice through his left shoulder, and he spun around, crying out instinctively. He came back around, trying his best to shrug off the pain. He was more upset over the fact Lewis had bought it. He was losing far too many men, and this was making him mad. Reg grit his teeth and didn't even realize he was making a guttural growling noise and that the sound was escalating as he moved forward. The flames erupted from his flamethrower, and he walked steadily, robotically, toward the horde of these creatures. Bullets zipped by him from those on the roof trying to shoot at the creatures. He paid it no mind. He was not going down to friendly fire, he told himself. He was going to take down these things that had taken so many of his friends. Jen staggered into the area by the gym. So many from within the office were still there, but it didn't take long for her to sum up the situation. Most of the people had waded into the horrid stench and the cluster of burned bodies she could easily see spilling out of the gym doors. "Jen!" She turned around and saw Louise, another of the executive assistants, running over to her. It was weird to see her in the jumpsuit and the baseball cap, with the gun strapped to her hip. "Hey, Louise," Jen said, but found it was hard to talk very loud. It was hard to breathe, really. The pain in her chest was a lot to handle. "You look terrible. I've been put in charge of creating a kind of field hospital back over that way." She pointed in a generic sort of way over her shoulder. "I think you need to come over and sit down." "Where's Mike?" Jen asked, but the more she talked, the harder it became to do so. "I need to tell him there might be more in the ceilings. I found one in the abandoned office." "What did you say? Jen, are you okay?" Louise stepped forward and put a hand on her shoulder. "I said there might be some in the..." She got that far before she felt lightheaded and fainted dead away. Louise caught her, but Jen's weight was a bit too much. "Help! Help me here! Jen needs help!" Mike finally looked up and saw that he had made it most of the way across the gym. There were at least 20 to 30 others still walking through the bodies. At this point, he had fired so many guns and had so many fired near him, he barely heard the sporadic gunfire. "Dalton, we have to get to Hive City," he said. Dalton did not seem to hear him. Mike watched the man work and could not help but feel a bit of a chill down his spine. This was the man who had murdered thousands on the surface, but now given full permission to just keep killing. For a moment, it appeared that the man had a slight smile on his face. "Dalton!" Mike cried. King snapped his head up and looked around, as if coming out of a stupor. He finally found Mike and raised a hand in greeting as if they were old buddies just meeting up for lunch. "We have to get to Hive City," he repeated. Dalton nodded and jogged over. Mike turned and began to head back the way he had come, stepping over the bodies at his feet. He saw others also stop their tasks and start to follow them. "We can't all go," Mike cried out. "Some of you have to stay here and finish these creatures off. Once they're all done, then you can come." Several people stopped and turned back to the task at hand, but no one wanted to stay here when their homes were in jeopardy. Mike was worried about what was happening behind the gate. He hadn't had an update on the speaker in a while. No one had come over the radio asking for help. They were either too busy, or they were all dead or turned into one of these things. The thought of having to burn or shoot Reg was a lot for Mike to deal with right now. As they neared the door, a woman came up to Mike, her face filled with concern. Mike could not recall her name. "Mike, Jen was attacked by one of the things in an old unused office," she said. "She has broken ribs and having trouble breathing." Mike cursed under his breath. "I have to head to Hive City. Do we have enough medical staff to help her?" The woman nodded, her face full of fear and concern. "Yes, just go. Save the city." Mike gave her a wink and then started moving again. "Get to the golf carts. There are 2 of the faster carts charging out there. I'm taking one. They'll make it there first." With those orders, dozens of the workers ran for the doors and for the carts charging beside the building. The silence from the radio was making Mike nearly panic, and he had to calm down. How much longer could he handle this? Alvin saw the pile of climbing creatures burst apart into flames. Fire and shrapnel flew up onto the roof, and he had to duck down. He had barely registered that Reg and the other guards had even arrived on the scene. Once the fire and explosions died down, Alvin got back to his feet and saw that the huge wall of zombie things had been blown to pieces, and most of them were running around on fire. "Watch out for the guards," Alvin cried out. "Shoot carefully." Just then, 4 of the creatures leaped onto the roof at the same time. Alvin shifted focus to fire and took one down. However, the shooter to his right was quickly grabbed by 2 of them, and they ripped her arms right out of her sockets. She screamed, and one of the creatures shot forward and ripped her throat out in a gush of red and viscera. Alvin turned and fired, but he shot high and he shot wide. He took down the one who had her throat ripped out, sparing her the rest of the terror that was to befall her. Now there were more of the creatures swarming up over the top onto the roof. "Shoot, goddammit!" Alvin shouted. "We have to stop them, for fuck's sake!" The gunfire drowned out the rest of what he was saying, and he began firing too. He was shocked when he felt the iron grip of a creature's hand on his left shoulder. "Fuck!" he cried out. Reg saw that the creatures were swarming the building. All around, along all of the walls, there were fanged creatures scrabbling up the side of the school. On the roof, the defenders were firing and shooting, but there were far too many of them. "Get to the roof," he shouted. "Concentrate the fire. Get up there." Reg got down on one knee, ignoring the fact another bullet, fired from the slits in the barrier at the front of the school, zipped right past his ear. He balanced his gun, aimed, and took out the creature that had grabbed Alvin. One shot right through the head. The ground shook. One of the men had gone around the side of the building and set off another firebomb. The creatures began their screaming and shrieking. Several of them, completely engulfed, ran around the side of the school building, running blindly. Reg ignored them and continued to fire at the ones he could see on the roof. How many of these things had gotten through the gate? Reg had been so sure they had taken most of them down on the other side of the gate. Now it seemed like there were hundreds of them in Hive City. He was so focused on the school, he barely noticed the creature running up to his left. He saw the shape running toward him the instant before it leapt into the air. Reg had just enough time to turn the gun on it and fire without aiming. The shot took the ghoul in the guts, and it fell out of the sky, landing right next to Reg's left leg. It began twitching and vibrating, still trying to get him. Reg stood and fired one shot into the head, and the creature stood still. It was one of the teachers. He recognized him instantly. They had been neighbors, and his name had been simply Bob. Nice guy. Reg wiped his forehead and felt the weight of things for the first time in a while. He was good at pushing those emotions away, burying them deep within his mind, locking that part of his brain off. "Damn it," he whispered. Just then, he heard a noise. For a moment, he was sure the demonic creatures had found some new way of attacking, and he raised his rifle. Through the scope, he saw it was Mike and Dalton and most of the people from the admin building, all of them coming in golf carts. Reg had to laugh. No cavalry here with horses and swords brandished like in the old movies. Nope, here in Hive City, the reinforcements came on golf carts. "All right," Reg cried out and raised his rifle up over his head. "About time." No time to mourn. That would come later. Time to get back to business. Mike clenched his teeth. Dalton drove beside him. These were things just a few days ago he would never have thought could or would happen. Here they were now, a team, trying to get to the school and stop these things together. The world was weird, weirder than they could even imagine. "Almost there, Mike," Dalton said. "Is that Reg? Looks like he and his guys almost have them. And look at the people on the roof. I must say, Mike, the people here really do come to help out when the need arises, and they appear to be crack shots. We're buried underground with a prison filled with some of the most dangerous people in the world. Everyone here, down to the kids, knows how to fight if they have to, and all of them know how to shoot." "I shall keep that in mind," Dalton pointed. "We have to find the right spot, Mike, and we have to make sure those inside don't accidentally shoot us." Mike nodded. It was a fair point. For the first time in a while, he triggered the mic on his shoulder. "We have people coming from the admin building and more guards. If you were inside the school, please be careful about what you were shooting at." Just then, a bullet flew past Mike's left ear and ricocheted off the ground just past where the car was. "Christ," Dalton cried. "Did you want to live forever?" Mike chided. "I had hoped, to be honest. Just find a place to get off this goddamn cart and take these fuckers down," Mike said, ready to jump out right now if need be. He had never had such an itch to get into a fight than he had right now. Alvin knew he was running short on ammo. The gun felt lighter, but the damn creatures kept climbing over the edge of the roof. How many of them had they killed? Dozens of their bodies littered the top of the school, and he could see more bodies lying on the ground below where they were making their final stand. He saw the golf carts and the souped-up version at the front. The cavalry was coming, but could they hold out? He knew if he was also out of ammo, then the rest of them were likely running out too. "Keep fighting. Get him in the head." Alvin had no idea who he was even shouting to anymore. For all he knew, he was the only one who was still alive or still human. He aimed and fired one more time. This time, the rifle just clicked. He was out. He swung the gun around, grabbing it by the barrel, which was hot and burned his hands immediately, and took a huge swing at the nearest ghoul. The gun butt slammed into the creature's head, which erupted into pieces, and the body fell. "I really wish I'd grabbed a knife," he muttered to himself, and turned to swing the gun at another of the creatures. Soon, they were all around him. Dalton brought the cart to a stop and jumped out without a second thought. Mike was right after him, and he immediately began firing the flamethrower, setting the creatures on fire. Behind them, the army of golf carts, like something out of a movie made for elderly people in Florida, all came to a stop, and the residents of Hive City poured out, screaming, yelling, and determined to attack. Immediately, Mike saw where Dalton could really shine. The man stepped up and began directing everyone where to go. The man had an innate sense of command, strategy, and determination. In minutes, they had the entire school surrounded, and the gunfire from within and without began to take the creatures down, while Mike and Dalton kept them near the school with the flamethrowers. Mike lost track of the people on the roof, but the last thing he saw was the principal, Alvin, swinging his rifle around. People would be running out of ammo inside the school as well as on top. They had to get this done fast. "We've got to get people on the roof." Mike called out to Dalton. "They're running out of ammunition." Dalton gave a cursory nod and continued to push forward as the creatures retreated from the flames, but had nowhere to go. "We've got them," Dalton cried out in victory. Keep going. Don't let any of them past you." Reg and his men were nearly at the front of the school. His flamethrower was empty by this point, and he had already thrown most of the grenades. His bullets were running low too, but he kept firing. They were so close. He gritted his teeth and kept moving forward, one step at a time, firing, taking down one ghoul with each shot. Behind him, the rest of his men came up and set fire to the bodies, turning them to ash. Up ahead was Mike, and he wanted to reach the rest of the team. They had a net around the building now, but Reg could also see that the people on the rooftop were struggling. There were so many of these creatures up there now, and from what he could see, they were out of ammo. If they were taken down, then there was nothing to stop them from dropping into the school. By the time Reg, Mike, and the rest of them got to the school, everyone inside could be dead or turned into one of these things. Reg began to run. His men also started to move faster. To his right, he shot down one and then picked off another to his left. He felt another bullet hit the ground near him, but he kept running. Just as he was about to shoot another of the ghouls, they fell to the ground, their head blown apart from a shot from within the school. "We've got them," Reg called triumphantly. "We're almost there." Alvin lost himself in the battle. He kept swinging the gun. Eventually, the butt of the rifle broke off, and he ended up with the jagged parts of the weapon in each hand. To successfully get them, he had to get close, and the teeth got close to biting his arm, but he just kept stabbing and stabbing. Eventually, everyone who had not yet been killed or turned formed into a bit of a circle, most of them back to back. No one had bullets left, so all of them were swinging the guns like clubs. At least one woman had a knife, and she was stabbing like crazy, all of them going for headshots. The world went away. There was only the creature in front of him, to the right and the left. There were just the objects he had in his hands to try and destroy them. His mind became laser-focused on just not being bit, not being grabbed, not being dragged away and either torn to pieces or turned. Alvin felt like his arms were going to fall off. His hands were covered in blood and his fingers hurt. The longer it went on, the harder it was to keep the weapons he had in his hands. He knew he was ready for a collapse. From the wounds he had gotten earlier to the fact this was more stress than he had put on his body in years. He pulled his arm back and thrust forward again, driving the metal spike into the creature's eye socket. The ghoul collapsed, and he felt the spike slide out of his hand. Alvin swung his other arm around, ready to fight, and he nearly drove the spike right into Mike Kettinger's face. Whoa, Mike called, both hands up in front of him. "What?" Alvin stammered, out of breath, his legs shaking. "Mike?" "You did it," Mike said. "Alvin, you did it. You held them off." Alvin was still not registering what he was being told. He looked around. All of the people he had been back to back with were still there. All around them were piles and piles of the creature bodies. Everyone was covered in blood and whatever bodily fluids had flowed from the creatures around them. Reg was also here, as well as others in guard uniforms. They were sporadically firing into some of the bodies around, but most of the shooting had stopped. "We did it?" Alvin asked. Mike smiled. "Yeah, I think we did. I think we got them." Alvin smiled. Then he fainted dead away. Warden Mike Kettinger's log. Of course, it was not really over. I managed to catch our school principal, Alvin, and stop him from falling face first onto the roof and break his nose all over again. The man was exhausted, and how he found the stamina to keep going up there, I will never know. Then again, everyone down here tapped into reserves of energy and experience I never thought possible. What we had was a breather. We had a moment to start collecting the bodies and burning them in the furnaces. Then we had to start searching every house, every building, and the entire admin building. Not just searching the rooms, but crawling into the air ducts and looking behind the walls. We found 75 more of the creatures lurking there, so the battles were not entirely over. We were finally able to make a report to the surface, and we sent a couple of the bodies that had turned into zombies or demons or whatever the holy fuck they were for study. The surface, in turn, also sent down doctors, and we rebuilt a hospital, and people like Jen were able to actually get proper medical attention. I'm happy to say I was finally able to talk to Jen, and she will be awarded for what she did. We don't usually have awards down here, but I think we need to create one just for the job she did taking charge and then one-on-one battling one of those things. She had several broken ribs, and one of them poked into a lung, but we were able to get her fixed, and she's already trying to get back to work. We lost a lot. We are still counting the losses. It started with our entire team of trustees, who were all either outright killed or turned in the initial mine incident. Then it took us far too long before we realized the creatures were breaking into the cells and turning them into creatures like themselves. We lost hundreds, perhaps thousands. So now we are taking time to mourn. It's going to take a long time. We have gotten permission from the surface to continue to pause our mining operations. Right now, our prisoners and the people who live here are rebuilding. There is much damage to the homes, the school, the businesses, and of course the administration building. The new gym is already coming along nicely. Eventually, the prisoners will go back to their cells, and the surface tells us there is definitely no shortage of replacement prisoners. I'm not looking forward to dealing with that, but it is a bridge to cross once I come to it. As for Dalton, well, he and I have talked many times. The man who struck fear into so much of the world came to the defense of his prison. It is hard for me to understand, and I still don't trust him. Our last conversation went something like, "What do we do with you now, Dalton? And how do I know you've actually changed?" I want to go back to my cell, Mike. It is my home, and the silence is good for me. It shuts down the voices in my head. And you can never trust me, Mike. I cannot say that the things that compelled me to do what I did on the surface are entirely gone. I may have learned to accept this new reality here, and even appreciate it. I cannot say that it will last forever. So, there you go. The man admits he may not be reformed. He will go back to his cell and resume his isolated life. Except that we made a deal. From time to time, Dalton has permission to meet with me. We're going to start playing chess. I'm quite sure he will beat me quite handily, but we have nothing but time down here, so I hope to get better. One thing Dalton, Reg, Jen, and myself agreed upon is that we are far below the surface. We are well below what is known to those above. There might be other things down here. Maybe things we cannot fathom. The fact is, we never saw what was originally in that new tunnel. We just sealed it off and continue to seal it off now. Therefore, we don't really know what to look for. We may need Dalton again. We may all need to pull together again. In the meantime, we mourn and we heal, and we try to prepare for the new people, the changes, and the things to come. To many, this may not be much of a life down here, but to us, this is the entire world, and it's ours. Signing off from the Hive, this is Warden Mike Kettinger. Hello fans and listeners to When the Night Comes Out. This is Allie James, your narrator and producer. And first, Bryan and I would love to thank you for coming along with us as we continue to develop what When the Night Comes Out is. Bryan is writing away right now, and we are in constant discussion over what we are going to tell next. One thing Bryan and I discussed from the beginning was the idea of doing a single story told over a long period of time. There have been attempts to start things, but only when Bryan dug out his half-finished novel, The Hive, did we think we had something. Bryan discovered the story had begun in a serialized format, but he no longer remembered for what platform he had been writing. He immediately reached out to me and said, "We might have something here." Now we have reached the end of The Hive, and have left the ending open to the possibility of revisiting our friends far beneath the ground in Hive City. However, we are going to take a break from being beneath the ground, but keep the long-form content coming. Coming very soon, we will be providing you with the remastered version of When the Night Comes Out, the original audiobook. Then we have the thriller novella Bryan wrote called Among Friends. These will be the palate cleansers before we tell another of his novels. This time, it will be his terrifying supernatural thriller, Text. Thank you again. Please check out our websites and links. Bryan has lots of books out there, and I am always available to help with your voiceover needs. Also, keep liking, subscribing, and sharing our podcast episodes. We rely on you to help spread the word. Thanks, and we will be back in a couple of weeks with When the Night Comes Out, the audiobook remastered. Stay safe, especially when the night comes out.